As you mentioned there, It's day 2 of Group 2 here at Blast Premier. We've got 2 more great Counter-Strike matches for you today. Best of 3s all the way. And I've got 2 gentlemen beside me to take me through all the action. Pimp, you're looking dapper again. You're stepping up every step of the way. Yeah. But you are the Danish Tarzan right now after the noises you're making before this broadcast.
Let's keep it with before the broadcast. Let's not integrate them in here. But yeah, I took a page out of Maniac's book and tried to copy basically everything he does. So it's working out so fine, so good.
Does that mean he's even copying your predictions?
I think he does. I think that's what's going to happen, yeah.
Okay, calm down.
Might be that.
Calm down. I may be copying the way you wear yourself, or the clothing you're wearing, but my homework is my homework, and you guys can, as you have been doing throughout the entire tournament, copy as much as you want, but please.
I'm going to provide the WhatsApp logs to that, because there are some serious accusations out there.
Yeah, Pimp, he just likes to run his mouth every now and again, but I'm going to keep running on with the show, and I want to get up the tournament overview so you guys can see what started to go down yesterday and what will happen throughout the rest of today. Now, that game, Complexity versus Vitality, boys. What an incredible series that was, but also the Big versus Faze one delivered more than we expected.
I think that is the story of yesterday. We thought we would have 2 clean games, Vitality being favorite. We are also supposed to be way superior than Faze, but at the end of the day, we had 2-3 mappers on our hands, crazy clutches, crazy scenarios as well, which means that today is going to be good.
Oh yes, and these are the games today. Big versus Vitality, and I'll be honest, Big need to show us a lot more than what we saw from them yesterday, Pimp.
Yes, they sure do. It was a little bit lackluster yesterday from the Big clan, but going up against Vitality, going up against the big question mark in this group, we don't know which players they're going to field to the game. We don't know how they're going to approach this game, so there's so many questions to be asked, and I hope throughout the day that we get the answers.
Now, I've got to take a look at some of these results from yesterday. In particular, right, the opening game we had between Vitality and Complexity. Because my, oh my, not only was Maniac losing his mind in the green room, it was so close and it could have gone either way.
Look, it was really hard for me to follow that game. It was hard for my heart. We were trying, people were trying to calm me down in the green room because it was all over the place. And as a signal, the 16-14 on the very last map, it could not have been any closer.
And look at this, right? We've got the caveat here, and we've got to really explain this because we saw the first ever substitution in CSGO history. Masuta, he's got the 2 by his name because he did this across 2 maps where everyone else did it across 3.
Yeah, and it was very interesting, right? Because he was actually playing well on map number 1. He was doing a good job, so the fact that he was being substituted was not down to him not playing well, not him performing. It was down to the fact that they have already agreed prior to the match that MIBR had to come in and does too. So Masuta yesterday being the first player ever to be substituted out of a game and in the game as well as the 3rd map happened on Vertigo, and he did a good job with it, all circumstances considered.
And I want to talk on Shox here. He had such a good game, right? And it's when you've got a Shox like that, because remember, Shox kind of baited us into it. He was like, oh, if we're doing a sub, it'll be me that goes out. Well, it wasn't him, and I completely understand why.
Yeah, he had a monstrous of a series yesterday. He was topping the charts, 1.2 rating in that best of 3. And to be honest, the Shox story at the moment is consistency. That is the one question. We never really know what kind of Shox we're going to get, but this was premium. Absolute premium Shox, clutching, also very vocal on the team speak, giving IDs to Apex, doing mid-round callings whenever he was feeling it. So if you can guarantee me that we're going to see that Shox, they're in a very good position.
Well, Nevera came in, though, but only for 1 map. But overall, in that 1 map, he did pretty good, right? You got to give him credit for it, especially the amount of time he's had to play with this team.
You can only imagine what a big task it is for a guy to come in on a team like Vitality, a team that we praised for having been in so many finals, for being consistently good at Counter-Strike in a time where everyone is inconsistent. So him coming into a lineup like this and doing as well as he did yesterday, that was I wouldn't say it was a big performance, but it was definitely a pass test, so to speak. He did better than I think many would have expected. Whether he can keep replicating that performance and what happens if he does replicate that performance, is he going to be a guy that is going to be a player, let's put it that way, that is going to play more games that initially being thought of from the Vitality guys, or is it a guy that is only going to be used for those stand-in gigs? We don't know, but it's going to be interesting to follow.
Well, this man on your screen, as an in-game leader, he is the best fragging in-game leader right now, and he looks hella scary.
He is very scary, and what's even crazier is that I was listening again on the comms, and most of the times, his opponent know what he's going to do, but it doesn't matter. He still makes a difference. He's got that FURIA element right now, where people know he's going to be lurking, people know the timing he's going to get, but he is so crisp, so good, so skilled. We can also talk about the dedication, but that would be a podcast, right? But this man is doing it all. One of the highest fragging IGL. I also think, and I want to put it out there, that his game plan yesterday was quite good versus Vitality. Every start of the game for Complexity was good. They had the right gambles, they had the right ideas, and I think we should credit him for that.
And what the thing I see here, right, when we look at just how well these guys did yesterday, it was one thing that we say, okay, Vitality, Complexity went head-to-head, but that really was a coin flip of a game. But the game that really surprised us was the Big versus Faze Clan one, because we just expected Faze not to really deliver.
Yeah, we didn't expect Faze to do as well as they did yesterday. As you can see, the first map on Mirage, that was such a close one. It could have easily gone the way of Faze Clan. I think Big, I wouldn't say they got lucky, but they could have lost Mirage, and we could be standing here, you know, today with Faze Clan winning the game 2-0, thinking to ourselves, what on earth happened yesterday? That's how close it was. So Faze Clan definitely overperforming. Olofmeister, in particular on the first map on Mirage, playing well. He dropped off a little bit on map number 2, played fine on map number 3, but all things considered, having touched the game, have only been playing a couple of days with this lineup ever since his break, that was a well-done performance by Olofmeister yesterday. And I think all of us can agree that Faze, much, much better looking than any of us would have expected.
Absolutely. I think two key dimensions to take away. First of all, the atmosphere. We can see them laughing. We had a couple of clips. They were shouting, Olof is back. They were having a good time. And I think that is key, obviously. And the other one, is momentum. Faze was very momentum-based. They had streaks of round 7 or 8. Whenever they had a good start, they came back. And even on Dust 2, they were actually able to fight back from a 0-7 deficit on the last map. So this Faze Clan, much, much scarier than expected.
And that's the thing, right? I think Big, they got surprised a little bit. Then they had themselves kind of trying to catch each other up with it. The comms were staying calm. They were staying very positive throughout all of it. But even they were sat there in a position time saying, well, what do we do here? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, and I think that's the positive spin on Big yesterday. Despite them not playing well, they still managed to win. And after all, that is the most important thing. You go into a Counter-Strike match, and of course you want to play beautiful Counter-Strike. Of course you want to win 16-5 if you can do that every single game. Yesterday, they didn't have a great game. Sursen wasn't the best playing, Sursen we've seen throughout the season. Tapson didn't necessarily have a good game, didn't necessarily have a bad game. There was a lot of, arrogancy. Is that a word? Arrogancy?
I completely understood
They
what
were
you
being
meant.
a lot mediocre yesterday, on that lineup, per se. So Big Clan being able to win, despite not playing well, that in itself is a strength that Big Clan now have attributed to themselves. So good performance, without being too good.
Do you think, though, Maniac, that now Big is in a position where Vitality's too much from him if they play at that level?
It is hard to say. I think that Big survived a really big scare versus Faze, and sometimes that's what you need just to kick back off, right? They must know, and you could see on Thompson's face at the end of that series, he was not happy. He was not satisfied. We give them the credit because they fought back, and I agree with Jacob. You have to win even when you're not playing your A game, but I don't think that's going to be enough for Vitality.
Well, let's see, right? Because that's going to be our opening game. That's what we get to go to next. But before that, we're heading to a quick break. Then when we come back, we're getting it. Big taking on Vitality. And will we see NAVI come into play again? We'll have to stay tuned to find out. We're back, and it's nearly time for Big to take on Vitality. And if you're only just joining us, well, you need to take a look at how it's all going to pan out today and how yesterday panned out, as we have a good look at the overview. If you didn't see it yesterday, you missed some amazing matches. It was 2-1 all the way, and Faze put up more of a fight than we thought. Now we've got Vitality taking on Big, and later on today, Complexity taking on Faze. But we've been speaking to the teams, and they've had some interesting ideas on this six-man situation that some teams are using and some teams are not. So let's hear what they've got to say.
What Vitality is doing with the six-man, I think it's interesting to see how it will develop.
I think if they can do it properly, yeah, it could be really strong. If Nivera is stronger on a certain position than Mistua on a certain map, then it could work well.
It's depending on the players who you have in the team, and some might get affected by that, but I think in general it's really nice.
I think the only good part from when you bring this sixth player in the team is like you put more pressure for the fifth, right? If you have a fifth who not playing good or he's just being lazy, it's good to have a sixth player because you can put a lot of pressure.
As long as they get ample practice with Nivera, then I think it'll work out. For example, like Astralis, when we practice with them, they're always practicing with the same players. I've never seen them practice with Bubsky, but with Vitality, they might be taking a different approach.
We're not gonna try the same thing as others. We didn't want to do this because it means that the player is not gonna play for maybe 2 or 3 weeks depending on the event. What we are gonna do is to just change for the maps, so it can be differently for a series. That's how we are trying to work with the six-man roster.
And it's the great unknown. That's the thing, right? We've seen what Astralis tried to do, where it was just having someone in when it's maybe an urgent situation or they need someone to fill a spot. Bobsky right now, we probably don't know when we're next going to see him. At least with what Vitality are doing, and whether it works or not, again, it's a matter of time, Maniac. I just like the fact that he's already been given a shot.
Yes, you really have to respect the approach of Vitality. Obviously, being qualified for the global finals give them that leeway. But yes, this topic of the six-man is absolutely fascinating. You have to look at it this way, right? When a team takes the risk of filling in Nivera in that case, they accept the fact that on that given day, they might not play to the best level possible. On short term, they might be better with Misuta. But if you're thinking mid-term, if you're thinking long-term, then you have to take that hit. You have to accept that you might lose some maps you want, but in the long term, you might be able to fill in a player on each map, this one, change the roster. That's not easy to do, but I respect Vitality for trying.
And there's a thought I haven't even it just came to my mind all of a sudden when I was looking at this, right, is how many times do we see it where a team loses a player and they want to make a change and they have someone in and they only have him for a few months? At least in this situation, say someone, I don't know, maybe RPK just decides he's going to retire. I don't know if that's any true. He probably isn't for a long time. But then you've got someone just straight away and he knows the system he's in. That's helpful.
You got some security, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for. And I agree, you know, I agree with everything Matthew said right here. The fact that they're trying to integrate him, not only after a couple of weeks and not after a couple of events. You heard Shock say it as well. We don't want him to sit on the bench for 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks and just play an event, you know, because he's going to fall out. He's going to lose confidence. He's going to lose that sharpness you need as a player. So integrating him in the matches, in the tournaments, you know, whether that is just giving him a map once in a while, as we saw yesterday, or whether he's going to play 5, 6, 7 maps throughout this tournament, we don't know. But that is the great unknown, as you also referred to. But the fact that they're trying, the fact that they have him, and the fact that they got the security you're talking about, if someone is breaking an arm, if someone is falling off their bicycle, well, it's not bad to have.
We've got to that level. It's got very professional, and sometimes you need to have an ace in the hole, right? And that's what it's all about. Now, we've had Freya doing interviews the whole time here at Blast, and she's giving us a lot of insight. So, Freya, you got some more to add to this six-man madness.
I do indeed, because, you know, the main focus for us yesterday, as you would expect, you know, was the hype around actually seeing Nivera stepping into that server for the first time. But something that we were also questioning was, you know, what Masuta was doing between maps 1 and map number 3 to make himself still feel fresh. And I had a chance to catch up with him earlier this morning. He was saying, first of all, he was doing deathmatch to keep his aim sharp during that Dust 2 match where we saw Nivera stepping into the server for him. He was also working alongside the coach Xtaz as well, but also alongside the assistant coach in Matt as well, because obviously Xtaz would have been quite busy during that Dust 2 matchup. And he was also keeping engaged by watching the match as well. So he felt like when he came into Vertigo as that third and final map, he knew exactly what the team needed from him. And he actually said he quite liked it as a player as well. It gave him a chance to, you know, step back, take a bit of chill out time, take a bit of relaxing time, but still keeping himself in the zone mentally, which is what, you know, we were saying is very important for this player who is going to be sitting out. And it's the first time we've seen it happening, James. So I think there's a lot of learnings going forward. Apex was saying about it earlier. There was still some time for him to be learning exactly what the players sitting out will need from the team as well. So I'm excited to see maybe if we see it again today.
You're amazing, Freya. Thank you very much for that insight, because that's real interesting, right? Because we all spoke about it. We said, where would Masuta be? How would he be feeling right after taking a map off and then coming back into it? This sounds like Vitality have definitely thought about every process and their support stuff and how this works out.
Yeah, no, there is definitely a thought process behind it. You could see they're not just winging it,
Next level.
No. They think about it and try and optimize what they're doing. I was also just thinking, to myself when we were listening to the interview, what if you have a player that has a terrible first map? You could use that instant joker. We know it's hard to bounce back from a terrible performance, right?
Mentally,
what if you had exactly mentally just being in the rhythm? Sometimes you just miss, and that is it. You have days off in Counter-Strike as a player. What if you have someone you can just tag him in, like in WWE, coming in, oh, there we go, he comes in the server, and it's done. It's actually luxury, it's insane. So now we're getting all excited. These are just the first days, but that could be a very interesting journey.
Just to put another layer onto that, right? We are in a world right now where we're still experimenting, so we don't really have clear rules on how you can use it and how you can't use it in the future. Imagine if you had a football game where you have a guy like, let's say, Cristiano Ronaldo, starting on the field, having some bad minutes, maybe the first 10, 20 minutes, he didn't really get into the game. If you had the opportunity as a coach to pull him out of the game, give him a reset and put him back in the game, right? You're not allowed to do that in football for obvious reasons. It's against the rules, but you are in Counter-Strike. That could be used as a huge asset as well. So as we said, as we've been talking about, there's so many unknowns about this, but it's interesting and it's going to be fun to see how they're going to use it as an active.
It's very exciting. We've done a lot on Vitality so far, but their opponents are big. And I want to hear from Cyrus this time around.
And obviously you're going to be coming up against Vitality now today, who have now brought on their sixth man in Navera. So how has that changed your preparations coming into this game today?
I don't think we didn't prepare that they bring in Nivera again, so we just prepared that they play with Misuta. So we just kept cool, and we just have our analysis when they play with Misuta.
Yeah, and of course, I just want to bring up the map that we saw Navera playing on yesterday. It was Dust 2, obviously a map that you guys really like, Vitality like, and you often play Vitality on. So if we do see that coming out in the map veto today, are you going to be, changing your game plan at all if they do bring Navera on? Are you going to have any sort of ways to be adapting if we see him brought onto the squad?
I think as we saw yesterday, we will just adapt in game again. So we'll see how they play with Nivera, if he is taking the roads of Misuta and stuff. Personally, I didn't see the game yesterday. If they when they play with Nivera, so we just do it like yesterday. We will adapt in game and see how it goes.
Oh.
All right.
Here we go. So we're talking about substitution. We're talking about football, Pim. We got Zyru enjoying himself a little bit here. This is how he gets warmed up. Best player in the world,
Didn't know he was that good at football. Well, apparently he read it all.
Have you seen the video on the Vitality Twitter of him doing the...
Yeah, we call him Zinedine Ziwu.
Oh, here we go. Here we
It's
go.
not mine. I cannot take any credit for that, but it's out there.
All right.
Of course that would have to
came up
come
with that
in.
name needs to be fired ASAP. But
But getting on to what Cyrus was telling us about and talking about, right, is one thing that Big have to deal with is the unknown that we keep discussing here. And it isn't easy to prepare for right now because they don't even know what kind of setup changes right now when you have him thrown in.
No, and that's the fun aspect to it, right? Because some teams, they rely a lot on anti-stratting. A team like Astralis, right? They prepare a lot. They go in, they really deep dive into the opponents and figure out what is it we need to be aware of, what are some of the loopholes we can find in the defense, what are some of the loopholes they have in their offense, and so forth and so forth. There's also teams like Faze who, for the majority of their history, haven't really been that much into anti-stratting, right? They rely more on their own game plan, they rely on their individuals. So for some teams, it will probably be a bigger task to prepare for Vitality than for others. So now you all of a sudden have these interesting matchups, where, sure, Big Clan against Vitality, that's going to be an interesting matchup, because I think Big Clan are one of those teams who try to prepare a lot, whereas had it been, let's say, Big Clan against Faze as it was yesterday, well, there was no anti-stratting anyway.
Ooh.
The music plays.
We have
the
it.
The veto comes in.
The music. So actually, this veto is quite interesting between these two teams. There are a couple of storylines right there. First of all, the train float. Both teams don't play train. I mean, neither team play train. So what they do is they ignore it. They have the Vertigo and the Mirage bans. It's usually what happens between these two. That was the case at DreamHack Open Fall. Now, any times these teams met in 2020, Dust 2 and Inferno were on the cards.
Obviously.
Any single time. We had the Big going on for Dust 2 and we had Vitality sticking with Inferno, which they won all the time. So far, so good. Logic is respected. And Jacob, I would be surprised if Vitality divert from Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno seems like the clear-cut choice right here for Vitality. You could argue that maybe a map like Nuke would be interesting.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I was just about to say Overpass could be a pick, but Big Clan, they have a 100% win rate on Overpass the last 3 months. They don't play that much, but they're winning all the games.
You talk about preparation. I think you were spot on. Big, we know them to be a team that prepares a lot before game. They want to know the game plan. How expected do you think that Overpass pick is? Because if I'm Big, if I'm Toby right now, and he's way smarter than I am, but I can see the Inferno pick coming on. They've taken it 3 times. They've won it every single time. They would probably go for Inferno, but they throw the curveball. And now we see the punish kind of not Big. They take out Inferno.
And then the train ban comes in, so we end up on a Nuke decider.
Okay.
And Nuke was real close between Vitality and Complexity yesterday. Where do we think this one's going, boys? This changed some of your mindset on how this might be on an outcome point of view.
I have a hard time knowing who won that veto too.
Yeah,
I have a
real
really
close.
hard time. It's up in the air. I think the thing that we don't know is Vitality's level on Overpass right now. That's the one question for me.
The interesting to me idea is that we get to see Dust 2 again. We get to see Dust 2 being played again. And what happened yesterday? We saw Vitality play Dust 2. James, you want to say it? NAVI was on the lineup. So is he going to start on the lineup today? Is he going to be on the starting roster of Vitality coming into this matchup? Or how are they going to play around with that this time around? I don't know, but what I do know is that this map pool was not expected by neither teams, I feel. Vitality may have expected, of course, to pick Overpass, but I think...
he's there!
There you have it! It's happening again!
So he's the Dust 2 specialist in here. We're still seeing Shox, though. So Shox, I'm waiting to see what map he may be traded out from when Navira is going to come into play. But that right now, right, it looked good when they come into it, right? Navira himself looked good, but they didn't get the result they wanted last time around against Complexity.
So now that we have Navira back in, I am looking forward to hearing their communication. I'm looking forward to seeing them play and see if there is a direct improvement. Because as we talked about with Apex in the interview yesterday, it was really struggle city. They had to micromanage him a lot in certain roles, certain situations. Remember, these are high pressure situations. So many information, so many protocols to know. Nivera still figuring it out. Now that's the second time they played us too. I hope that it's going to be a bit more polished and that Apex will be able to focus on his game because he had a really tough time yesterday.
I'm really liking this as well, though, right? Because, yeah, they lost Dust 2 yesterday, but that doesn't mean that they deviated from the plan. They still want to use Navira. This is still the game plan that this is obviously a map for him, and now we've had that confirmed.
Yeah, it's again, maybe a bit of a gamble, maybe a bit of a testament to the fact that they're coming into this tournament trying to experiment as much as possible. So they want to give him some play time. They want to give him an honest shot of showing the world, showing himself, and showing Vitality that he's a player that can count on for the future. So I love everything I'm seeing from Vitality right here. And right now, it's just, as Maniac said, it's going to be super interesting to see how they're going to start off this matchup. Are they going to come out hot and blazing, or is it going to be a little bit more shaky?
What's also quite interesting is that yesterday we saw the substitution coming in after Vitality were 1-0 in the lead, right? So you could argue that it's a comfort decision, right? Okay, we're in the lead, we can bring in Nivera, we're confident in winning. Here, they're starting with him, so they believe in their ability, or at least they're willing. They're going the extra mile to really test that formula, not only when they're winning, but also at the get-go.
And before we get on to Big, one last point on this, which will be very interesting for me, is Zywu did not have the best Dust 2 game last time around. It doesn't often happen twice with this man, so Big should certainly be scared of it. But this Big team, though, it's their pick, right? They know what they're doing when it comes to it. They understand how to play. Sirison was a monster in that game yesterday, but you're really going to need Sirison and Zontaros to be on the absolute A game, I feel, today.
Yeah, and you can easily make the argument that Big Clan is the best team in the world on the map of Dust 2. If you can say one team that can allow themselves to pick Dust 2 as their main pick, it probably would be Big Clan. It requires Sirison to play well. It requires Taps to step it up. It requires Shantaris to be there. And we saw that yesterday against FaZe Clan. But we also saw Big Clan go up 7-0 against FaZe Clan with a wounded, let's call them a wounded animal, with Overpass coming in, not a lot of practice, and they went on to lose 8 rounds straight against FaZe Clan yesterday in the first half. So that wasn't comfortable. That wasn't good enough for Big Clan. If they played that level of Counter-Strike today against Vitality, with Nivera, who's here to prove everyone, and basically I mean everyone, that he's not just Scream's brother, then that's not going to be good enough for Big. So they need to step it up a notch.
Yes, and I think a name that we haven't mentioned yet is Keto. He's going to bring that double AWP on the CT side of Dust 2. He was good on B, right? I think he was a difference maker, and he was one of the reasons why FaZe could never do that B split. So I'm looking at Keto. That secondary all-perk could make a difference.
Let's see if it does make a difference. This game is coming up right next. I've still got it in my mind. I'm just thinking, right, Olaf Meister limping around as a wounded animal now, Pimp. Thanks very much for that. But it's time for us to get ourselves ready for this game. It is Vitality taking on Big. We're seeing Nivera once again. It is Dust 2, so stick with us. Get yourselves ready. Strap yourselves in, because we'll be back after this break. it is our winners match. They both took their games across 3 maps yesterday. Big, arguably with the easier opponent, and they narrowly made it through. They could have been 2-0'd, and we would be seeing Faze right now. We need to see the Big, who sit in that number 6 in the world position right now, show up against Vitality if they want to make it a fight. The question, though, is how it will go down and how NAVI will shine if it's possible, and how Vitality react to it all.
I think a lot of it is up to NAVI. How is he gonna perform? Is he gonna be as good as he were yesterday? Is ZywOo gonna be able to step up as well? We had a bit of a conversation in the group room talking and addressing the fact that ZywOo didn't play well on Dust 2 yesterday. Could that have been up to the fact that NAVI was all of a sudden part of the lineup? Is he getting less space? Do we have to sacrifice a little bit to let him feel comfortable as well? There's some dynamics within the team that they will have to figure out. ZywOo didn't have a great series overall yesterday, so maybe it was just a coincidence, but we'll have to look out for it. And if I'm a viewer out there, I want to see if ZywOo, one of the best players in the world, can perform as well as NAVI at the same time.
I'm not scared at all for ZywOo. I'm not anxious at all. I think
That's too good, right?
Certain things in life are just 100% sure. If I drop that pen, it's going to go on the floor and ZywOo's going to play good Counter-Strike. It's pretty sure. Like the laws of physics.
What
That's how it
happened
worked with
yesterday,
him. He was okay yesterday. He was not that bad either. You know, he was a human being, and it happens sometimes. But I think for Big, I was just looking at some numbers right here. Vitality, you know, they're rocking a 100% win rate on Overpass right now after 6 map, 100% win rate. These are not wrong facts. You know, this is not fake news. So there will be a lot of pressure on Big on that Dust 2. They need to take it.
Well, let's take a look at today's predictions, guys. And well,
this is going to go so bad.
Wow.
This is going to go so bad for us.
Yeah.
okay, we all know that Anders is the curse anyway. Yeah.
Do you see how he flip switch on that reverse maniac?
Yeah, he's
just
not done the
doesn't want to
reverse
anymore.
maniac, so now we're all really in big trouble. The fan pick may be the smartest person we have here.
Can you imagine how many scenarios can really duck us up? And oh my god, we're gonna end up being memes. That's gonna
I'm
be
low-key standing there,
amazing.
and I hope Vitality and Complexity both will lose today. That would be
Oh,
fantastic.
God.
Perfect guy.
Let's
He'll have a
see
day.
if it's going to happen. Thank you very much, guys. It's time for us to get into the game. It's time to get in with the king and the curse of Anders and Semler. Boys, you ready for this one?
Wow, I've had the powder curse people for a long time. I wish I could have known. That would have been great. I'm assuming you're the king of the predictions, Semler, still.
Indeed, I am, Anders.
Got it going on.
Launders is doing a good job hanging on. I'll give him that. You know,
All right.
we're neck and neck right now, but
Yeah.
you know, he'll slip up eventually.
All right. I appreciate that.
I just wanted to highlight real quick. I appreciate Pimp's just parting point there at the end, because what I was thinking going into this match is not so much NAVI, it's what the rest of Vitality do. Do we see that level from ZywOo? Do we see that level from the rest of them? Shoxy showed up in a big way yesterday, right?
Yes.
Are we going to see
yeah.
the rest of Are we going to see the rest on Dust 2? Are we going to see the rest of Vitality be able to play around NAVI? Or is it still going to be just missing a little bit of something that makes them a little bit weak in comparison to teams like Big and, well, you know, like we saw yesterday, Complexity?
Yeah, it's a good point to be raised, because who knows how it affects the whole team. You're right, one thing is how the individual plays, but the whole team dynamic could definitely change. I just think it's too soon to tell, but I'm super excited to see how it plays out. I definitely want someone to run this experiment, so here we are, at least in the early stages of it. Vitality going to be starting on the CT side. Big Clan are going to be on the T side. We're on Dust 2. It's Blast Premier, the second group. We start a whole nother group coming up, but we're in the middle of it, so big welcome to every one of you. And look, 2 smokes for Cross, I'm assuming, and then just go. They have that 1 P250, which is their super weapon in this, to try and battle that USP.
But why is it not on somebody with Kevlar? I don't get why the guy with the nades keeps the P250.
I agree.
Just put it on the guy with Kevlar so you have a raid boss. I mean, if Searson hits headshots, of course I'm going to look like an idiot, but you know.
No, I still think the point stands anyway. But yeah, it can obviously work out. But you just have a little bit more security if it's on the Kevlar. Smokes are up, and Timely Grenade will only do a little bit. They're ready with the boost. This is super common. I'm sure they'll be checking for it, but you can still snipe in a headshot. RPK is going to be going down to the 1 Glock. Nicely done on ZywOo taking down Keto. That actually could have been a quick double kill even for him, but just barely missed it. So a 4-on-4 bomb is going to be going down, and all the way down at long is Tizian, not with the P250. Searson is about to get caught out here. He's waiting for it. Oh, he does hit the shot, and now it's down to Shox. He gets a big double. Can't believe he even survived any of that. And now it's a 1-on-1. Again, Glock versus USP at range. You want the P250 down there, not the Glock at all. And he's just going to back on out. He's happy to try and play this game. He doesn't have a kit at the moment, so it'll be a long time. He's already tapped it once. And actually, Tizian is playing this one really, really smartly. Not giving in too much. And then 2 taps to the face, and Big Clan pick up the first round.
Fantastic start. That was very clean all along the way. It's what you expect. Hey, Hey, Phil. What's up? We got the OG, you know, that's the thing, Anders. He was doing video for Room on Fire back in the day, and then he went on to work for Big. We were super stoked back then. Still super stoked. Glad to see that Fillion is still there creating content for Big. That's rad.
He's doing a bunch of different
What a
things
baller.
in Big now, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, he's really matured.
Slowly
Really
been
cool to
doing
see.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Awesome. Really happy to see. All right, cool. On the game, though, that's Big. Just clean.
They did a good job in that round. Now, Shocks, though. It's just the MP9, but he's bringing it back and almost going to be able to get that kill as well on Tamsin, but it doesn't quite work out that way. The Centaurs, I think. So, NAVI inside were left, and looks like Big may survive this round, although, I mean, it's real close to blowing up in their faces.
I guess it is the... there it is. Nice headshot from Searson. Recovers the AK. You know, that's kind of the thing, and this is Big's map pick, so let's keep that in mind going into it. I expect Big to smash Vitality on this map, and then I expect Vitality to just clean up house on the other two. Kind of what we saw yesterday, where Complexity, had they won Nuke, I think it would have been a 2-0 for Complexity. Of course, right. Complexity, they had 230 mappers, and they're going to be kicking themselves after the Nuke debacle. But I expect Vitality to lose just because they're messing with their roster, and they're in the lab, or whatever you want to call it, where they're trying things out with Nivera. I'm not sold on the idea. I think it weakens them as a team. So, you know, you're going to have this weak map, Dust 2, where I think Big do well, and then we'll get Overpass, and then we'll get Nuke. Right. And I think Vitality will be hunky-dory on both of those.
Well, let's agree on one thing at the very least. If this Nivera thing is going to be working out, it won't be like on day one or week one, right? Like it's a long-term play no matter what. So, like it has to be. So
I just want to see it when it comes to crunch time. When you're not in a winner match, you're in a loser match. Back to the wall, right? Tournament life on the line kind of thing.
That's
Are
a
you
good
still
test.
Making that call or not?
That's
really when we'll know. You know, it's like, are you making, like, do you believe in this system?
Yeah.
Or are you going to, you know, hey, Mr. Actually, you're just gonna stay in right now, dude. Like,
no, I mean, I think that's a super valid point. I hadn't even thought about that, but that's right. There could be some future moments where, you know, suddenly, if they break their own system, at least we're entitled to ask why, you know? What does that say about the team and who's feeling more confident and better and all the rest of it? I have another point, though, that I want to make, because you brought up Complexity in that Nuke match yesterday, and I just... You know, sometimes we say bad things about Reddit on broadcast. It's like a thing. But
there's good people on Reddit. There's good people on both sides.
And I thought that's so dangerous. But I thought, I actually thought that that Reddit was handling things really well with that whole miscommunication on Nuke. Like I wasn't seeing people going crazy at Rush, and I think Pimp was helping out. He was saying right away, essentially, that you know that. That can happen. Like it's just team communication, and you know, every once in a while you get it wrong. And it looked like people were handling all of that as adults, and I just thought that was great because sometimes you do have this lynch mob, you know, mentality of like,
the echo chamber.
Why is he so stupid, and why did he get it right? It's like that's not really the way to approach that kind of thing. So I just thought that was great. I appreciate that. That's third round. Yeah, it's nice. Like
gives you hope.
Let's not make the I'm sure Rush already feels terrible when it in the moment when it happens. It doesn't help him anything to then be bombarded by people on Twitter being angry or on Reddit or wherever. So yeah.
Listen, I mean, Complexity are not going to be happy about anything last night. They should have won Nuke. They know they should have won Nuke.
Yeah, but I mean,
and then for Vertigo to slip through their fingers as well.
I think all of those things are true, but if you look at it in a slightly different light, that they just added JKS and almost took down Vitality, then they should probably feel pretty good.
But you're right, actually, Anders, because I mean we were thinking about this, right? Where that was a Complexity. Sure, they've got the honeymoon, they've got JKS. They almost took down Vitality, but then that was also a weakened Vitality. Because again, Vitality are here messing around with Nivera, where they basically
could be, yeah.
So you had
a full win that you
exactly. You had a Vitality on easy mode, or easier mode, right? And you still didn't manage to take him down. But then again, of course, JKS, you're right to mention him. There's that whole honeymoon period, but also you're still figuring things out with him.
I think you can
understand the Aussie accent. It's tough. You got 2 Danes and an Australian on that team. I don't know how Rush does it.
That is, yeah. Just listen. Get them all to school. Have them all, you know, speaking some version of English at some point. You know, make it work. Tizian and RPK traded out at long. So both of them down and out of the round. 20 seconds, and I'm real nervous for Big here. This is not a lot of time, I think. I mean, you can obviously make it to the bomb site. That's not my argument. But anything goes wrong here, and you're not going to have a chance to recover. Saibu casually turning around and taking down Centaurus, and actually keeps going. 8 seconds on the clock, and they are going to get the bomb plant. I think Saibu thought he could, you know, just run up there and stop the bomb from being planted entirely, which, fair play, if he'd got the kill, he probably would have. Still at 2-on-2. Nivira and Shox are alive, and yeah, he's judging out for an AK instead. I can definitely appreciate that. See if he's going to be able to do anything here. Shox is rotating all the way out long, and that, he's got the kit as well. So if he dies long, Nivira is done.
If either one of these guys dies in the next 2 seconds, it's done. I mean, that bomb, it's ticked down so far now. Shoxy has to run, and he gets in on Keto fairly quickly. Searson with the AWP. What? A shot from Shoxy.
Still might not be time.
Yeah. Oh, that's
wow.
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Still hits both shots, Shoxy. All right, so it's worth mentioning that Shoxy yesterday, he was fragging pretty hard.
Yeah.
Like, he had some big rounds for Team Vitality against Complexity. It was a joy to see. I'm a big Shoxy fan, and whenever Shoxy's popping off, you know, I'm grinning ear to ear.
I think he won like 3 or 4 1v1s against JKS on, like, almost on Vertigo alone. That fair play was on the other side, JKS in 1 versus 3s and 4s that he almost won, so... You know, but Shox definitely was being annoying.
Didn't JKS have 2 quad kills near aces?
Yes, he did, yeah.
Yeah. Man, it's when it just gets so close and yet it doesn't work out. Oh, I like that. Smoke in the middle to cover the guy trying to make the pit. There's a little bit of pressure. Apex gets a punish on Searson, even saves that AWP. Triple AWP on Vitality.
Just lacking 2 more and we're good to go. Oh! Nivira, though, wanted to maybe make that work. Oh, that's a shot from Apex. That's blind. He gets another one with the smoke. Oh, my God. We're going to need to see that from his point of view. This was a lost round. I can almost guarantee it. If Shox goes down in that position, there's no one that can help out at the bomb site. And suddenly, Apex picking up 2 huge kills through the smoke and adding a 3rd one onto that as well over from Long. That is really wild. Pick up FAMAS in the meantime, and Centaur is stuck in there. Cyber will take him down, and Vitality finally getting the round that they maybe should have had in the last one here. That is crazy.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see Apex's perspective.
I wonder if they were jumping maybe as like a slight chance here, but nope, that one's just blind. And that...
Just pulls the trigger and he does it again, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Doesn't even move. What a god.
Well, when Lady Luck smiles, wonderful things happen.
Listen, I think that was wonderful. He's like, you know what? I'm not even gonna do anything. I'm just gonna, you know, just let Jesus take the wheel.
There you go. There you go.
Oh man, Tizian is already down, and yeah, big because of the last round where they did win it, but no one survived on the side. That cost them a lot of money. So here we are with pistols, and for Vitality, it's obviously all about just keeping the economy alive, and they will do that just fine. So 4-2. Economy looking much better on the CT side.
Do you think Apex would be one of those guys who he says, you know, if you said, oh, you got lucky, he'd be like, I create my own luck.
The thing is, I feel like out of many of them, Apex hasn't inherited like quite enough of that French arrogance. I wish that that would be great if he did that. I would love it even more. But
it's interesting.
But he's
such
a
an entry fragger would be a bit more in your face, right? Because you gotta have confidence to get in there. This was an anti-eco, guys. That's why we're going off on a tangent. Hard eco from Big. They get annihilated. Vitality, that very quick round, thankfully. But it's a 3-4. Big in the lead on the T side.
But yeah, his personality doesn't really fit the role that he's playing. You're right. Not in that sense.
Apex has always just been super humble, super low key.
Yeah.
Super cool. Like just the friendliest guy in CS. It's crazy.
Well, next time we have a tactical time or a tech timeout, I have a story about Apex.
Yeah.
That I like. May have said it once or twice before, but I'm sure there are viewers that haven't heard. So
this is like Dad Anders at the Thanksgiving table.
It is.
You tell his story every year.
Exactly right. You know, it's much worse when you forget yourself. You know, just going off.
We're not that old yet, Anders.
Let's see. A little bit of Tabson also going down, and looks like RPK is going to be falling at long, so definite trouble here. Apex taking out Keto. So a 3-on-3. Still over a minute left, so everything should be just fine, but we'll see if they can find a way big to get back in it. They've already caused some economic damage. There's a lot of money on Vitality, so If they could get even just another kill, especially maybe on Cyber and get that AWP away, that would be huge. And obviously winning the round is the real goal.
And well, Tijan opens it up. That is such excellent teamwork. Super clean from Big. They peek the angle together. Even if the AWP was there, you trade 1 for 1, and you get control of long. Smoke wall goes down, and now it's all on ZywOo, who's got 1 HP. He's got to die. Yep. Not a chance for him. And it's all on Nivera, the young blood. And well, I mean, it's a tall order. As the smoke's clear now, he's got to worry about multiple angles trying to move up onto this site. And it's looking like he is going to back off. And unfortunately for him, he cannot get that AWP as ZywOo died on Catwalk. So toast for him. We'll see if he can actually survive it.
Yeah, indeed. I don't mind that he backed off. I think if you ever wanted to win a 1 versus 3 like that, the interval between your first and second kill has to be really almost instant. You have to make it from a 1-on-3 into a 1-on-1 very, very fast. Oh, and speaking about not saving the AWP, he actually finds a way. That's creative and a little bit bold, but it works out just fine. He'll pick up that one. 1 to 2. And, sorry, 2 people left on big is what I was trying to say. 9th round is coming up. That was the first kill from Nivera as well, if I'm counting that right. So maybe a little bit of a slow start. He was playing fine on, I think he was top fragging on this map last time. A little bit slow out of the gate this time around, and we shall see. Timeout being called by the T side. A chance to discuss exactly how to proceed in this. But yeah, that last round, I don't know, that could have been much, much closer. See how it plays out now. Or is he going to keep the AWP or throw it over to the side?
Yeah.
Passing it along.
Give it over. You think,
Oh,
well, yeah, he's got, I guess, when you got money enough, just go ahead. Pick up one of your own. Go ham. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of aggression. We saw that yesterday from Nivera. He was trying to make plays versus complexity, which was really cool to see.
Yeah.
And it's looking like he's trying to do more of the same here. We've seen a couple of pushes into upper dark for him so far on that B defense. So, you know, with an AWP in hand, why not? See if you can get in there and catch Big off guard. Flash into mid, a little bit of keeper information there. Keto clearing things out.
Pretty standard setup here for Big. I mean, this is just a way to make sure that the CTs aren't pushing anywhere. You get that mid control. Like, this is just completely standard stuff. And they have so much time to figure out exactly where they want to go from here. Don't know if they saw anyone down middle, but I mean, apart from just preventing the CTs from doing aggressive pushes, normally you'd also want to find out a little bit about where they're standing around. I'm sure they could hear RPK jumping and running back and forth, so that's at least one player they know something about. But the more intel they can get from across the map, the better they will be at hopefully coming up with a decent plan at the end of it. 55 seconds. I'm going to be smoking CT spawn and waiting for a reaction, which they're not getting any kind, no counter grenades, nothing really going on. Nobody even moving across the map, so Vitality standing still at the moment. I think another attempt here at putting a little bit of pressure on them. 35 seconds. Now they have spent a lot of time looking for a Vitality reaction, and they've got none. That's kind of annoying. Like, I bet they wish that they could have had someone peek in somewhere as they were throwing these grenades out. And that hasn't really happened, so out the middle, but the bomb is on Catwalk, so this just all looks like a distraction. Keto, he's being sacrificed for the eventual A push. ZywOo, though, will pick off one, and there's only 15 seconds. Nivera with a kill on Keto, so now, oh, he almost shot his teammate. A little bit too tuned up at the moment. It's ZywOo, 9 seconds. He's going to pick off one kill there, and Searson low on health, but Centaurus is going to be the one planting the bomb. Oh, and he's been spotted, and that should be the round. Nivera just has to stay out of the scope of Searson. That is so close, and
oh, he survives with 10 HP.
Dear Lord, that is close. All right.
I like how, well, you know what? I can't actually make fun of that. Because Big look like they're playing out of a basement, but you and I are literally casting out of a basement. So we're all basement dwellers in the end. Like, recognize like, I guess. I don't know.
That's, yeah, well, nothing wrong. No, we've assumed the role of the basement dwellers. It's great.
Indeed,
got a good life down here.
Yeah, can't complain. Isolated. But it is still Big Clan, 5 rounds on the board T side. Vitality trailing by 1, 4 rounds, but it's looking like they're going to tie things up unless Searson can make some magic happen with his AWP. I like it. The bait
Yeah, a run boosted bait.
Yeah, I like it. Peek together. Why don't they peek together? Shoot, I thought that was the plan. Like, get him on right side, and so they peek together, and that creates the opening. But Nivera is just gonna kill Searson outright.
Yeah, that would have made sense, wouldn't it? Well, they recover the orb at least, so they have another chance.
You gotta do a Henry. Another bite at the apple, Anders.
I miss Henry.
I have a terrible
already
British accent.
Yeah, well,
we'll see him soon.
Yeah, we will.
Actually, we'll see him in a week. Pretty much.
That does make me happy.
Hell yeah. I can't wait.
Ooh. Apex going down. Saru just almost, pre-aiming that. You know what? Someone's going to jump down here.
Doesn't it look like that?
Yeah.
It looks like he's just waiting. He knows exactly what's going to happen. Like, the guy's going to land there.
Like, I've already triangulated the path. I know exactly where the destination is. Yeah, he's going to continue. No problems. Missed shot. I don't think it matters really. He's got the backup in shocks here, and yeah, he's already been spotted out. So Keto not going to take anyone with him. And that will be a 5th round for Vitality. I think they are well on the way to making a nice recovery. And it's not, I mean, again, it's shocks inside with that combination. When they're playing well, you are going to be having a good game.
Shoxy is the X factor, though. I feel, for Vitality.
Yeah,
it feels like he's always been the X factor for Vitality. And at the beginning, I don't know, where it's like Shoxy always tends to get into that leadership role, and then he's taking out of that fragging role. But as I understand it now, Apex is calling the shots, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if because in the past they would sometimes, they'd have shocks call like one map or like, a couple of few things. I think he used to call pistol rounds on some maps and stuff like that. But yeah, I agree. Maybe the less pressure you put on shocks for those kind of things, I'm sure the more output you'll get in other areas. So
it feels like yesterday we saw a great Shoxy.
Yeah,
he was hitting shots. He was clutching. He looked fantastic in the pistols. So I mean,
this is actually really scary. These two people in the B-bomb side are in trouble. Cyber going to be going down. RPK with the kill in the middle, and Shox handling himself so well. Nice triple. That was a situation that could have easily spiraled out of control, and they handled themselves quite well. 6-5. But yeah, I agree. Yesterday, Shox was, what was so hard to believe? I still feel like many people, will maybe might have a hard time envisioning some of this, but
sure,
it's still not even peak Shox. Like,
no,
so ridiculous,
But man, can you ever go back to like 2014 Shox or 2013 Shox?
I don't know.
I mean, that's a tall ask, isn't it?
It's definitely hard. Like, playing that well requires. I mean, look at Simple how much he puts into staying that good. The upkeep on that kind of style is immense.
Yeah. That's why there's only a few guys who are capable of it.
Yeah. But yeah, even yesterday, Shox would be scary enough to be playing against. All right, messing that up, and now interrupted. You had your chance.
You had your chance, and they got fed up with it, waiting around. Oh, this timing on the HE though. It's hard to get better than that.
So devastating. And look at how much it helps out with the spray as well. It suddenly means, instead of having the 4 bullets to kill someone, they could just do it in a little bit less, and it's going to be really great. Cyber with an easy frag there. Centaurus creeping in. I'm guessing he was ducking like that to try and avoid someone standing further back, and when he's further up, then he's obviously just going to get killed immediately, so that's the risk you take.
He's so brutally fast. He's just so fast. That flick looked instant. It just looked like a computer just tracking. Click. And there's Nivera. Eventually gets that jiggle peek from Keto. So 7 rounds on the board now for Vitality. 4 of those in a row.
Yeah, so maybe 7 out of the last 8, basically.
This is like the counter curse where I said, I think they're going to get smashed on this map. Maybe it's the counter caster curse that's coming through here.
It could well be that that's what we're dealing with. I think maybe it's just Saiwu. He's feeling it.
I mean, yeah, that's.
But you're right. He's quick, but there is just also the confidence in himself. You don't see him falling back from a lot of fights and saying, I'll play it safe and maybe I should he's just going for it. And that's also just hard to deal with. Looks like we have a B rush with the Tech 9 and some other stuff going in. Could work if they get the first kill on the guy in the corner. Then I think you're set up for something. Then the AWP will be alone. So that first M4 or AK on Shox, that is the real test. And if you're already getting the 1 kill, that's going to make it so much easier. Shox 2 kills is plenty enough to make that all work. And NAVI coming up with a nice little triple of his own. But even the fact that they got the first kill, just that immediately, much of the pressure is already off. So there we go. Now 8 of the last 9 rounds is what they're working on.
Ooh, did Apex get a haircut today? Looking like he's got a fresh cut.
Can we get a comparisons?
Yeah, that would be sick.
Production? Can we get like...
We get a camera from Apex yesterday versus today. I think he got a haircut. Just saying.
One of those sliding pictures where you should update.
Well, we're going to get that tactical timeout getting called here by Big Clan. A little bit of a discussion going on over on that side of things.
He's playing better than he was at Apex, so maybe the haircut has helped in some strange way that we don't know.
I just think that Vitality don't feel as challenged by Big Clan.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
It's hard to say. They've had some crazy results in this online era, Big, so...
Sure, yeah, but I mean, they're German, right? So, I mean...
Yeah. It's an old meme.
Yeah, old meme. Oldie but goodie.
Sometimes you have to bring back the old memes.
But, Vitality... I mean, I don't know. Complexity, it feels... If you measure it up... Obviously, it's just gut, but it's just... I think at Complexity, I feel like there's just heavy hitters on that team. I don't know if Vitality are going to give the same respect to Big.
No, maybe not. Or at least for now, they seem really confident. So
Zywoo isn't, at least.
No, but I don't think he cares about whoever's on the other side. I don't think he really bothers that much. It's like the only thing maybe is, if it's simple, maybe he's like, all right. Everyone else. I don't know. I'm just putting words into his mouth here, guys. NAVI, a little bit of a shot through the door to hit Tabson. That is going to be annoying. Ooh, but they go for a check on Apex. Not quite in time. That's pretty fortunate. I think actually there was a friendly flash that helped out with a kill on Keto. So that's a bit unfortunate for Big. 55 seconds, and it's a 3-on-4. Again, they're up on the catwalk. That seems to be something they want to do a lot. I'm not sure it's really working. Centauro's trying to be the playmaker here, and I think that's a really good idea. You have to try something, and he's going to get the kill. NAVI missing the shot in the smoke, so now it's a 2-on-3, and Centauros has got the bomb site. Great play out of him. That's what you need in a round like that. Oh, Sharks goes down. Haven't been calling Centauro's name too much.
No, he's been pretty quiet so far this series. 2 kills for him this round. I mean, he's been pretty quiet. I mean, well, to be fair, they're all sitting at 7. You've only got Tabson, who's got 10 frags. Otherwise, they're all sitting at 7 frags over on Big side.
Yeah.
But this is the end of the streak. That's the important thing here, is that Vitality, they managed to pick up 5 rounds in a row, Anders, and that's it. They got on fire, and they burnt out.
Happens, doesn't it? Even to the best of us.
Burnt baguette.
Yeah. Well,
nobody likes that. That's
unless
a good way to ruin your morning.
Unless you're barbecuing, then it's part of the experience, isn't it? Can you barbecue a baguette?
Sure you can.
All right.
I mean, you would have to get creative. Very creative.
Pay close attention. I've never tried that, but something French that I've always wanted to try is the like the raclette they have, like the cheese.
Yeah, buddy. But that's for the winter, right? When it's nice and cold outside.
Listen, I don't care what time of year it is. I'm that kind of cheese.
You're that kind of, you're a cheese any time of the day kind of guy.
Yeah, it's actually a passion that Bardolph and I share.
Yeah. But Bardolph has got good taste, man. He is a true gentleman.
I know. It's remarkable. He needs to, like, I don't know.
He's the kind of guy that when he makes his tea, even if he's alone, I imagine him using the sugar pince, you know, the pincer for the sugars, right? Tweezers.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't grab that by hand. That would be uncouth.
They should do like a documentary, like One Day in the Life of Bardolph or something like that. I think that would
I'd watch.
Be interesting.
And you gotta get through you know, through the gates into Bardistan first, though.
Listen, I think it could work.
Got to get through the border control, and he's got a pretty high wall over there.
I'm sure, but you know, we'll talk him into it one of these days. We'll make it work.
Got to protect all those watches.
The watches, the drones, the cheese, the honey. Honey's the latest things he's into. He's got many interests. But enough about Bardolph. 15th round. Again, setting up for some sort of catwalk execute here, which I feel like they've been way more successful in B. Maybe I'm just making it up, but I feel like the B bomb site's been where they've had more success, and I feel like they keep sort of trying to pressure this catwalk point a little bit. They were waiting around this time, obviously, for Zywoo, I'm assuming, to show up, and he never did, so I still think that's okay. That's not such a bad use of time, but they just didn't get what they wanted. So now What's the plan here? They can't just keep running out of time. Again, they've had a bunch of rounds that are really, really low on time because they're waiting for these battles that they're not getting from Vitality. Look at us pushing out long. It's RPK, walking up right behind, and that is annoying. He's going to get that one huge double. Oh, and he's just going to continue. What a machine. He's just picking them up left and right. He was completely unfazed by the fact that they were just coming at it from multiple angles. And look at the quad kill to shut down the half. 9-6 RPK with a fantastic finish to this whole ordeal. Of course, we're going to be back with the second half right after the break, so stay tuned.
Need you, baby. Just for done, it's fine. So it's starting now.
Wait. So we're gonna get out of this room? Go on the red thing. Go on the box there. Let's go together.
Let's go.
Right.
Nice.
Oh, what?
Okay, we need to put something on, I guess.
What did you pick up?
Nothing yet. I didn't pick up anything, but I think we need to put something on. Then it's easier. I'm looking for that at least.
Yeah, pressing everything.
Oh, I got a grenade there.
From where?
Grenade on the other way. On the other side. Right here. Okay, I have a grenade. Yeah, the other one.
Okay,
Let's try
ready?
it. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so we don't have nade anymore, guys.
Behind the door?
On the other way, and we get the weapon. Yeah, no bullet.
Wait.
Okay, I put the weapon on.
Yeah, put it there.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's working. Okay, I can go now. Okay.
Is there one more gun?
Yeah, I don't think you can go. You need to leave me first. Looking. Oh, there is a ball there. Yeah. I think I'm gonna get the ball and put it on the thing. Will work. My work. Hopefully. Don't move, brother. Oh, mama. It's not easy. Tough.
Oh!
Okay. Now.
I want to do it at the same time. Maybe. Okay, let's count to 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. Easy peasy.
Okay, so it's glasses. Oh, okay, so we need to go together, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, what the f. Yeah, okay. It's fine. Jump. Again, I will come running.
Sure.
Yeah.
I need you, baby. Just for done, it's fine.
Okay, let's do it again.
Oh no, it's... Oh.
Let's follow the edge. On first jump, okay?
Yeah.
I got Rambo still, man.
Thanks. Oh, mama. Run! Jump! Oh! Oh no!
No!
Coming right behind you. Let's go.
No.
Oh!
Let's go after red, man.
No!
No!
The flash! Me so hard.
No!
Good shit, no clip.
No clip was the other side, but still.
Welcome back. It's Big versus Vitality here at Blast Premier. We're on Dust 2 for the first map of the best of 3. And 9-6 is how it ended in the first half. Vitality taking 9 rounds. That was on the CT side. I think that's plenty enough. And the fact that Cyber's at 19 kills, Shox is at 17 is incredibly bad news for Big.
It definitely bodes well for Vitality. Given maybe that's what they needed. They needed a test run versus Complexity yesterday. And work out some of the kinks in a live match and an official. And now we're seeing them that much stronger on Dust 2.
Get it tested, get it felt out, maybe.
That being said, I mean, it is just Cyber and Shoxy popping off.
Yeah, this should be a map that Vitality are going to be good at on just any given day, right? Because of the aim dual potential of it. You have to assume that they were going to be in a powerful position. And once we get the countdown happening, which should be real soon, then we're going to get into the second.
Is that
half.
candy? Do those guys just have bowls of candy next to
I
them?
think it's
Can we
watermelon.
get that angle again?
I think it's watermelon.
You think it's watermelon?
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be all right. Less sugar. I was about to
And
say,
it was like,
just
apparently,
eating candy all night. That'd be nuts.
Apparently they dropped some of it. Like, I think Tizian, earlier, that was on camera. He's like slightly dropped the ball. So.
Oh no.
Maybe that's what set them off on the wrong foot. Who knows? Do you like watermelon, Semler? Is that something you enjoy?
Watermelon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hot summer's day. Come on, man. At a barbecue, watermelon goes a long way, especially when the night before you put like a bottle of vodka or something.
Yeah.
To go into it.
Yeah.
Then you're cooking. Then you're cooking with gas. That's how you eat watermelon.
We used to do that too. Not that we're recommending it, kids.
Only if you're of legal age, yes, of course.
But but yeah, I guess that's like a universal trick or something. Interesting. Well, learning definitely something. I don't know. I'm kind of lukewarm on watermelon in general. I think raspberries are where it's at.
Raspberries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Raspberries, I can get behind you on that one, dude.
Well,
I love gonna be blowing a raspberry in just a second. Zywoo.
What I love more than raspberries are headshots.
There we go.
See if we can get some of those. Searson's here. They need this round. One boost. He got so much speed behind that, but it doesn't even matter. Oh, and Keto with a good lineup, and he's going to take down Cyber. What a well-played round. I think all of those were headshots. Big, not even allowing Vitality to step a foot into that round. That was great.
That was brutal. Definitely not the pistol round that Vitality were waiting for. And maybe less chatty, more shooty from Vitality. There was definitely, they kind of let their focus drift a little bit during that downtime in the break.
Yeah, I still appreciate the run boost. I think those are always fun. And again, I do think most of the time of these pistol rounds is being slight coin flips. I don't know. There's a movement to get them removed entirely, which I don't know. Too early for me to say, but I do think they are a little bit like a coin flip half the time, these pistol rounds. So, yeah. This time it did not work out for Vitality. They've picked up 3 Deagles, a Tech 9, and a Scout. And now I'm sure they are hoping for a mistake from Big. They would, I mean, they're sort of waiting in all the common positions for someone to walk forward. But it doesn't look like they're going to get any of that.
Get nothing.
Well, eventually they're going to come and try and take it, aren't they? So Big was waiting. I mean, Big was really spending a lot of time on their CT side, on their T side, waiting for a reaction from Vitality. Very often so much so that when they actually went for a bomb site, it was sort of all or nothing. They really had to win all the fights to make it work. So hoping Vitality don't leave it quite that late, because that is risky. And they're already going.
Once again, able to drop down. Oh, Searson hitting all the shots, though. Double headshot with the Scout. Opens it up for his teammates to press forward. A lot of damage getting dealt out for RBK on the flank. Takes down Tizian, and RBK takes Tabson as well. Man advantage now for Vitality.
I don't think Tizian was able to call out that he was getting shot at the back because he was flashed at the same time, so that's why RBK could get that second kill as well. That is incredible, because that made such a difference. Now surely they must know Apex going to get that 1 kill, and now M4 on Keto. He's trying for the headshot. He's going to be able to take down RBK, and what a spin! Turning around, full 180 to drop Apex, and they barely win that round.
Wow, that was a sick clutch. There we go. That's exactly the amount of respect you show. But, dude, it feels good, man. When you hit that headshot on the guy camping pit, I mean, you know you got the round at that point.
Yeah.
You got it in the bag, because that's the hard one. The other one is just going to be on the site. But as soon as he gets this kill right here, that's wild that he takes on RPK like that.
The timing is unbelievable.
Monster. And you can see clear frustration on the behalf of Vitality. I mean, that's definitely working against them. And so we will have the AWP in the hands of Searson. Now it is going to be the force buy coming in here from Vitality. That was a bit too close for comfort for them, so they really want to try and continue to take the fight to Big. Do not let Big establish a bank. But Big are 1 round away from tying it up. 9-8, Vitality in the lead on the T side. Big Clan, 3 players clearing out short. But with that flash on long, I think they want to. They're getting the sense that this is going to be on the other side of A.
Instant headshot. I can't believe it was that quick. He'll get another one. It's the AK that's in play right now for Cyber. He just did that almost instantaneous. Apex also with a headshot of his own with a scout. Tabson fighting back. Great grenade and a great follow-up M4 kill. And suddenly it was a 2-on-3 into a 1-on-2. Apex now alone, but they actually had a pretty big advantage there, Vitality, for at least a couple of seconds. So Big looking to see if they can bring this one back. This round is still worth it for Vitality no matter what. They got the bomb plant, they've got 3 kills. That's still so much pressure and damage, but they couldn't quite win it.
Done and dusted. Where did the op die?
Was there an op?
There we go. Taps.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the first kill side we got, I guess. Fair play.
Yeah, so it didn't look like Searson was able to get much out of it, but as you save the op, you get an AK, and Big Clan now tied up 9-9, letting that corpse know who's boss. And well, now, I mean, they're setting themselves up for success in the second half. They could very well run away with this. CT side Dust 2 has a way of just chaining together. If one thing goes right, you can keep that momentum moving your way. It's very hard to break. The same way that if nothing is working for you on the CT side of Dust 2, it feels like it's an impossible game and you just want to uninstall. So right now it's looking good for Big, at least.
Yeah, but they are right on the edge. I mean, the fact that they keep almost losing those rounds and losing a bunch of players in the mix, I think that's why Vitality are just keeping the pressure up here. Keep buying, keep getting kills. And that's a solid strategy as long as you remember to call it off when you stop doing the damage, right? If you get three kills or more per round, then probably in this economy, and especially if you get bomb plants, it's worth it to just keep going. But if suddenly it's just 1 kill and you still keep doing it and you can't quite make a real buy happen, I would say it's a bit questionable, really. 19th round. And we do have some smokes and some flashbangs. And they're seeing if they can make it out long. Down in pit waiting is Tizian. And he's got some backup over there at long as well. And Citizen, I think. But he's going to go down before he can even touch the radio and call for help. So that's at least helpful that Shocks went down as well. I think Santaras won that fight. Citizen's going to go for the shot. But Cyber was really quick to respond. Now a 2-on-3. About 40 seconds left in Apex. That's a huge kill. I mean, dangerous as well for Apex to jump up on the ledge like that.
Tough one for Searson, though. Just oversteps it ever so slightly. And now Keto has an opportunity here before they figure out where he is. He had to hit that headshot. If he gets that instant headshot, he can focus on RPK. Now he should be getting peeked. If they peek at all, they peek together and he dies. And he's realizing that, and he's decided to back off and save the AK for the next round, which I think is the correct call. There's no way you're taking that over.
No, and with the money that they have, again, because of that pressure from earlier,
yeah,
that AK is going to be
even more so, you're right.
Super valuable. All right. 10-9. Big probably, I don't know if they would want to force. I would consider that a huge risk. Tabson and Searson are going to be the only ones that can sort of maybe, like some FAMASs plus the AK, but I just don't think it's worth it. Tough call to make. I can understand why they would want to, maybe they want to try and put on some pressure to Vitality again, but I mean, right now it seems like the French are the one that are really taking control of the game. Wow, they are going to buy into the round.
Just don't stop. I don't think either of these teams has ecoed yet. They just keep buying. They just keep going. No pressure, no release of pressure here. They just want to keep it ratcheted up. Whoever's going to start chaining rounds together is going to get nasty. That's big at the start, but now it's Vitality. Nice flash to force Apex off the corner. And the little details, Anders. I think that you think that Apex is going to make it away, but no. Perfect HE to hunt them down.
And that was being thrown while the sort of the primary guy around the corner was actually taking the fight. So I think they were going to throw that grenade no matter what. Might as well just queue it up. Not bad at all.
That was sick.
Apex going down will secure them another rifle, so they could definitely need it. Right, so they have a lot of time to make up their minds about what they want to do, but sometimes when you lose a guy early on in a fight like this, when you know you've economically reset the other team, or at least you think you have, sometimes teams just completely slow down so much that it actually becomes a problem. So I hope Vitality aren't going to fall for that. Oh. Saw the shadow, but just a weird little timing on that peak for Nivira will be quite enough to bring down Tizian. And now they're going to go up long, and they're not going to be slow about it. I like this from Vitality. We do see even top teams sometimes mind game themselves into playing so slowly in rounds like these that it becomes a bit of an issue. Double HE One of the Moriyus right there. Shocks will get a headshot in the meantime. And Centaurus has the other one, but it looks like there will be a bomb plant here. 25 seconds less. NAVI are going to get another kill, taking down Tapson, and now 2 versus 4. Good position. Just Keto alone is a great spray down. Almost could have continued it, but there was a lot of people on the other side of that smoke. And now they surely will eco.
Perhaps.
I mean, this would...
It would be crazy if you go for an eco, if you go for a force now. At some point, you gotta tap out, and Vitality have now put you into that box.
They really definitely should not be going for it.
Okay. Tactical timeout called by Big Clan now.
All right, interesting.
Good stuff, Shoxy. Stay hydrated. Everybody at home, hope you're drinking your water.
That is important, people say, for good reason.
For good reason. Yeah.
I was just teasing slightly earlier a story about Apex. I remember. Yeah, I remember this is back in like 2014 or something. We were playing down in Cologne, and Apex had a really terrible map in a best of 3. You know, just heavily underperforming. And the whole team obviously goes outside. They end up losing that map, and they all go outside. And Apex just goes, you know, talks a little bit with the team, but then he goes off on his own and basically says, like, you know, I know that I screwed this up, and I need to sort of mentally refocus. And he came back and played the next map really well. So, like, it was like, you know, taking essentially responsibility for the fact that a lot of that loss was on me. I need to deal with that and get myself back in the game. I thought that's a great mentality. So
he's always had that mentality of the winner. I think it always helps that they've had he's played under Nuke as well.
Yeah, and like had that early professionalism in there.
Yeah, you get that sort of exactly that professionalism in there. It makes all the difference. Oh, that's why it's always blown my mind that the French team just disintegrates. But Vitality so far looking good. And there's Shoxy. That's the MAC-10 in play. Takes down Searson. Bonus money in the pocket. Near kill on RPK. That was a close one. But we will get a 12th round on the board for Team Vitality now. T side looking very good. 9 rounds for Big Clan. And after that, oh man, kick in the pants sort of scenario. Another round of pistols for them.
That's why that force up earlier is so tough. Because otherwise, they definitely would have had a full buy round, and they nearly could have had one here. That's actually really hard to deal with. On the other hand, if the audience will allow it, maybe I'll return to some of the criticism we were having of many other teams throughout the first couple of days here at Blast Premier, which is playing CT side and not really putting that much pressure on the Ts and where they can set up. We haven't really seen too much pressure coming in from Big in terms of... And it can really be not that much. It could be flashing your way to look at Catwalk every once in a while, you know, set up for like a pop flash, go check. Even if no one's there, likely they'll hear it, they'll know that you looked, you have to go, like, probably have to go back and clear it out yourself. Like, It's just small things. But as far as I can tell, Big are doing none of that at the moment. I think, well, they've been aggressive out long, like all the way down the doors when they had a Deagle there. That's like the most forward I think they've been so far. Haven't seen anything else. I mean, if you want to take it even further, rush into lower dark from middle. I mean, sometimes you can do that, and you can get away with a kill. And doing that once means from that round on, Vitality have to respect the fact that they have to pay more attention to where you are. Right now, Vitality, no, they're not going to come. We can just set up, and it's fine. Don't give them that luxury.
They're taking full advantage as well. Full smoke wall through the CT spawn now, cutting this map in half as far as Big Clan are concerned. And Big Clan's reaction to this, push into upper dark.
I like
Confirm. Is this going to be B? Is this going to be A? And it's looking like with, I mean, the further Keto gets along here, the more information he gains, the clearer it becomes that this is in fact going to be an A hit. And yeah, he's been spotted. Vitality know the game is up and they have to get going.
Oh, they're going to crack. They're worried that there's a huge stack, that you know, the information means there's a big one, but there's only 15 seconds. Make a call right now and just go for it. This shuffling back and forth is absolute death. Apex and Shox and NAVI each getting a kill, 8 seconds, and they're going to go for the bomb plant. They managed to pull themselves out, but you can tell there was a minute there, and they obviously think when they get spotted that, oh dear, if they knew, maybe 4 of them are at A and we shouldn't go there. Yeah. So they start to fall back, and then they, you know, reverse that because they look at the time and think, well, but maybe not. And I can understand why, but making a clean call in that moment, like just no hesitation, that is absolute key. So they just barely saved themselves there.
You must commit, Anders.
Yes.
As soon as the call is made, you just got to go.
I've been trying to to make this a popular Counter-Strike type saying. I don't know. I'm sure someone else has thought of this. Someone smarter than me. But, you know, I think full commitment to a slightly worse plan is better than doubting the best plan, basically.
Sure.
So I think that that's so evident in Counter-Strike. If you watch enough games, you could really start to see it. That even if you thought, you know, that you have an amazing plan in mind, like, yeah, but if you execute it with only sort of 80% confidence, that is not going to be nearly as good as just, you know, doing something in the moment and everyone focusing on that and being all on board with it. Takes time as a team, though, to build that kind of respect, and to, you know, gotta have respect in your leader as well. You gotta make sure that everyone knows that if that's the call, that's what we're doing. 23rd round, and it's a 13-9 scoreline. RBK, that's an important kill. Only one guy defending the bomb side, and NAVI is coming in. Actually, RBK just takes care of it. He was low on health from the first fight, and he still managed to do it. Again, RBK is just such a character. He keeps getting these rounds where he's getting unlikely headshots, and even if he's low on health, but again, it's not super flashy, but he just does it, you know, round for round, another double kill, another, like, he's so consistent.
Exactly. That's like his job. It's in the contract. You're not going to take over anymore, RPK, but you are going to deliver like a frag around. And that's what we've been saying since the beginning with RPK, where it's just like, if an in-game leader can count on you to get a frag around, he'll take you every day of the week. Yeah. He can have that superstar who sometimes is just going to take over a map, but if he can count on you and he can rely on you, he can build a strategy where he knows you're consistently going to get a frag. Yeah, in-game leader's going to love that. So that's why
you take that every time.
Take that every time. The consistency is key. And RPK, I mean, he
actually got
so
that.
Solid. He got that kill.
That's so ridiculous. All right. 14-9. He was just getting a bit too curious. Just peeking out, saying, "Hi guys." That's smart.
That
RPK smart
chuckle, yeah. That chuckle from him.
Yeah.
He knows he got him. Ooh, nicely done there by Zylu.
That's got to be annoying. They are at the end of the rope here. Big, nice headshot to take down Searson, and they don't have any head armor at all. They are in deep trouble right now, Big. If they lose this round, yeah, they're gonna have the round loss bonus to work with, but that is not gonna be quite enough. So I actually think they have to win it. And Shox is stealing that AWP, isn't he? He's making sure that they cannot go and pick it up. I think he's running it back. Now he's back to pick up the AK. It's petty, isn't it?
It's clever. I like it.
Clever as well, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? It's just attention to detail. We've got time. And that's going to bait Tabson in. Now we're getting the push from Xantares because, again, they've been very aggressive in upper halls. But Team Vitality have just been focusing on short this entire time. And
Shox essentially saying to Tabson that there is an AK here for you if you want. But it's in my hand. So.
You're not going to like it.
They're already backing off. And imagine that. Imagine you have to essentially give up on a round that will put the other team into the map point.
Dude, Vitality are looking fantastic.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not really... It's just a very strong focus on catwalk, but it's working for them. Clearly, they've identified the weak spot in the big defense, and they just keep exploiting it round after round. Xantares finds Shoxy, so he gets revenge for his fallen teammate.
Yeah, and I mean, Searson was actually trying to be forward this time, although he was also alone in doing that. It's Apex gonna find one right there. It's not like they were... you know, he wasn't being boosted up to look into lower. There's a lot of things missing in that sense. Another rifle taken away. Even if they lose every single member of their team here, Vitality hunting down the remaining members, it'll be worth it. It's absolutely fine, because they have so much money. In fact, they should be buying a lot of AWP. Shoot down the middle. Let's go.
Yeah, just do it.
Auto snipers and everything.
Just do it.
Buy an M249 or whatever it is. Just get it all out there.
PC Anders, this is not matchmaking.
But it could be.
It could be.
They were,
you could use matchmaking tactics.
If they would just, you know, entertain us a little.
But that would just be the most ballsy, you know, disrespect, right?
I know. That's what I want. That's what I'm here for.
Ooh. Interesting. Zywu does not get a kill there. That was full focus mid right there for Big Clan. 3 players, but now they're going to rotate off. 2 players back over towards B. It's 15-9 map point for Vitality on the T side, looking very good. And well, now we will get Big Clan just spreading back out again. All across the map. Defense going to reestablish itself. They're going to get that boost up on a catwalk, and they're going to start maneuvering.
See, they don't know that Keto is there at the moment. They're going to throw a Molotov anyway, which I'm assuming someone will, put out. No, he's going to back on out of there, saving the smoke. He did have one, but I can respect that. The smoke obviously gives away the fact that he is there. I'm sure they'll still check it once again. That's nearly a kill. Now Keto's going to get one. So now they definitely know, and he's ready for a nice flick to take down Nivira. There's some great plays coming out. We've seen some really great couple of highlights out of Keto so far in this match, so they desperately need that at the moment. 5 versus 3, 50 seconds. Big should not be letting go of this round under any circumstances. Now it makes so much sense to play passively. Now you can absolutely defend doing that. But now they're not.
No, it's not happening. I mean, Zai was still alive, dude. And so long as Zai was still here. And you still got RPK, Mr. Reliable. So, let's see. RPK, straight down, hits the headshot, gets traded, but that creates the opening. Now there's a man alone here on this B site. Apex charging the doors.
Flash coming through.
Zai was going to get in here, and unfortunately for them, they have no idea where. Oh, Zai! Whoa! Hits the headshot.
I need to see that kill. Apex is going to be taken down, but outside with 1 versus 2. They're coming in through the door already. A nice shot from Tabson. No fear at all in that one.
Keeps the pressure.
Yep, definitely does. That's going to be another round of the They needed that to stay alive. They need another 5 in a row after that. But I'd really like to see how did he just walk in the door? I mean, it seemed like he was there so quick.
Yeah.
From having thrown the initial flashbang, I think, for Apex.
That was 6 rounds in a row for Vitality, though. 3 rounds at the beginning for Big. Yeah.
All right.
He just walked bold. Just went bold.
Good
All
timing.
in.
Well, 26th round. And we'll see. Can Big keep the dream alive and get it into overtime? I actually think if they get it into overtime, it'll be very interesting because I'm sure Vitality will feel a lot of frustration if that happens. They must be thinking this is a done deal. We're on to the next map. Timing not at all with Nivira there. I don't know. It looked like he had plenty of time to see that someone was there. Interesting.
Looks can be deceiving.
I guess so. Oh, down another man early on, spotting a couple of people in the middle, and yeah, Tabson, that's not what you want.
I think it's just that the level now is becoming so high that the angle of your peak is just so important because that fraction of a second. Because Nivira, because he's peeking, you know, right to left.
Yeah.
He's going to see, even if he gets out there, he's going to see Keto later than Keto will see him. And that fraction of a second now is just, it's a lifetime. It's too much of an advantage at the pro level. These guys just can't, you can't do it, right? Or it's very, very hard. You need to catch them sleeping. And so that's probably what happened there. But Vitality are going to be able to work their way up onto that A site. Bomb is planted. RPK waiting for the flank. Going to get it. No problem at all. And has no idea that he is open right now. But that sets it up for Apex.
Yeah, but this is a huge problem because Keto, he's worried about getting shot in the back, and for good reason. So the fact that RPK gets that kill means one of the players trying to retake now has to worry about his own flank in the meantime. And the bomb is just ticking away. Cybo could have been killed already. I don't know. They must have seen him. He's going to get a shot anyway, taking down Sirsen, who had no head armor. And now Keto, some desperate jump shots. I don't think this is going to work out at all. And he misses the last chance that he had. I think it's definitely done here. Vitality are going to get a 16th round. There's nothing that Keto could do about it. 16-10 as the French take down Big on the first map in the best of 3. There's much more to come, obviously, but they look so solid on this Dust 2 map here. That is a bit of a statement being sent because they were pretty good on it yesterday as well. So, yeah, a lot of excitement and for good reason as well. We're going to go to a break before we set it to the desk, so stay tuned and we'll be right back.
What's popular, everybody? I hope you're ready for another episode of Skin Survivor. Today we've got Apex from Vitality with us, and he's going to be picking from 16 different op skins this time around, and you're going to pick your favorite between all of these different pairs. Move on to the semis and then the finals, and then the winner will go out to one lucky entrant over on Twitter and Apex. You'll get to pick it. Are you ready to do this, Apex? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, thank you.
Round 1 is going to be a quick fire. 8 skins on each side. You're just going to pick your favorite of the 2. You ready to go?
Sure, let's go. Yeah, there is better. Electric Hive. Corticera. Both are good, but I'm gonna go with Mortis. Asimov. Neo Noir. Wildfire. Acheron.
We're out of groups now, so now we're into the quarterfinals, a place that you've been many times. Are you ready to get started?
Let's go.
Atheris versus the Electric Hive.
Well, Atheris, the snake is pretty good. The colors are much better than the Electric Hive.
The Mortis and the Corticera.
I will go with the Mortis, because I feel like the Corticera is too simple.
The Neo Noir versus the Asimov.
I will pick the Asimov, because it's an old skin. It's been one of the favorites for many players before the Dragon Lore.
Wildfire versus Acheron.
Well, I picked the Wildfire. Why? It's really good, like with the fire, the red.
Now we go into the semifinals where things get more serious.
Really serious.
Atheris versus the Mortis.
Atheris, once again, the snake is too beautiful and the colors, so Atheris.
The Wildfire versus the Asimov.
Even if I'm not an OPer, with the Wildfire I will get better.
We've got our two finalists here, the Atheris versus the Wildfire. Two beautiful skins, one red, one green. We got Christmas coming up, but now you've got to separate the two colors.
I would like to pick both. Yeah, let's go. I will go to the Wildfire.
Damn the Wildfire. It's going to win. But also, our wonderful Twitter entrant is going to win, but we haven't picked it yet. So Apex, I need to do one more thing before we go, and that's as simple as pick a number between 1 and 4.
2.
At Gonzalo Caba. Congratulations, sir. You have won a hand-picked Wildfire from Apex delivered to you directly to your doorstep. Thank you, Apex, for coming onto the show. Congratulations to Gonzalo Caba for entering and winning.
Thank you very much. It's been really fun to do that, and see you later for the tournament.
Vitality looking good once again on Dust 2, but this time it'll even amount in a win. Very impressive start from these guys. Big tried to come back into it. It may have been their pick within it, but it still isn't the Big that you said, Pim, being the best Dust 2 team right now.
It looked a little bit bleak. It didn't look good. It looked like they were playing Faze again yesterday, where they got off to a good start. They were in the game in the beginning, but then all of a sudden Vitality took over. Again, I'm missing Citizen. I'm missing Santaris. I'm missing the star players of this lineup to step it up when needed the most. We cannot blame a single player. Tizian didn't have a good game either. The only player who really played well, I would say, was Kido. He did everything he could, especially in the later stages of the game, to keep them in it. But as individuals, as a team, they simply just didn't show up together. And Vitality and Saivu in particular, simply just too good.
And I mean, said it.
Yeah, he's a god. Honestly, he's a god. Just the last round, I think we have the clip ready. I wanted to show as I was moving in that clutch, because it might sound a little bit special, but actually it's genius. So first of all, this is the 3 versus 3 situation. We're going to see Saivu. He gets flashed, okay? He loses the information very soon. Big first kill. Then the flash will come in, and he'll realize that he cannot stay in that position. He's overrun. So he takes the Glock, closes the gap, gets the headshot, and then stays alive for so long on that bomb site. It might look silly from, you know, the eye test, thinking, why would you take the Glock? But that's the first, and here again, escaping. That is absolute genius coming out of Saivu. I've been saying it for years. His understanding of the game, his feeling of the situation, finding out solutions, making the best out of complicated spots. That's just what Saivu was about.
I loved it, right? Because it was the way he did it as well. Like what you mentioned with the Glock, many people would think, oh no, it wouldn't make sense. But it's just the way he just rushed down into it, and he knew he can make some shots like that to achieve that magic.
Yeah, if I can just add an extra layer to that, right? It's the fact that he's aware. You'd see most players that hesitate. And if you hesitate in that position just for half a second, or even the fraction of a second, you're going to be dead. You're going to miss your timing. So Saivu, he's smart, he's clever, as Minek is saying, but he's also one of the few players who don't need to think. You know, he just does it as per instinct. And when you have that ability, Flusher is a player you can bring up. Glaive is another player who has that ability, but there's so few players out there who have that ability, and Saivu shows it over and over again. To my understanding of this game, there was only one right winner. Vitality even lost a couple of close rounds they probably should have won at the beginning. This was a very one-sided affair, and definitely the better team won.
And this is a problem for Big right now, because we said yesterday they didn't look hot. We thought, okay, maybe the unexpected when you're going up against the likes of a Faze that can be quite unpredictable. We don't know what they're going to be thrown at with them. But Big right now, they need to find some answers. Again, I was listening to the comms. All good communication. All sounds positive when they're sat there. But execution in the game. This isn't the big from a few months ago.
No, but I mean, that's a positive, right? They're losing their own map pick and they're still keeping it positive. They still have a good mood within the lineup, a good mood within the team speak. That's important. But as I said, to me, it seemed, Matthew, that it was just the entire team that didn't show up. They had no one to match Saivu. They had no one to win the extra rounds they needed to win. And yeah, sure, we praised them for having good team play, having good foundations, all that kind of stuff. But sometimes you need your Santaris, you need your Tepsen, you need your Sursen to win rounds you weren't supposed to win.
Yeah, they got outclassed. There's nothing to say to it. I did not really see many huge mistakes or blunders coming out of Big, right? It's just individuals did not shine the way they were supposed to. Obviously, when you talk about Dust 2, Big and win conditions, you have Sursen in the mix. He did not shine. He was way too quiet, not delivering enough. Tizian at the bottom of the scoreboard as well. And then on the flip side, Vitality, that was the good-looking one. I was listening to them. They were focused. They were quiet. A little bit of hype here and there. No flame. Very much laser-focused. Even the coach chiming in. Sometimes they were cheering very loud after round one. And he would tell them, okay, guys, let's take it easy now.
Yeah.
Go back to the focus. Let's move on and focus on the next round. So really, really scary Vitality. And to make things worse, they have a 100% win rate on Overpass coming up.
Yeah, that's a scary factor. And getting into Overpass, right? Do you reckon they're going to stick with Nevera in this? Because people may look at the score and go, oh, Nevera, okay, didn't do too well. But they had a win, right? And actually, how was the comms from? Because you're listening in on this. How was it this time around with Nevera? Could you see some progress just in one day?
Honestly, I'm quite impressed by how calm he is. Amidst the chaos, sometimes he just remains very calm. Obviously, the place and the position he has is maybe a little bit quiet, but at the same time, you got to understand, he's new to this and he's trying to find his positions. People are still helping him out. So a little bit quiet, but overall very calm. I liked what I'm hearing from Nevera. Now, I don't have the answer, James. I wish I could have the answer, but I don't. It depends on the preparation. That is the only thing. I would be surprised if they fill him in.
It's back in.
Exactly. I was going to say Misuta over on the B bomb side of Overpass, quite key as well. Very important player. That would have been a huge challenge to change. And again, this right here, that comes with preparation. This is not a decision made on we either lose or win the map. It all comes down to, are we ready? Do we feel like we can try on this map or that one? And Overpass not the case.
Now, this being the pick of Vitality is looking very good. You spoke about the 100% win ratio they have on it, but it is a map also that you can see a team like Big being very prepared, and it's not a terrible map for them.
And I think they find comfort in that fact that they can play Overpass to a very high level as well. The only time they lost it the past 3 months has been against Heroic, 16-7. That was a one-sided match, but a couple of weeks within that, they beat them on Overpass as well. So they play Overpass against some of the best teams in the world, and they win against some of the best teams in the world. So all things considered, sure, you lost your own map pick. Sure, Dust 2 is supposed to be a fortress. That was supposed to be the map win for Big. But I do think that they feel fairly comfortable that they can beat Vitality on Overpass. Vitality, sure, 100% win rate, but a lot of those games have been extremely close. So, if I'm Big Clan, I'm looking towards Sursen. He needs to get started with the AWP. You need someone on the server who can match Saivu, simple as it is. So if he does not get started, then they're going to be in big problems. As well as Tepsen. He's one of the most influential players within this lineup. He's the caller. He's let's call him the main fragger as well. He's the guy that is supposed to put up the big numbers. If he's not feeling it, he's going to call worse and he's going to not produce as much kills on the server that you would like to. So those two are the main factors for me going into this matchup.
Here's my problem for all the big fans of the world, and I know you want your team to win, man, and I can understand that. These are lovely chaps. I love them very much. The problem is you have currently on Vitality both Saivu and Shux activated, right? Shux was also very much up on the stat board. He was up there on the A-bomb side. CT side Vitality, this is Saivu and Shux together. And there are so many decisions to make on that A-bomb side. It's gigantic. There's a lot of space. You'll see Shux always trying to grab the map control. He'll find the limit. He'll find, to what extent can I push without endangering my teammates? What kind of information can I give to Apex being safe? He's really good at that, and that's even worse when he's feeling it. And right now, he is absolutely feeling it. So for Big, that's a huge challenge.
And talking about Shux a bit further, right? Is this now 2 days? We've had back-to-back good games from we're liking what we're seeing from him. Do you think there's maybe a bit of motivation coming in from him? The fact that he is the one that mentioned that Nevera maybe replace him on some of these maps?
Potentially, maybe that's another layer. I think me and Maniac had the discussion in the green room. Maybe that could be the extra push he needed. One thing I have been noticing, and I forgot to say it yesterday because there was so much great stuff to talk about, is the body language of Shux. It seems to me like he's having a lot of fun playing Counter-Strike. It's a player who's been around for ages, and it's a player that has his up and his downs.
Yeah.
At a certain period, he was undoubtedly one of the best players in the entire world, but the last couple of years, he's just been all right. He's been decent. It seems to me, when you look at his body language, he's having fun, he's laughing, he's, you know, motivated again. And a motivated Sjokz with the talent and the skill set he has, surely he can be one of the best players in the world, so why not? Just to add to another point right here, I just looked up the stats as well. Him and Tabson had 7 duels, Sjokz won 6 of those, right? He shut down Tabson, so that cannot happen again. And when you have a guy like Sjokz who's shutting down the best player on the opponent's team, well, you got a good thing going for you.
And that's what we need the other pieces of Big to step up, though, isn't it? It can't be just look at Tabson leading, being the role model, being the top fragger in that. We need to see the likes of Saracen and Xantares deliver to the standard we know they can.
Yeah, definitely. And you mentioned Xantares, and usually in that bathroom area, once more on the A-bomb side, he's very, very aggressive, very assertive. He doesn't back down from the fight. He's always in his opponent's faces, so he's going to have to do that again. I think that's going to be a win condition. Also, talking about Big, talking about Overpass, usually they were the one coming in with the innovations. We need to see that coming out of Big. That used to be one of the biggest selling points. You talk about Big, and you talk about, you know, they found some boost, they found some new things we haven't seen before, because they have that minutia, that delicacy, finesse in the game that we haven't really seen so far. It was a relatively normal standard Dust 2 played by Big. I need to see that creativity coming in. Overpass is a good map for that. There are still tricks to find, you know, shenanigans to be found. I think that can be the case on Overpass, and to me, Big will need it.
And just touching on that point that you were leaving there, right? Do you think that's what's happened to Big here, that things haven't changed enough? They've kind of been caught up a bit? Because they had this nice stint where things were looking real good for him, and now we're kind of in this position again. We're just watching them slow down.
A little bit. They've stagnated, right? It's tough to be at the top. It's tough to be the team everyone is looking towards. So they have figured out the first version of Big. They have to try to reinvent themselves. They have to come up with new stuff. And sometimes, for some teams, it's take a while, right? It's not something you do overnight. It's not something you do in just 1 week of practice. So sure, you can give them the argument that it's tough for them right now, as everyone is looking towards Big, and everyone is giving them the respect they deserve, because they are a top team within the top international Counter-Strike scene. So people will prepare for them. People will be afraid of facing Big Clan. I wouldn't use it as an excuse, and I think right now the thing that I need from them is individual level. I need someone to step it up. Saivu killed Xantares 7 out of 8 duels as well. It's just the stars, you know, shutting each other down, and as long as that stays like that, Big have no chance.
Well, Big need to find that little bit of form, that extra oomph in order to get the job done and take us to a third and final map. But Vitality are looking strong, coming off the back of the Dust 2 win. So let's find out who will take it on Overpass after this break.
right, welcome back. We are on to the second map. Vitality won the first one, and the odds kind of reflect that as well in a big way. Yeah, the Betway odds. You are right indeed. We appreciate them for helping us out. Overpass is going to be the second map. I really like where Vitality are right now. I think they're great. You?
I'm just laughing. You know, it's like, to me, I don't know, man. It's the small things. You know, I was just like, oh yeah, we can just point, bam, bam, bam,
get it all in
way.
there.
Hey, thanks to our sponsors for making this all possible here, and to everybody tuning in as well. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. We got some 6CS on our way because Vitality going into Overpass, this is their map pick. They won Dust 2. They look super solid on Dust 2. And, well, they're supposed to be super solid on Overpass as well. Big have got their work cut out for them here in this winter match.
Yeah, and Misuter's back.
He is back in the mix, yeah. So let's see. This time around, his team won without him. I wonder how he feels.
I just have to assume this is a conversation they've had already.
Sure.
And that they just feel great about it.
You don't think that they were just like, yeah, actually, this is how it's going to be, and if you like it, just lump it?
Yeah. No, I can't imagine that. That would certainly be a terrible way to start the project. So we'll get more information, I'm sure. We'll ask them. We'll find them. We'll track them down. We'll get maybe we'll get Freya later on to pose some of these questions.
Yeah.
How has that been thought out? All right, so they've checked connector, Vitality on the CC side, and they're going out long, so they are just doing all the checking. I think, was he turned for a flashbang? Doesn't even matter. Searson with amazing headshots, taking down RPK and Apex. I thought he was dead for sure. And now, yeah, they got the bomb site, but they're really locked in. They're completely boxed in on this bomb site.
That was the one, wasn't it? Absolutely expecting Zai would hit those headshots. Instead, it's Misuta. Taking some shots there, does get that bomb up. Shoxy's got his back. Both players remain. One caught in the sandwich, and it is all on Misuta now. Time to clutch it, my dude. Team is counting on you in this pistol round 1v2, and he's about to get flanked. He could pick up the P250 if he wanted to. Have a little bit more oomph. A bit more firepower versus the Kevlar.
He's getting back around the corner, and just in time, I was going to say Tabson was about to shoot him in the back. Now Santeris is up there. He knows exactly where he is, but he could just stand up and try and go for the fight. And there's the headshot. Amazing double kill from Misuta. I actually think, I thought earlier, did he use burst fire at range?
Yes.
I think he had it accidentally switched to burst fire, so that is not the most confident start, but that is a really great comeback. Misuta just absolutely handling that well and realizing that standing on top of that truck was not a great idea.
Listen, time will tell if this is possible or not. Because you could easily say, oh, he's going to come in cold, not warmed up, he's not going to be as fluid as the others that already had a map. Or the other side of that is, yeah, he's going to come in cold, but he's not going to be frazzled, he's going to be fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
We had some watermelon in the meantime.
Yeah, and not the vodka kind. But, oh, maybe, I don't know.
Oh, no. Oh dear. A lot of flashbangs for Shox. He was like, this one will go away. Oh, there's another one. Oh, no. I'm dead.
Yeah, it turns out they were DJ Khaled flashbangs.
Exactly.
Ooh, nice shot from Apex, though. Takes down Searson, and quick play coming in here for Vitality. A change of pace, straight up onto the A site from them. No shenanigans. All-out warfare, just getting in here. Zantaris is still staying alive behind, playing very patiently, waiting for that bomb plant sound exactly, and then he'll try and peek behind this. Impeccable stuff from Zantaris. Patience pays off in the end.
Would have been so amazing if he could have done it just a second earlier as well, because that would have stopped the bomb from going down. Yeah, but it's still really good thinking. Tizian hoping to guess something through the smoke, not quite doing it. Remember, he has no armor, so any bullets right here, and he's probably going to be dead. And actually shot in the back. RPK with a triple kill, and Vitality survive a scary round. But here's something to notice. When they lose Shox outside of B in that, with that cool pop flashing, instead of the rest of the Vitality team just standing still out at long, they go immediately. They just go for it, and that's what you need to do. Like I love the fact that they're so swift at making those calls.
Yeah.
3 trees somewhere.
Ooh, where are they gonna go? Are they gonna go up top mid or onto short?
Waiting in B for now.
Yeah, it's gonna be B Monster. If they go through Monster now, yep, there's the welcoming committee.
We've got the mortars set up.
Bombardment.
Got the coordinates lined in. Got the aircraft up ahead, dialing in all of it. There we go, but no one spotted them. No.
God, they swapped out for their guns. There we go. HDs are in, and they managed to find them. At least one kill. I was still cleaning the house, and I mean, this should still, of course, be a Vitality round.
They had definite moments there where it could have been at least a double kill with the HEs, but whatever. No one saw. What can you do? I still appreciate it. It makes it more interesting for us.
It's the howitzer.
Yeah, get that in there. Orb on Searson, and it's the 4th round that's coming up. Vitality off to a decent start on their own map pick here, playing the T side. So right now, I just they're continuing, same pace, same kind of feeling out of Vitality right now. I think it's big that need to convince us and show us that they can find a way to get back in here.
Oh. Yeah, after Dust 2, it felt like they started strong and then just slowly lost their grip on the situation. Vitality were just too good. I mean, ZywOo also showed up and had some bonkers rounds.
Yeah.
It is the case that it's a lot like watching Simple. You can always just kind of count on ZywOo. He's just reliable. It's like the sun rising. Always gonna be there. Ah, shots coming in though.
Don't
That did not work.
It's 2020. Don't tempt fate.
Good point.
Nice kills. This is a much more encouraging start here for Big in the 4th round. Keto and Santeras both picking up a kill each, and without anyone really returning anything. A little bit of a boost coming in. I don't know if they made any noise there, but yeah, I think they knew what was coming. Heads up play.
And this is perfect for Big Clan. Just keep everybody alive.
Yep.
You keep everybody alive, you establish excuse me, you establish your economy here at the beginning of the half, and things look very good indeed for Big Clan. And that's Keto getting flashed in. Apex just there to ruin the show for Keto. But still, solid round here for Big Clan in their first big buy round, and they are going to get off to a good start here after all. 3-1, Vitality still in the lead, but now Vitality are the ones who are going to be forced to spend all of that bank. No bomb plans either to help things out. And, I mean, if you want to say, like, textbook stuff... Oh, I see. That was from Sky. Okay. That was from Balcony that the shot came in.
Yeah, I think Tabson up there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess you could just see it really quickly.
Yeah, that's why it happened so instantly. Because I was like, how did they get that fast? But there you go.
5th round, they could only just put together a buy here, Vitality. It was actually kind of maybe a little bit close. So if they win this round big, it's back to an open game really fast. They're going to be feeling good about that. Is he going to push through? Yes, he will. Oh, that's a power play coming out of Shox. It almost works, but Santeras takes down 2 instead. And now, the rest have to back on out. That's real close to being a straight kill on Santeras with absolutely no chance for reply. A matter of milliseconds there.
Santeras just wanted another bite at the apple there. Maybe just a little bit too much, but hey, he was feeling it, and his team have still got a man advantage. We'll see if that comes back to bite them, though. If Santeras stays alive, you know, then it's 5-on-3, and we're looking at Vitality in a bit of a desperate spot. Now it's going to be Misuda taking point, flashes there, annihilates Tizjan. Those are just so brutal, and he opens it up again. This is Searson now alone, 1v3, Big Clan.
Save the orb.
It went from a fantastic situation to now being, well, I mean, yeah, in a situation where they have to save the AWP. How does that happen? Well, I don't know.
Misuda happened.
Misuda happened, but then I guess Santeras kind of giving himself up as well through the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, those are just sort of rounds. If you had to sort of break it down and try and analyze, you know, you look back at a game that you've just played and say, you know, let's just find like the most winnable rounds and adjust them so that we don't lose them in the future. These are some of them, right? Where you start off with 2 kills, like those are rounds where you have 80 or probably above 80% chance of winning, right? So don't lose those. And all the ones where, you know, like this, if you're in a 1 versus 3 for Searson, it's like, how do you, like, I don't think it makes sense to try and put energy into trying to win those rounds, because again, they're so unlikely, like you're gonna have to come up with something crazy. So yeah, right now, that was a big giveaway for the German side. They're not gonna be too happy about it at all. See how it plays out here in the upcoming round. They still put it as a buy behind that AWP, so see if that's gonna be something they can make work. They'll be out of money if they lose this round, but it also did give Vitality a fair bit more money to work with. So actually a real unfortunate turn of events. Are they messing up this boost? I see people do that all the time. They're a little bit slow to it, so now they're just going to be falling back, but sticking around there is so dangerous, and actually not even any boost at all. I thought there was a teammate there. I thought that was why it looked like he was sort of trying to step up or something, but no, he was just standing around. And he's on his own here. I mean, Tabson is not going to be able to help him. He's still going to get the kill. Fair play, but a good trade. Tabson helping out. This is still worth it right up until that point. Shox takes it back.
Brings it back to a 3-on-3, which favors Vitality. Considering 2 players are waiting over here towards B as well. We're going to get the rotation out of Vitality, and Shoxy, or no, RPK rather, is going to be making his way over towards Connector. Does he get spotted out by Tijin? This would really be interesting. They've got that stack. One facing one way, the other the other. Oh, they can see it. There it is. RPK gets picked.
It also should alert them to the idea that it probably isn't anyone on the B bomb side, because that's 2 out of 3 members outside. If the third one was also in B, well, that would mean that there was no one defending A, which is just a bit unlikely. So some quick maths coming out, I'm assuming, for Vitality to make the call to just walk straight through. Bomb goes down, and now it's a 2-on-3. Shox going to be walking back through the tunnel to try and flank them while Apex is moving forward. It's a pretty bold move that they're doing right here. I mean, splitting up could be dangerous. Keto, though, what a great read. That's some quick thinking on his part. They could have easily been locked in and shut down from that. And yep, even Santaris is aware that this is probably where Apex has gone. So yeah, they're doing some great work right now on the big side. Setting up for a flashbang, but is it going to be quite enough? They're out in the open and he nearly had it. If he would have had that one, it would have been an easy transfer and they would have certainly won the round. But instead, Big will pick it up and win the second round for themselves. And even save some AK-47s. What a round that was.
Oh, terrific attempt there from both of them. Shoxy, if either one gets those kills, that makes the big difference for the, well, for the T side, obviously, but Vitality now are going to feel like they need to take a timeout. Fair enough. I mean, money isn't a total disaster. It could be kind of a half-buy kind of round. Just get in there with some aggression. Whereas Big Clan are the ones who are going to have to tap everything here to hold the Vitality off. I like them going aggressive like that. It almost feels like you wish that Apex had pushed as well, so that he was hitting upper as Shoxy was, you know, taking that fight in sewers, right? That would have been really interesting.
If he would have been at the high ground, yeah, that could have been something, right? But I agree, staying inside of the bomb site certainly would not have been a good idea. 7th round here. They did get the bomb plant, and that does help them out, getting a couple of more things on the board there, Vitality. And again, they took down 3 members of Big, so even in losing that round, I still think Vitality are probably thinking, that's fine, that's cool. We know what this is like. It's kind of what we were doing on Dust 2. Just kept pushing, kept getting bomb plants, kept getting kills, and then eventually Big just crumbled and ran out of cash. They had to go for that. They had that ugly string of rounds where they forced and then they double ecoed, and it was just, that actually cost them so much on Dust 2.
This is Big. Searson, there it is. You're crossing your fingers if you're Searson at that point, or a Big fan. Just hoping he hits that shot. Absolutely key that he gets in there, takes that kill, and backs out. Stays alive with the AWP. They can reestablish the defense on the A site. Vitality looked like they wanted to try and speed up behind this, but now they've slowed down.
Look at them pushing outside of Big. This is something they never really did on the other map. Oh, what a save from Tabson. An absolute hero, and he takes down RPK as well. For sure, Searson was dead in that moment. Like, he must have felt that. And then just saved by his teammate. That's fantastic. If they, again, now save the rifles. Don't throw anything away here. Santaris will get that kill. So now it's just Apex lurking around the map, and he's going to get shot on the side of the head. Good job on Big. I like this aggression. I wish they would have done it on Dust 2 as well on the CT side. I mean, this map is way more open to CT aggression, obviously, than Dust 2. But I still think the principle holds. I like what they're doing.
Getting in there.
Yeah.
Playing with some confidence. That's what's going to be absolutely key. Big, after getting, you know, trounced on their own map pick on Dust 2, you need to get some confidence back. You need to start making some plays, feeling it, getting out there, challenging. And that's always what we said since the very beginning on Overpass, is that CT sides need to challenge. You cannot let the T side just set up, and the map is so big, if you give them too much of the map early on, before you know it, they're knocking at your door, you know, executing full onto a site, and you're just dead.
Yeah.
So you absolutely have to go for these aggressive plays. But, you know, in order to play aggressive, you needed some confidence. You need some trust in the system. So Big Clan now getting a little bit of that now. And that's so important.
They're starting to make it look a lot better.
Yeah.
Finding Misuta, losing no one.
Such an important round to not lose anybody in, man. Now you've got some room to maneuver if you're big. You can get that full buy. You can get kind of crafty with your rounds here. And if it goes south, no matter, you've still got a full buy behind it. So that's really slick. Now Vitality, what do they got? Okay, full AKs. Means that they can be quick. They can be lethal.
I wonder if they want to try and do what they were trying to do to Centaurs earlier again, where you sort of stand in the monster tunnel, and when the smoke lands more or less on top of you, you just run through it. I mean, that almost worked. It's tempting to try and do that, I'm sure, if you're Shocks. Instead, he's waiting for the jump. Almost.
Does he get the follow-up or not? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I think if you spot someone there on the CT side, you call it off, right? Flashed in that flashbang actually got caught by the wall up there.
If I'm not mistaken, he just got spotted. This is it. Big fight, big flash coming through. Tapson gonna get charged. Misuta's there to trade it, but he is getting annihilated along with the rest of his team. Big Clan making the plays right now, not showing any fear. You have to admire it. And now RPK, well, he's gonna have his work cut. Oh, what? Oh, if he peeks at that time, Searson is just gonna be putting his palm through his face.
Yeah, but they're gonna slowly creep back on the map. That was cool. They actually attacked that position from, like, you know, 2 different angles, and with follow-up flashes and everything. It just worked so well.
Yeah, what a fight. Misuto was able to get something, but the rest of his teammates, it looks like they were just blinded into oblivion. Which is exactly how you want it to go if you're on the CT side. So now Vitality with 30 seconds on the clock, trying to move forward, trying to cheat a little bit, but I believe Searson is close enough to hear, but he's never going to hear anything again. Zywoo takes his head off.
But this is actually a bit awkward.
Man advantage still for Big Clan, but the rotation's coming through. This is it now. Can you hit it? Can Keto survive? Keto's going to pick up the 1 kill. That was so important.
Oh, wow, he actually gets that double Zywoo. He's now up to a triple. Centaurus has the health advantage, but 1 AK bullet will do it, and he nearly gets it. Oh, that is so close to connecting with his face. Centaurus will save it. I can't believe that Keto got any kills. He was definitely not, he didn't have the right aim for that one. It looked like he should have lost the first spray battle. That was, I mean, from a sure 1 round into nearly disaster for Big, and it is still a disaster. That's again a bomb plant and 4 people killed. Vitality will absolutely buy in this round. And they have money on Big, don't get me wrong, but they're going to have to spend a lot of it here.
Yeah, a lot of that big bank is going to go, but this is Zywoo. Man, just hitting the shot so clean on Searson. He's just lethal, man. It's unreal. This guy, AWP, AK, Shoxy showing quite a bit of emotion. Interestingly enough. He hasn't exactly just taken over the way that we saw in Dust 2 here, Shoxy. But I mean, you know, nobody's really lagging too far behind either. Pretty even for both teams right now, in fact.
Yeah. Well, the Tech-9s, I actually thought they would buy everything in this round, but instead it's just pistols and armor and try to see if they can put some pressure on the B-bomb side, which they are not doing at the moment. Instead, getting almost wall banged down. That's close. But yeah, good little adjustment here for Big. Able to lock it down, not get rushed down. I was complaining on Dust 2 that we weren't calling Centaurus' name too much, but in this game he's been playing really well on this map at least. So he's starting to warm it up, which that should be a scary prospect for Vitality. Centaurus definitely not to be messed with when he's feeling the game. He's 12-4 right now. Tamsin 12-7, so those two are kicking off. And Tamsin is another one of those players. We've seen some stunning games out of him in the past.
Oh, he is definitely, he has shown that level before, for sure, to be an anchor for Big. But this is still Team Vitality fighting back. You see a lot of emotion on their side, but that doesn't mean that they can't get the job done regardless. Searson, man, still just take down RPK, and he just hangs around at the top, doesn't even care.
He's really quick. RPK only just was airborne.
Yeah.
He wasn't even hardly off the ground.
But that's such an important kill in a key round again. Man advantage for Big Clan, and now they can allow to have they can be 3 on B, locked in, solid.
Yeah, but they can win this round so quickly, Vitality. If they get 1 kill and just take over the bomb side here, or they get 2 instantly, Citizen gonna get hunted down, and the other 2 are so far away because they were boosting at the flower bed over a long while all of this was happening. So they're just naturally gonna be real far away from any rotation. Immediate bomb plant here. Molotov out to buy time. Actually, double Molotov, that's probably a bit of a waste. But they do also have a smoke, so they should be able to keep Tizian out of this retake for at least a little while. Some grenades are coming in. Tizian actually not even waiting for it. He's just going to go straight through, taking down Apex. But Cyber was there, and now they should be able to hide from Keto essentially forever. Again, just don't show yourself. And Shocks will anyway, but if they just play that even safer, I'm sure there's almost no way that he could find him on the bomb site. Nice round out of Vitality of 4 versus 5 that they end up winning.
So key. And you're right to point it out. I mean, just they pushed together onto that B side as a uniform group, and you can see, you know, Tizian tried to fight back. He nearly got it, but it is just going to be, yeah, a little bit of frustration there for sure. When it works out for you early in the round and then it just spins out, that's where you start getting a little bit frustrated here on big side. So we're going to have to see if they can keep their cool and keep it up with the pressure. It's looking like it's going to be a play on short this time around. And again, Shoxy straight on through. Double peek on short. Misuda picks up 1. Shoxy looking to trade it. He's going to get picked by Searson. 2 kills for Big. No way to respond.
And Tabson was behind him. I was wondering about that, but yeah, Tabson was in connector shooting him in the back. I don't know if Masuta would have had the kill or not, but that's another critical save out of Tabson, and now he's walked all the way back, and that can actually, Masuta would have called it, right, saying, well, I got shot in the back, and now RPKs are looking for the guy who did that, and Tabson is completely fooling him.
Yeah. He's just gone. He can even, Tabson is now just going to be in that position to just save the round if they need it. Oh, unscoping, unreal. Zywoo cannot catch a break. Then again, that being said, he survives with 2 HP, so he did technically catch a bit of a break, but yeah, there it is. Tabson, that's just going to take down RPK, easy peasy. More time being bought as Apex gets flashed full. He can cut him off. There it is.
And he just comes back for more. Yeah, Tabson definitely dialed nicely into this. Can't believe that didn't actually hit, but quad kill from Tabson. I'm more impressed, more than any of the kills, I'm just impressed by the choice to go back and sort of wrap all the way around long to get that kill on RPK. I think that's great. That's a great mind game from Tabson. He had that figured out.
Apex is not pleased.
No, he's not. He shouldn't be.
Showing a lot of emotion. Did we determine if he got a haircut or not?
I don't know if we cleared that up yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if did the man get a trim. Shoxy's letting the bangs grow out again. That's good. Yeah, he went for the buzz cut at the beginning of the lockdown stuff.
Yeah, maybe we should. I mean, the French have always had, I think, just a lead on everyone in the haircut.
In the haircut department, yeah.
It's been a while.
You remember Titan?
Exactly. That was probably the
golden era.
Yeah.
The golden age of CS Pro hair.
Get it back there. Have them, you know, do a partnership with some, I don't know, beauty products, something like that. They could do it. I'm sure they could. 13th round. 7-5. I think Big are starting to feel this game a bit more now, but they cannot get too complacent here because this is not a big lead. They need to keep going. And technically, it is a big lead, but it's not a large lead. Why did they have to go with the name Big? Just trying to make it rough on commentators, really.
Yeah, I mean, they also, it's just, I can't say go big or go home anymore either, which really is frustrating.
No, it's like they've built in a dad joke into every sentence. Stupid, isn't it? All right.
Oh, through the smoke though.
Oh, that is a problem, isn't it? RPK taking down Tabson and Apex getting caught. Well, if we get his face cam again, we're definitely going to see some more annoyance. Santara showing up with the AK. He's going to get only the 1. It's a nice return from Masuta with that Galil. Keto, though, out here. They know definitely that he's here, and Cyber will just peek right into him and drop him. Tizian, I don't know. They don't have a lot of money. I mean, I'm sure he'd love to be a hero. But if you look at the cash that they have, this 1 rifle is what he needs to drop to Tabson, and then the rest of them can probably buy. Now the bomb is going down. I don't think it's Give this to Tabson. Keep fighting in the next round. It's painful, but I think it's definitely the smarter choice here.
And it seems like they're aware of what's going on as well. Vitality. But I don't think you chase it for Vitality either. You keep these 3 guns alive,
yeah,
and you get a strong buy in the next round. Have a bit of like a gentleman's agreement. Like, okay, you get to hold onto your gun, we get to hold onto ours, and shake on it.
It's funny how, you know, small little decisions. I think Seriously was like, there's someone on the other side of that smoke, and I can't really do anything, but I'll just stick around and throw like 1 no-scope bullet into it, and that was too much. You know, instead of, I mean, it's not to blame Seriously at all. I understand completely, but you know, if he had just said, okay, I'm gonna back off, I'm not safe here, then no deagle kill. Probably they just defend that bomb site pretty well.
You're, you know, you are definitely. If you take no risk, Anders. That's what I'm trying to get to here. You know?
Miss 100% of shots that you don't try, whatever it is.
Exactly. If you don't take, right? So, you know, guy tries to make a play. Sometimes you just got to trust your gut and go for it. This time, that, you know, didn't pan out.
Guy tries to make a play. Commentators complain. What we do.
There you go.
Well,
that's the way to describe it.
Well, if you think about it, Semler, he should have really done things differently.
Indeed. And then we'll get Reddit comments too.
Yeah, this is great. Triple boost. It's a classic. It's been here forever and ever. Usually people do it with USPs when they're desperate. They don't do it at all.
Probably making a bit of noise there. I think that maybe that was a dead giveaway.
Man, I was getting excited.
You were looking forward to that one.
I like boosts on this map. There's so many. There's now much famous quad boost over at T-spawn. There's a triple boost over at A long. There's that boost. I have a couple of boosts that take the entire team to build. I have I think 2 5-man boosts on this map or something stupid.
I'm not surprised.
But they can be done.
Are they worth it though? Is it worth having 5 players all in the same spot?
You win, certainly.
Well, there's Apex finding Centaurus to bring it back to a 4-on-4 here. And we're in the 14th round of the first half. Vitality trailed by 1 round. It's 7-6, big in the lead, and big are saving for the last one.
This weird house or shed or whatever it is that he was just looking at, RPK.
Yeah.
That one you can boost like right at the center of it. There's like a little chimney or something, and you can, well, from the CT side, you can do a ridiculous boost from that. Which no one's ever tried. RPK goes down afterwards, but not enough for Tabs that he couldn't get the second one, and this is just a scout. Otherwise, it would have been an interesting 2-on-1. Searson bunny jumping into that fight. That looked cool. Keep going. No, but he's going to back on out, I guess. I mean, saving the scout is not huge, but 7 rounds for Vitality. I think they're off to... this is starting to look, again, a little bit too comfortable for them.
You think this is 1.6, Anders? What do you think? What do you think this is? Bunny jumping in.
It's...
Get out of here. You think his name is Stewie? Get out of here.
I fully recognize that if they added that kind of bunny jumping to the game, it would be silly. But there's something cool about it.
But there is something cool about it because you got to learn it.
Yeah.
You got to, you know.
But it would be so hard to explain to oh, all right, no scope. It'd be so hard to explain to new viewers like what's actually going on here, you know?
Bunny jumping.
Yeah, it's like, but he's gaining more speed because he's jumping. You know?
Yeah, he's gaining more speed because he's jumping. It's a mechanical skill that he's developed and had to practice and master.
I know.
And it should benefit the people who put more time into the game. But no, Anders. No. We must all be mediocre.
Well, I mean,
I can't do his voice, but
we still have. You just go practice. You've got time. You can do it.
Voices can't go that deep.
All right. Well, maybe I'll give it a try. 15th round, last of the half. Searson again. I really like the way that he's playing this AWP. I haven't talked enough about him, I feel like. Given him enough credit, perhaps. He's hitting some amazing shots. And again, there's a lack of fear in his style. Grenade. I have no idea how RPK survives that. That looked like it should have just outright killed him. Apex rushing long, flashing himself in. He saw someone there. He wants that kill. He's going to get none of them. It looked like he was dead on. But that's confirmation of 2 out of 4 players, which is kind of interesting. See if they get just even 1 more here, Vitality, and then maybe they can roll it in. But a 2-on-4 right now is still going to be hard to win.
It's a tall ask. RPK at least has a smoke. It sucks that he has all of the utility because he has 2 HP. And you can see him just trying to dump some of it now. Just try and get some value.
Throw it in there.
But, you know, that would have been the bomb spotted again. Now you see the rotation coming through onto short. Xantares and Tizian now starting to move on over here. So Vitality are about to get boxed into this A site. Last round of the first half, it's tied up 7-7. And, well, Shoxy, it's a lot riding on his shoulders. But he showed us yesterday that he is perfectly capable of ruining his opponent's days.
Yes. Although this has been a very quiet first half for him. He's only got 7 kills. This would be making up. All is forgiven if he could somehow turn this round. But I think Big are playing this smartly. They're falling so far back. And that, you know, normally maybe in the beginning of the rounds this is not good, but now it definitely is. Because they're just saying, you have to show up, you have to come into the bomb site, and yet, like you said, we'll box you in afterwards. Shox going down, RPK in a 1 versus 4 with just 2 health, and that is not going to happen. Searson will take him down, 2 kills, 12 overall for Searson in this first half, but I actually think he did a lot of work to get early kills, and I think maybe slightly more than it seems. Another round on the board for Big. It's 8-7 at the end of the half in their favor. I don't think they're feeling super excited about it, but it's definitely enough to still be able to win the map. We'll see if they can after the break.
Nope.
It's an up.
It's for you, I guess.
What is your question? All the way up. Look at the big up there.
Okay, how much is 7 FAMAS plus and 2 diffuse kit? Is 42. So
Plus.
42, 3, 4, 3, 50.
Seriously. It's not working?
Maybe go. Oh yeah, we can go by the vents.
Okay, I go up. Alright, easy. I have nades, what am I gonna do the nades with? Should I kill the chicken? Should I kill the golden chicken or what?
But not me, bro.
Okay, I will go shoot the...
You have 6 bullets. Oh, it's good.
Okay, we're good?
Yeah, I think we did something.
Yeah,
Okay, it's open. Come.
Okay, it wasn't too hard. It's
Yeah,
annoying.
we just need to kill the chicken. 1,
What?
2, 3. Nope.
It's an up.
It's for you, I guess.
Check the colors, right?
Below the light are green and above it's red.
Does something happen if you press the button?
One is there. One is green. Only one is green for now. This one.
Press it?
Yeah. There's one? No. Okay. Red, no.
Something's happening.
Oh, what the? So much technology.
Ah!
Yeah, no, what?
Is there another green one? Maybe it just changes.
Ah, yes, on the right.
You get it, you press it. Don't miss, man. Good thing. Good thing they picked the best uppers. Alright.
So, we're doing the upper, it's really hard. I like it.
I swear to God, I'm hitting, man.
Okay, take go. Can I get
Yes.
back? 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back. Ooh, nice catch, Tabson. All right. I can respect that. Was that some
Wait, what
hand
the
gel?
hell is he doing?
Listen, not what you're thinking, Samler. Calm down.
The camera's on, dude.
It's the second half. You know what? They're keeping things, you know, nice and clean in the office. I like it. We're gonna get into the second half, and Big have a 1-round lead.
How could you use your mouse and keyboard after? Because that stuff leaves a residue, dude. It would drive me nuts trying to play with the mouse after that. I feel like you'd have.
They don't all do. Some do. But there's like stuff.
It always feels like it leaves a film or like your hands are greasy.
All right. Maybe I don't know. Maybe
Worth
someone
it?
can educate us what it is. I think that because some of it is like purely liquid and some of it is like gel form, you know.
Yeah, and then they try and put lotion in there because it might dry your hands out.
Yeah.
So we need to put lotion in there for you because you can't have lotion separately.
Okay. Well, you know, before we get off
On a tangent.
horrible topic, we should get back to the game, and we will get
All
back
right,
to
fair
the
enough.
game.
Let's get back to the game.
Second map, second half here at Blast Premier. It is Big and Vitality. And Vitality now on the CT side, Big on the T side. Again, that 1 round lead is it doesn't really mean anything. Winning the pistol round would be nice, but Big don't they're not so far ahead that they could just win the pistol and then win the game or anything. They need to prove just they could put together a really good T half here. Otherwise, I think Vitality walk away with this 2-0. They've been looking pretty solid.
Ooh, sexy knife.
Which one is it?
See that one?
Oh,
yeah, buddy. That is clean.
Carvings in it.
Yeah, dude, it's Scandinavian. That should tickle your fancy.
I know, yeah, that did have that Viking type look or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Viking or was it Celtic? I'm not sure.
Oh, well, let's...
I don't...
It's overcomplicating.
Apologies if there are any historians out there. Here we go. Through the tunnel. Keto leading the charge. Oh, they're going to get really, really close by the time they explode onto it. There is a flashbang. Everyone is blind. And Searson goes down. I think anyone could see what was happening there. And now Saiwu's shown up as well. RPK lost inside of the smoke and powerfully confused. It's Apex to take down Keto. And there's RPK finally being put into the mix. It's just Santaras left. Apex with a double kill. What a fantastic round. I don't even know what happened there.
Anti-flashes.
Yeah.
I want to see...
worked against everyone.
Vitality's perspective at the beginning when that push begins.
There's one there.
All right, so it's Apex. He's set it up with 2 flashes. Bam, and then bam.
But I think Big through their own flashbang that probably also hit some of them. Man, all out chaos.
That was sick. Well done keeping their cool on the side of Vitality in that sort of scenario. When the pressure's on and they're just cascading onto the site. Playing with the flashes, setting it up. That was so sick, so clean. And so now we're tied up 8-8. Vitality win the pistol. Big Clan are going to go for the force buy. They didn't get the bomb plant, so it's going to be Deagles, Kevlar, and a few smoke grenades behind it. So they could go for an execute here onto the A site. In the meantime, Vitality have elected to go aggressive. Push short. Now they push sewers. They're going to be checking Monster, and they're going to see that nobody's out here outside of B, and we should see a rotation. Now the timing is critical.
I mean, this is the sort of round that you can easily lose if you're on the Vitality side, and you can lose it exactly like that. Saiwu's going to get one in return. That's pretty important, but again, one more Deagle headshot. I mean, if Saiwu just goes down there, it's suddenly looking grim.
Take your time with it, though. Misuda's already all the way in the flank.
Yep.
He's going to be pretty far away unless he picks up his pace. But there are now 3 players on that A site. Misuda's here in the flank as well. This should be 100% a Vitality round.
Yeah, he makes it around. I think they were actually spotting for him. I think Tizian was looking for this exact play for like a second ago. But then he gave up on it, and that probably will cost them here. Misuda setting up for an easy double spray down, and that is definitely the round. Bomb down, 30 seconds. Yeah. But I respect the fact that Big wanted to try that. I think they, I mean, hard to say, but they could have easily just been another Deagle headshot away from at least getting the bomb and making it really competitive. Searson, though, it's mostly the time that's the problem. He's got some health, but he lands that shot. He's really impressive, Searson. I think this is great.
He is, yeah. That was sick. You're just thinking like, all right, 1v3, but 2 of them are really low. But then you had a scout, right? If he just had a Deeg. Or Tech 9 even.
Well, Tech 9, man.
Such is life. 9 rounds on the board now for Vitality, and this should be an eco round out of Big Clan, but, you know, there's an E in eco. There's also an E in Deagle. And so we've got 3 of them.
What are you running, some kind of numerology operation?
It all comes together, Anders. They're in each other's orbits now.
Yeah, well, we'll see. See if that gives them some sort of synergy.
Well, there's a gravitational pull. Shoxy is currently being pulled into Tizians.
Isn't it almost a full moon as well? Like, you know, Halloween's coming up.
It is, right? Wasn't there a double harvest moon or something crazy like that in this month?
Listen, I don't pay nearly enough attention to the lunar cycle.
No, I just follow Millennial Farmer, so he's like an actual farmer.
All right. Well, in that case, I'll take your word for it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, whatever.
But on the other hand, what? Like NASA found like water on Mars, didn't they?
They did.
On the moon. I mean,
on the moon. There is water on the moon.
That's exciting.
It is.
I don't know why people were just shrugging their shoulders at that, saying, "Man, I'm like, great. Now go test it."
Moon bases. Let's go.
Yeah, get it.
Exactly. What are they going to find frozen in that water as well? They just found worms that were like 50,000 years old or something crazy, right?
Yeah, on Earth, right?
Yeah, which is not a great idea because, I mean, you know, what if they're carrying diseases that haven't been around for, you know, like, look at what the Rona did. Then we get like a 30,000-year-old worm disease and just GG.
Sometimes you just have to roll the dice somewhere.
Yeah, let's play God.
Yeah. See what happens.
I haven't learned from that at all.
It's what we do. Listen, we all just primates. It's how it works. It's how we got here. So keep it up. 19th round and 10-8. Just a 2-round lead. That's not so much of a problem. The money's decent on Vitality, but it's not that good. And Susan is still back at it, getting some of those early round kills. I'm, you know, growing a slight liking here to the way that he's playing it. Looks like Santaris. I don't know what's Masuta meant to do there. I don't know. Well, maybe RPK was meant to come back. I don't know. I'm so confused.
He was meant to die, Mr. Bond.
He's never going to cover both the door and the tunnel. He's got his back turned to the tunnel. I can't even think of an explanation. Someone help me.
Impossible situation.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that
I'm sure
do anything there.
People on Twitter will tell me that I'm stupid and it was just because of something,
But you know what you do? You try and save these 2 M4s, or you try and save this M4 and FAMAS if you're Vitality.
Yes.
These 2 rifles.
For sure. Nice. I mean, for the first sort of real buy round coming out of Big, what a nice way to win it. Not too much stress. Giving yourself a bit of a chance here. Tizian maybe could have had it out hunting and oh no, Keto obviously looking for the high ground because that's where his teammate told him someone was. And now it's just on Sairu. He is being flanked right behind Tabs and is going to be coming up, so he's got to be careful. He has no idea, maybe no reason even to look for it, so should be going down. Yeah, definitely will.
Of course, as he pulls a grenade out.
Yeah, it's classic, isn't it? Absolute classic. Santaris with 18 taps and has actually overtaken him at 19 kills, so the 2 of them are proving pretty deadly at the moment. Strong combo.
I'm trying to read you with Shoxy's lips there. Didn't really work out. Mech something. Yeah.
That would be a skill worth having. Lip reading.
Lip reading. Yeah. I feel like then it turns into like sports where the coaches are covering their mouths, you know?
Maybe we'll have to go there someday, you know? Just find a way to keep all the secrets.
Ah. You know it's gonna be there. Eco round. Surprisingly enough, well, they don't save both the guns. So I guess we are going to get an eco round. They're going to allow things to tie up.
We could pixelate their mouths, but then it looks like stranger things are happening. So, yeah, maybe not. We do have.
We got a whole lot more Japanese viewers, though, Anders. Think about it.
You're not wrong.
Got to grow those new markets. Come on.
Yeah, well, there's an overlap I wasn't expecting for Counter-Strike. Well, welcome all viewers of any kind, really. Shox inside of the smoke with a P250. They're running around him. Cyber's going to get the 1 kill, 50 seconds, so it doesn't really matter that the bomb goes down, as long as they keep man advantage. RPK couldn't do much, and Apex is up with a scout. 2 of them have somewhat low health, but I don't know how he's going to find it. That is amazing. He's going to find Citizen first of all. Now, oh, that's a 2-for-1. He's 1 health left. He just got robbed. He deserved that round.
Apex. He just can't catch a break. He has no way of knowing, of course, that Keto's on 1 HP there.
I know people say Tesla got robbed, but Apex definitely got robbed.
Oh.
Not on a similar scale, but still.
Dude.
That's hard to deal with.
That's such a tough one. At least it's the eco round where you're like, okay, well, that's kind of what was supposed to happen anyway, right? So let's not get too worried about it. But, man. That changes the face of this half.
Yeah, it cannot get any closer than that. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, they're setting up for the grenade. Yeah, just the one for the jump. And Sharks will take down Tamsin without even seeing him.
Fair enough.
That's a move. You throw a grenade, and I'll just take, you know.
I take your life.
Yeah. Seems like an overreaction.
I throw bullets. Who wins? Turns out Shoxy wins.
Oh, but there we go.
But yeah, just go ahead and trade that back.
Really, they really are playing battleships once again outside of this bomb site.
Dude, NAVI Suda gets spammed down. What even is this? I like it, man. This is like how much damage can we do without seeing each other?
It's like a new game mode they've developed in the middle of the game. 50 seconds. Vitality don't, well now they do. I was gonna say they don't have a view of what's happening. So that's confirmation of RBK of 2 players, the one that he killed and Keto there. That probably means that, yeah, they're going to stay at B, but that's actually the wrong move as we can tell, because it leaves one person defending A alone. Keto, even staying alive, no kills, doesn't matter. Just stay here, keep them occupied. That's all you need. Cyber, though, is that one person, so maybe it isn't so easy after all. Now they're falling back with 25 seconds. I don't know about this. He's not aware, is he? Shock's right there and hiding, and he's going to get the headshot. That's a massive kill, and I think, yeah, seriously, better to save it. Don't have the money to rebuy this off at all. What a round that was.
I like how you have to just specify that real quick. It's like, oh, there's only one person left on this bomb site. That person gets killed. Oh yeah, of course it's Cywooz.
I didn't realize until I was like, oh no.
Well, that's not the worst person to leave there.
I almost caught Vitality with my favorite criticism of not knowing what was happening, and then RPK went for that. So again, those are just little details, but you can't just stay blind inside of both B and A for a whole round. It is not advisable. Eventually, you're just gonna get caught.
I like the expressions from this coach.
He's got
the gamut. Yeah, he just went all over the place. You see, eyebrows went up, and then he had to pull them back down physically with his hand. But we are going to get serious in saving that AWP. Curious to see where he decides to try and get the fight going with it. It's like he was hoping for some aggression out towards long, but that's not the case. Vitality instead have gone for a stack on B, expecting some kind of YOLO rush.
Imagine if that was a condition you could have where you had to sort of like
manually
they only work one
maneuver
way.
your eyebrows, and then they just stay there.
I'm assuming that's not a real thing.
I'm assuming somebody has control of their eyebrows to the extent where you could just like do that and then it'll just stay because they have that fine muscle control.
Well, if you're one of those people listening, we'd love to hear from you.
Yes, please send us video.
We've got that one orb saved. They're looking for someone out here. Shox is around the corner. If he gets Santaris, then holding the rest of it should be way more doable. Shox, he definitely saw the shadow there. Yeah, because then they get funneled in and shot in the back by Shox. So Santaris actually, again, just keeping him occupied will help the rest of the team. Now they're actually wrapping around to try and fight Shox. They're coming up behind him. I don't think he was expecting that at all. He's been like, what is going on? Why are they running through CT spawn back out to long just to fight me?
Yeah, team. Where's the team?
Yeah, seems almost spiteful, doesn't it?
24 seconds. And that should be sealing the deal here. Dabson's got the AK, could hit the headshot, but without any Kevlar, he's going to get Aiden punched into oblivion. RPK finds that kill. 12 rounds on the board now, 4 Vitality, 4 away. That was a round of eco, though, so Big Clan now, this is their must-win round. They have to start taking the fight to Vitality, or Vitality are going to get too close to match point.
And too rich all at the same time. Misutra and Sai were leading the charge for Vitality, but I like the fact that the rest of the team are not that far behind and fairly grouped up in kills. So there's no one that's dragging down the French side at the moment. Cyber going for the same kind of aggression that Susan was doing, and he's not even going to really walk back. He did know the flashbang was coming, and Tabson will take him down. Again, Tabson doing so much work, and RPK, he's so exposed. How is he getting that kill and the triple? He's out in the open on his own. Yes, he's got maybe some flashbangs from teammates, but that is way too much production from having essentially not that great of a position.
Unreal, and then Shoxy's there too. There's no way for Tijan to expect that. You'd expect them to be falling back to the site, holding onto their advantage, continuing to just crush you. And then Shoxy just spits in your eye. Leaving Zantaris alone in a 1v4. Can recover the bomb, but look at this.
Matt.
He has no idea where these guys are on the map because Shoxy was so far up, it could mean they could be anywhere.
That position from RPK, I mean, if Sai was still alive and shooting from the other side, at least there's some distractions going on. But Sai would died a full, like, 3 or 4 seconds earlier, and then RPK is like, I'll just roll in here.
Yeah.
And I'll just stand in the middle of everything and shoot everyone. Bold plan.
Oh, no. Good night, Sunterrace.
Yeah.
Oh, it turns out Shoxy just never stopped pushing. 13-10. Things are really shaping up nicely here for Vitality, and there it is. Second timeout called by Big. And, well, I mean, you got to do it. Maybe even call one after this round as well. Just try and slow down the pace a little bit here and have some room to maneuver to discuss. There you go, Xtaz. Definitely getting hype.
Now's the time for it. Well, they're getting...
I can't really say humped because I was just, it's like, I wanted to say hype, but then it's also pumped. And so you wind up saying,
yeah, that
doesn't work.
Listen.
Does not work. I mean, it does work, but...
Unfortunately.
Not in this case.
13-10. I like the fan cams. Don't get enough of those. Go join them if you have not already. You set it up, guys. Create some art in the background. Yeah. Just take our word for it. Go do it right now. Gotta listen to what the caster is saying on the stream. Like, for instance, now you're all on manual breathing. So there's that. We control what you guys do. It's the 24th round, and they only have pistols. Some scattered armor, some grenades. This is doable. Get the first kill and maybe like the second one, but it turns out the exact opposite. So now it is definitely no longer doable, but I still think this is not at all a bad calculation from Big. You look at the money and what they had. If they turn that corner and instantly take down Misuta and just keep going and they run in the monster tunnel behind him, that's a round you can win. I mean, that's definitely possible with that B-bomb side, but this was not going to happen. And instead, it's another flawless round here for Vitality. They have so much money to work with now. They're up at 14-10. They're 2 rounds away from taking down Big in just 2 maps.
In fine fashion. And this is where you just got to feel like you're getting crushed if you're Big. Round after round, the beatings, it's just relentless. You've had 2 rounds this entire half, Anders. Go your way. It's just been all Vitality on this CT side of Overpass.
It's a problem.
It's a problem. How do you win maps if you don't get rounds? Kind of the big question of the day. For Big, at least. But, I mean, hey, you go ahead and just play ultra aggressive on B. Stack up, get together, and just bum rush it. YOLO.
Through the tunnel, but they're getting shut down. He did a lot more damage to the rest of them. Finally, he's a little bit out of there, and that's actually unfortunate. Cyber gonna get caught, and maybe they can turn this. Tabson and Keto. Nice grenade and Apex with a double, and just like that. Still 1 minute and 20 seconds, and it's down to a 1-on-1. So a powerful round coming out here. Looked like they were about to turn it completely there, Big, but Apex showing up at the last possible second to at least give a chance here. Shox with the health. Searson with no armor, but with an AWP, maybe it doesn't matter. If he can get high ground, Shox, he's got a grenade though. If he misses one shot in the high ground, Searson, and Shox throws the grenade, it could be one of the most tragic ends to a 1v1, especially for Big right now. We'll see if he's even going to spot him or not. He's walking up so far along the edge here. I don't know if they could see each other at all, and I don't think Searson will want to swing that far. He's probably just waiting at smoke, though, and now he's picked up a Molotov as well. He's going to tap it. He has a kit, and how do you guess this? He can't find him at all. Oh, no! Just inside of the smoke, and Shox will make it work. I think maybe that was a worse fate than getting grenaded. So frustrating. Like, it's not even Searson's fault. What can you do?
Shox even picked up a full set of nades.
Yeah, he's got
walking through. He's like, there's an incendiary, there's a smoke, there's a flash, there's an HE. I was just wondering. They got a little bit too ahead of themselves after RPK's massive spray down, though. Zaiwu and Misuta just kind of, fluffed it a bit there.
Definitely.
You start thinking, we got this in the bag, boys. It's all good. But then you need a veteran like Shoxy to come in there and just get the job done. Lock it down for you. Win another clutch. 15-10. Match point for Vitality. This is it. And they've got 5 of them. Big with their backs to the wall.
They sent Searson out almost alone. He's got some backup with the bomb on Tabson, so that's a bit scary, actually. Even if there's 2 of them. Shox walking in. That's so scary. He's trapped here. He knows it as well. Surely they're going to double team him, and Tabson will take him down. That's a question of split seconds. If he's a little bit earlier on that, Searson is just instantly dead. But it worked out the other way. RPK will take down Santaros down to the L-bend over at the B-bomb site. And grenaded down to 1 health. Okay.
Yeah, now you put that tank in storage somewhere and let it chill. Let the rest of them do the fighting. Nice flash on long. ZywOo missing the shot. Or no, it wasn't ZywOo. That was Misuda. And there it is. Apex with the jiggle peek, and Searson knows that a second man is here close. Gets that shot as well, and it's looking like another round here.
He just walked through the fire to get that. What an absolute badass.
You just, right now there needs to be some kind of miracle.
Not coming.
It's not coming.
It's not Christmas yet, is it?
Yeah, ZywOo's been spotted. He is donezo. Although, of course, he could just hit crazy shots like that.
Yeah, but it's better back off. Save what you got. I am so impressed that Searson got that second kill. Walking through the fire to take down Apex. Excellent commitment. Yeah, definitely not easy to do either. Yeah, saving the AWP. That is what is going to happen. I don't think they're going to quite get to him. Yeah, they're pretty far. Maybe Keto might just run for it if he wants, but regardless, it will be an 11th round for Big Clan.
I don't think Big has the money either, so yeah, just hang out.
It's risky.
Hold on to it. 11th round on the board for you, Big. 4 more rounds.
It's still 9,000 on Apex. So, I mean, the money on Vitality also means, you know, you said they would need 5 in a row. It'd be so much easier if Vitality were flat broke from the start.
Yeah.
But they're not, and I mean, what's going to happen also is, even if they get the next, let's say, Big get the next 3 rounds, then suddenly there's a round loss bonus building on top of it. So as they're running out of money, the round loss bonus is kicking in, and, you know, like, Vitality is not going to be richer than Big would like for the rest of this half. Not that they can buy every round, but they're going to have some money that is going to be annoying.
Annoying is the right way to put it. Because now it's not going to be as easy. You know, they've had a chance to breathe a second. So you got to readjust here. Just checking in real quick on who is fragging hardest right now for Vitality. That is Misuda and RBK tied at 20 frags each.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Tabson's still dominating over on Big Clan with 24.
Have they gone to Connector at all in this?
Yeah,
this
not really, huh?
Vitality?
Not really. Neither team, it feels like.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like it's always a focus, or just like that's always going to be the battle, and then so far this map, it doesn't really feel like it so much.
They've really been avoiding it. I wonder why. And if you've been avoiding it for, you know, almost 15 rounds in a row, maybe you could surprise someone by going. I mean, maybe they just forget about it.
Absolutely, and you saw the gamble from Vitality at the beginning of this round, stacking 4 players on B, expecting the rush from Big. Oh, that could not be better. It could have been. He could have got a double there, but Shoxy's still able to trade 1-for-1. All the footsteps are going to get heard here. Misuda in position. He's going to catch him. Nade in hand. Needs to find another, and he doesn't! Oh, that's such a heartbreaker. ZywOo shows up and drops Tishin, though, so we're into a 3-on-3. A lot of damage taken by Big.
Yeah, Searson and Tabson. That exploded Tabson. That's a problem. That was Misuta helping out earlier on. He almost finished off 2 players. And, well, let's see what happens now. Are they going to try and look over the smoke? It almost looked like they were going to try and boost over, but maybe not quite. They have a smoke for the defuse. They have a Molotov as well. And they've still got ZywOo on that AWP. So Big are going to be in a little bit of trouble. There's the smoke preventing the Molotov that's on Searson. That's no longer relevant. Now just a little bit of a flash. And they're not sure if anyone is inside yet. They have to go and spray. And that actually works. Searson gets the one, but he's going to go down. And now the full defuse is definitely going to be coming in here. It's so hard for Xanteris to do anything. He gets one. He's tapping away, but it's going to be 16 rounds. Vitality get there. Another smoke defuse. They had one earlier from Shox. Oh, heartbreaking loss here for Big. Some tough rounds to lose, and we're not going to get that third map. The French are just looking mighty strong at the moment.
Oh, they just power through in the end. I thought it would take 3 maps, Anders, to be fair. I thought that's how it was going to go, but yeah, they get it done in 2. Vitality, you know, the experiment is working. Dust 2 worked out with Nivera. They had their sub player in, and they swap out Misuda back into the server for Overpass and elect a win. Big never really had an answer.
No, it's looking really respectable. That's exciting. We'll get the desk to give us our thoughts, but only after the break. Stay tuned.
Vitality get it done with a very nice 2-0 here. A good performance coming out from the French side here. We even got to see the substitution come into play, obviously on Dust 2. Masuta comes back, and I got to say, he started off strong.
He seems to have this ability to go in and out of the server, or just jump in amidst the series and play good Counter-Strike, and that is a luxury. Obviously, we're gonna have to see if he does that on and on and on, but that was a very well-rounded performance from Vitality all across the board. I'm looking at the stats, very close to each other. 15 at the bottom, Shox, and then 20 Misuta at the top, so it's very, very close, but we have the man on our screen. To be fair, I think Misuta has been doing a great job in Vitality. I think he's showing a lot of maturity in his game. He's remaining quite calm in clutch, key situations. We could see that round, to me, that was a swing round, and he completely saved Vitality. It was like a 3 versus 5, crazy openings left and right. So definitely a good game for Misuta.
Yeah, an overall great performance for Vitality. I think they could be super proud of the way they composed themselves in this game. There was at no point where you thought Big Clan were going to win Overpass. There was a point where it was close. There was a point where okay, we're getting a competitive game, not necessarily a replication of what we saw in Dust 2, but when it got down to the nitty-gritty, when needed the most, RPK stepped up, Misuta stepped up. All the players had rounds where they stepped up. Even Shox had a bit of a struggle some period, especially in the beginning of the game. We saw some body language. I think similar on the cast set as well, that he seemed very frustrated. He went 3 out of 11 in opening duels. Not necessarily good enough from Shox, but he kept composed, and the entirety of Vitality, to me, seemed like a team that was well-drilled to beat Big Clan. And let's not forget, Big is currently ranked number 6 in the world, and Vitality made them look like a top 30, top 20 team. Yeah, it wasn't the big we expected, but we've got a great-looking Vitality, and we've got an even better-looking man on the camera here. It's Shoxy. He is with us here for an interview. And the first thing I wanted to ask you, Shox, was, is he there? Does he hear me? Shoxy? He's just ignoring me, you know? He's doing what we want to do, James.
Shoxy.
We wish we could do that.
Yeah, I know. You guys haven't got that benefit, you know? No. He can just sit there and ignore me. You know what he's done, right? he's muted Discord and gone, these guys are still talking. Pim said I didn't have a good game. Sod them. I'm not going to have the interview.
That's the easiest way to just dodge it.
We'll try and get him back on, but we'll continue on with actually talking about their performance, because one thing, right, I was listening to the big comms, and before they went into the game, Toby was drilling him, and he was just reminding him of, like, positions that ZywOo plays, where he likes to go, some of the tendencies and stuff. Yeah. And, okay, ZywOo didn't have a good game, but it's nice to see that ZywOo doesn't have to have his insane performances for Vitality to put up the team performance.
I was thinking when you said that, of course that's a good thing, but it also made me think, do teams prepare a little bit too much for ZywOo instead of preparing for Vitality, right? Because there's a lot of good players on Vitality. And of course, when you're facing one of the best players in the world like ZywOo, it's nice to know where he is. It's nice to know his tendencies and all that kind of stuff. But if you focus too much on one guy, well, guys like Misuta, guys like RPK, all of a sudden stepping up. So maybe teams need to be a bit careful with only focusing on ZywOo, because it's not like NAVI. Vitality can win even if ZywOo is playing bad. Not really like Simple and NAVI.
Yeah, and that is the key, exactly. So far in this tournament, we are seeing an absolute lack of dependency towards ZywOo. He's not having one of these greatest events. He's having a rather quiet event. If you look at his numbers, they're pretty much average, very normal. He's saving them a couple of times here and there, a few clutches, few key shots, but he's not styling on his opponents. And in a sort of weird way, that is good for Vitality to see that they can win, even though ZywOo's not being his usual ZywOo. There's another dimension that I want to bring into the desk, right? I'm listening to the comms. I was listening to them in June as well. In June, I had the feeling that when Vitality was hitting rock bottom, they were disappearing from the server. It was no coming back. They were very streaky, very momentum-based, and you could see the frustration. Here, I've had multiple examples where the beginning of the half does not look good, but they stay in it. They stay composed. You could see the first half of Overpass. They go down maybe 6-3 or 7-3. Yes, some frustrations start to come, but then they stop it. They nip it in the bud. They remain calm. Extras is chiming in to help them calm down. They find a couple of rounds, and they start over again. And that, to me, that is very, very important.
That's exactly what you want to see. I'm going to try this again. Shoxy, are we still friends? Do you hear me, mate?
Yes,
there we
can
go.
You hear me?
Yes, hear you loud and clear. First of all, mate, congratulations on a very good 2-0 there. And the thing I wanted to ask you, right, is for Misuta specifically, he comes back in, doesn't play the first game, and he plays absolutely solid. Are you impressed that he's just able to jump back into a game, like there's no kind of warm-up to it with you guys and be able to switch out like this? Because we saw it yesterday and we've seen it again today.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's not an easy task to jump in a game that already has started, but he definitely was prepared and ready to jump with us, and it was really nice.
Shocks, for us, it's a new thing to play with, or the fact that you guys have another guy to play in the middle of the game. For you as a person, for you as a player on Vitality, are you afraid that you're going to be the guy being switched out? Does that make you better? What is your whole mindset coming into the fact that you have another player on the bench ready to take your spot if needed?
Actually, I would keep you the surprise, but you will see that I will also be on the bench, bro.
Okay.
So you will see in other series.
Sure,
I guess.
But how does that make you feel? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing for you personally? Is that something you can get used to, you think?
I think it's all about how do you react to it, and how do you interpret it? I mean, of course, if you think that you are just being replaced because you are bad and someone is better than you, then you will have your ego down, and then it will definitely something bad, something negative, you know. But we all know today in Vitality that we are just 6 players. It's not like 5 + 1. We are 6. So depending on the map and depending for what it's the best for the team, we won't have the same roster. From there, if you are okay with that, if you accept that, and if you are total okay with the fact that you are 6, then there is absolutely no reason to be negative, to be down or whatever. The only thing that can create is when it's gonna be your time, you definitely want to shine, as for example, Mizuta just showed on Overpass tonight.
Listen, Shocks, I think you're saying something extremely important. How can you make sure that everyone in the team is buying 100% in that project, that you are now a team of 6? Is that the management making sure of that? Are you guys talking together? Is that your coach? How do you make sure that you are this one unit of 6 players?
Because the staff, the management, and the coach decided it, and from there they decided it. We talked together before it happens, before it was even not NIBR, but we were not. We didn't know who was the 6 or whatever. So it's been all about the process. So from there, we have in the team, we have a really good team spirit, and we really trust each other. So if that's the project, okay, let's go. And whatever the project is, we will always be sure to make it at 200%. It doesn't mean that it's going to be good. It doesn't mean that it's going to be perfect. And maybe it's going to be a mistake. And in 6 or 8 months, we're going to go back to, for example, 5-man. We don't know. But when we start something, we put all our efforts in to be sure that what we are doing, we are really giving it a try from the beginning to the ending.
I absolutely understand. Now, we talked about it in the desk. You will sometimes take the risk of lose a map because you're doing a substitution, because you're not playing with your 5th. If it happens, how can you make sure that there's no frustration coming in? In the back of your mind, maybe you're thinking, oh, we would have won that game, with this lineup or this lineup. How can you make sure that never is a problem?
It will never be the problem, as I said before, as we all accepted the process. So from there, we are 6. So whoever plays, if the team win, everyone win. If the team lose, everyone lose. It doesn't mean only the persons on the server. We are all in this together.
Well, it certainly showed that you were all in this together, Shocks. Thank you very much for your time, man. We're going to let you get on. We look forward to seeing you in the grand final tomorrow.
Thank you. Goodbye. Have a nice evening.
You too, mate. You too. There we go. You did listen eventually. We got there in the end. But it's so eye-opening. It's so refreshing because we've been kind of discussing it. We can't know what their mindset is with it. But I like it because you look at maybe other sports, right? And you see it's from a management decision top down. The players don't have these choices the whole way through, right? But in CS, in a lot of esports, it has been player-focused choices the whole way through. And sometimes that can be problematic.
Also, meanwhile, I agree with you 100%. I do believe, though, that the players have to buy in the idea.
Yeah, they've got to agree with it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it can be very damaging if the management forces onto the players something they don't want to do. But it does look like Shocks and everyone in the team is buying. Now, my only question and my one only fear with that is how will they react if they hit a really hard moment?
Sure.
How are they going to react? How are they going to behave if they get eliminated? They get kicked out of a tournament because of a result. Right now, every experiment we've had in front of our eyes was a success. They've been winning. Everything is good. But what if they don't? That's when you're going to see really the limit and how much they believe in what they're doing.
Yeah.
There's two two things, sorry, I take away from this interview. One being that now we know that it's map dependent, right? NAVI is playing Dust 2. The way Shock said it, he kind of spoiled the surprise for us. He's going to be switched out as well. It got to be map dependent. So it's not necessarily on, as he said, player performance, a player feeling bad, a player feeling good. It's basically strategical on certain maps. That's the approach. That's what we learned. The second thing is, this is the perfect period for them to try to experiment, right?
Of course,
We're in the online era of Counter-Strike right now. You're not going to a LAN event. You're not, having to travel to China, all that kind of stuff. You can go to America and China, all over the world when you play professional Counter-Strike. Imagine a situation. Let's, pretend that we're not in COVID right now, and you go to China. You travel for 12 hours to get there, and you're being told, well, you're not playing on that map, you're not playing on that map, but you're here if we play Dust 2. That's not really going to be sustainable for a player and to keep him motivated, right? So right now, they have the perfect opportunity to test it out. They're sitting at home. Yeah. They have, a close relationship to their normal life, so to speak. They don't have to travel. So they can figure out whether or not it's a good thing. But when we get to the LAN events, who's playing the grand final? And if it's a best of 3 and you're sitting out on the 2 maps you're playing, are you going to be satisfied with that if you're Shocks or NAVI for that matter? There's so many questions that remains unanswered, but the whole prospect of this to me is super, super interesting.
And I liked it, right? Because they said they don't know how it'll be 8 months or so from here. They've got to give it time. They've got to wait and see how it all goes down. I'm going to move the conversation over, though, to Big Clan, as we do have Tabson with us this time around. Tabson, how are you, my friend?
Could be
you can't
better.
hear me?
What
There we
about
go.
you guys?
At least you heard me this time. We had a little problem before with Shocks. I guess the first question I want to start with you, mate, is going back to that Faze game. It wasn't the Big Clan that I've been seeing over the last few months. And I just wanted to know, was it something to do with how they played that you didn't expect, or was it more on yourselves?
I think a little bit of both. I think Olof played a really good game. And on top of that, I think recently we're just not really individually performing really well. And therefore, it's getting closer and closer, I would say.
Tabson, I've been giving you guys a lot of praises in the beginning of the year for your improvement, and trust me, it was very impressive. Now, I feel like you have been stagnating a little bit in the recent times. Do you also feel that, and why do you think that is? What is the issue right now between Big at the top, and the version we have at the moment?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you. It's definitely the case. I feel like it's... It could be definitely that there are too many tournaments we are playing. We don't have so much breaks. We don't have the best energy, but it should not be an excuse. Everyone is doing that, and we need to live with that. And for that, I think that's why we are also individually wise not really playing the best. Before the player break, we were individually wise on a completely different level. Like every one of us, like everyone could have easily won each round, each map basically. And at the moment, we are just a little struggling with that, and we need to find a way to get back on the top again.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, I understand from the individual side and from the team side, you used to be, or you rather are, a team that I consider to be very innovative, very creative. You usually come up and you surprise us. Do you think that the calendar makes it hard for you to use that strength at the moment?
Definitely. It's really hard to create new stuff, to fix maybe new stuff, because you have one day a game, the next day you have maybe a different game again. Then you have 2 days a break, then you have another tournament. So it's really hard to create new stuff on the fly, for example, or without practicing it. It looks maybe bad. It doesn't fit so good to each other. And therefore we just need to find time, or maybe find someone else, or find something else to create some stuff.
Tabson, we already touched a little bit upon it, but the fact that you guys were ranked #1 in the world at a certain time and you now have stagnated a little bit, are you guys satisfied with where you are right now, or is it not good enough for you guys just to be number 6, number 7, or number 8 for that matter?
Obviously, it's not good enough. Like for me personally, I always want to be in the top. Like number 5, number 6, number 7 in the world is of course really good. I don't feel satisfied. I think I speak for the rest as well. We always want to be on top, but it's really hard because every team is also improving so hard. Everyone is just getting better and better, and it's really hard.
Tabson, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but it's not a secret that you individually haven't been performing up to the level you were just 6 months ago. I think the viewers out there would be curious to know, what do you do as a player to change that? Do you deathmatch more? Do you play more? Or is it just a period you have to go through?
It's definitely a period I need to go through. I need to admit as well, I didn't have it for a long time. I think the last time it was maybe 2 years ago, something that I had such a big fluke, I guess you said. But I need to go through it, and I will keep playing. I will keep doing my stuff. I'll keep doing my routine. I'll just keep on playing FPL as well. I just need to spend maybe 1 or 2 days longer break to regain my energy. But I will just keep on doing it, and I believe in myself that I will just jump out of it.
One last thing, right? Yeah, you're talking about it already. You have to go through it. For you as a caller, does it affect the way you're calling? Do you lose confidence, or is it just about powering through it?
No, I never lose confidence in that case, because I always believe in the things what we have, and it's not about my feelings or whatever. It's always like I have a certain level. I always have my energy and stuff, but it's affecting in that way that because I have some rules and that I need to be really effective, active as well. And if I don't make the kills, then it's really hard for our sides. And on top of that, I think. I just need to go back to the old Tabson, and I will make sure that I will be there.
Tabs, I've got one last question for you here, because you've obviously gone through such a development and changing role and changing how you play the game as well coming into it. Obviously, we've got Toby behind you, but Gob was involved quite a lot of you guys during that transition period. Obviously, he's moved over to a different game and stuff now, but does he still work with you guys at all? Do you still communicate when it comes down to the CSGO side of things?
From time to time, I talk to Gob, but he's not really involved anymore. Ever since he transformed to Valorant, he's now an active Valorant player. But we still talk to each other, and we always, of course, talk about Counter-Strike and stuff.
Well, Tabson, thank you very much for your time. We'll still see you tomorrow, and we wish you the best of luck going into that one, mate.
Thank you very much. Have fun, guys.
Cheers.
So lovely.
Yeah, always good. Always.
To be honest, I like the fact he admitted, right, he's in a strugglesome period and he just want to power through it. He's not been playing the best of Counter-Strike, right? He used to be one of the best players in the world. You even said it. That's not the level he's at right now, but if anyone has the mentality to get through that, it'll be Tabson.
And this is the thing, right, for a player like Tabson, just the change and growth he's gone through, because he wanted to be the in-game leader, but was also at the time one of the star players for the team. So Antares was just finding his way into it. He had to really redevelop himself. And that's why I asked about the Gob question, because I'm wondering, like, Gob was the mastermind, right? Gob was the second wheel to all of that. Even when he left the team, he was still involved. So maybe that's a part on the trying to develop that they need an extra helping hand on the getting themselves to that stage.
Oh, definitely. And I think it's a very rare breed of players who can do that, can do that transition. If you think about that list, it's a very small one. You have Nitro, he's gone through that. You have obviously Tabson, the man on your screen. Apex had to go from a very aggressive role to then be an IGL on the fly and then, make accommodations. So obviously the staff, having people you trust around you is going to be a key. But where I can see, when I can understand the frustration, that Tabson used to be a player that could make the difference in any given round in Counter-Strike. And it must be infuriating when you know individually, and we can feel it in the interview, you're letting your teammates down in some duels. In some situations, you should make the difference and you're not able to. And you're an IGL, not only you have to think about the tactical side of things, but you realize your own responsibility. And it must be killing him. But as Jacob said, he has the mentality, I think he has the work ethics, and we will see a better version of him for sure.
We definitely will, right? That's one thing you can always count on. But that's okay. That's another thing. If people weren't following Counter-Strike a few years ago, Big rose up, right? And they had that amazing major run. Then they crashed out again, and they've risen. There's one team that will always keep giving in some way. They find a way to make it work.
They've always been disrespected, to be quite honest, right?
Yeah.
They had that major run you talked about, and it was all happening on Inferno. So people were just saying, yeah, you play one map very well, and that's Inferno. You're using some exploits or some new tactics people weren't aware of. That's all you can do, right? I feel like Big has been criminally underrated for quite some time. They are hard workers. They're putting in the work, they're putting in the hours, and they're putting in the effort that is needed to get up to the level where they're at today. I don't think Big is going to be the best team in the world. I don't think they have the individual players to be up there for the longevity of it. But the fact that they can stabilize around, maybe 5, maybe 6, maybe 7, even though Tabson's saying that's not good enough, which I respect because he's a good player, then that is very, very impressive with the limited material in terms of talent they have available on their lineup. The players are getting better, surely. Sursen is never going to be the best AWP player in the world. Tabson is never going to be the best rifler or in-game leader for that matter, but together as a unit, they can easily be a team that anybody can lose to on any given day.
There's a hard-working team at that. Now, we did hear from Shox already, but we also want to hear from Apex. Freya was able to catch up with him after the game.
I've got the wonderful Apex on the line with me. And first of all, I just want to talk about Navera obviously making his second appearance for the squads again today on Dust 2. And when we were speaking about it earlier, you were saying you were having quite a lot of input with him yesterday in the game. So did that change at all coming into today's matchup?
Well, nothing changed much except as I said to you in the interview before, we just had to talk a little bit this morning. We did one prac again with him. We tried to talk about the mistakes we did yesterday. It went much better today, even if he wasn't top scored 1, 2, 3. He wasn't at the top of the scoreboard, sorry. But he still had his impact. He was good. He stayed in the game. And even Mizuta, he played a wonderful overpass. It was pretty tough for him and do not play the first map, as when you don't play, it's really hard to enter the game, but he did it really well, and I'm really happy to have everyone in the team right now.
Yeah, he looked really solid coming onto that second map. And I was just wondering, from what you know of what he was doing just before he came into Overpass, was it the same sort of thing of yesterday? We sort of heard him saying that he was deathmatching, preparing with your coach and the assistant coach. Was that the exact same approach he had today?
Yes, exactly. I don't know exactly, as I said, I don't know exactly what we're doing together, but at least they're trying to put him in the best condition to perform right after in the game. And I guess it worked pretty well today.
Yeah, it did indeed. I also wanted to touch upon your coach in Extaz. We don't often get to hear from him himself, but we could hear him, during the comms, during the game. You guys were getting very hyped up after some of the wins, but he was trying to keep your mentality kind of focused, kind of calm as a team. So what is his impact like during a game?
Well, yeah, we're a bit euphoric sometimes, and he's there to just calm us down. He's there to put some strategy as well. He's doing it really well. He has always the right call, I guess. I feel like he's doing great calls when he's doing timeout. He's trying to let us focus even more when we just go a bit out of the game. And yeah, it's working pretty well. So I'm really happy to have him around us.
Yeah, we also saw Shox as well. He was really turning up once again. And we've seen that sort of consistently from the EURMR coming into this event as well. Shox really seems to be showing his stuff. How is he sort of, changing his impact within the game? Why is he feeling so much more comfortable now?
Well, it's Shox, you never know. Sometimes he's really feeling really good because it's great, and I don't know. And sometimes he feels bad because it's everything is in his head. He can be such a great player, and sometimes he can go really down. But yeah, when he's that good, for us, it's really easy to win, to have a win comfortable.
Do you kind of change anything within the team to make sure that he's feeling comfortable? Like you were saying there, as a lot sort of based on his mentality. Is there anything you've been changing up to sort of fit around him?
Yes, in the game, obviously, with Shox, you need to do things he likes. You need to use him in the best way you could, because he's a player like that. He's a player that needs to be in his condition to perform, and that's what we're trying to do for last 7 months with him. And sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not, but still we're doing the best for him to perform, and that's what the most important for us.
You also said to me earlier that you've been practicing with Nevera on 2 maps. Obviously, Dust 2 is one of them. Can you give us any indication of what the other map is at the moment?
Not really.
That's fair enough, Apex. Keep your cards close to your chest.
Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. Who knows?
This is being honest, right?
Yeah, he is.
Apex is an interesting guy. Apex is a very interesting guy because he's very emotional. Matt, you said it as well when listening into the comms. When he's feeling it, and he's one of the best and most aggressive players in the game. And when he's not feeling it, it sometimes looks a bit rough for him.
It's your eco play time, mate.
It's my eco play time, so let's go ahead. We had a round with Apex in this game where he absolutely demolished almost the entirety of Big Clan with a scout, and it was very, very important. You see the round right here. At this point, probably the closest the game has ever been. We're looking at a score that is 10-9, and Big is actually going to win this round, spoiler alert. But the interesting thing is that Apex and the rest of Vitality is doing a lot of damage. You see Apex now coming into this round, 1 versus 3. There's no way he should be able to win this one whatsoever. Hitting a nice shot right here on Citizen, he's missing a shot. But this shot right here, Matthew falling down and tagging both of them. 1 HP from the guy. Now, the reason we bring this up as an economical play is the fact that he did so much damage to the economy that the round after that Vitality won, well, guess what? Big had no more money in the tank. They had to save, and that was from the point Vitality basically won the game.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes losing a round obviously is frustrating, but if you can inflict enough economical damage, you will put the pressure so hard on your opponents that eventually they're going to break.
Sometimes that can happen, right? You've got to force them as much as you can when it comes to it. But overall, right, Vitality, a 2-0 this time looks much better. A Big that will go down to this lower bracket, as we can see here. They'll be waiting to see who's going to come out on top out of Complexity versus Faze. Big problem for me right now, though, for Big, is that If they go up against FaZe again, okay, we might see a bit of a repeat. Big looking slightly better today, but still not the level we expect from them. But Complexity, I just think they're way above them right now.
They've looked very dangerous, right? In that series versus Vitality, they were quite close to win the series. Quite honestly, 16-14 last night. We cannot get any closer. And the fact that there is very limited preparation available with JKS also makes me worry a little bit about Big. But I think they have the resilience. I think they have the mental fortitude to go up against them or whoever they're going to face, and it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, I totally agree. No matter what happens in the next game we have on hand, it's going to be a great game between Big and potentially Complexity. No doubt they're the favorites, right? But as you said, limited time with JKS, limited practice. We have a map pool. They also have to figure out, what is going to work with JKS, what is not going to work. So as much as we want to talk about it, analyze it, we just sometimes have to stand back and, watch it unfold. We have to learn as we go along. And that's the cool thing about Complexity. Every single game they play, we as analysts, we as viewers, and we as Counter-Strike fans, we learn.
We do learn, and I can't wait to see this game. It's time for us to kick it to a break. But when we come back, it'll be time for that match. It's FaZe taking on Complexity, and it's one that'll certainly deliver.
Have the best Counter-Strike teams competing here in the world. I'm Semler, your host.
Yeah, I just wanted to be accurate. So you said we've got the best teams in the world and Complexity.
This is the best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
And Opo in a 1 versus 2, that's almost unwinnable. He's going to stand up for a kill. Oh my God, he turns around for it. An unbelievable round, a quad kill.
He got another one. Oh, that's 2 in a row, Poison.
Sid stays alive. Oh, the flick comes in and Poison will take him down. Oh my God, I can't believe it, 16 and 12!
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
We wanted to kill Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
And the NAVI storm has come and conquered today.
Great job.
Juggernaut was a meme. Now it's not a meme. Now it's the future,
There you have them. Complexity, end of the run versus NAVI, but still nothing to be ashamed of. 2 huge wins this weekend here at Blast Premier.
Yeah, it all ended up in a pretty nice storyline, right? Having Complexity come through in this fashion, upsetting teams like Astralis, upsetting Vitality. It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
There's something special, and I encourage, the Counter-Strike diehards on Reddit and HLTV that are cynical at times to just come on this journey with us and believe for a minute, that special things are possible. We're gonna screw up, we're gonna lose games we shouldn't, but I promise you one thing, we're gonna be a hell of a lot of fun to watch. Everyone back home in the Complexity headquarters, they had, on our Instagram yesterday, they had this video of everyone exploding in the player lounge when we won, and I saw it this morning, it brought tears to my eyes because everybody in our organization is so passionate about what we do. And we work so hard. This was a special week for us.
It's Complexity to take on FaZe next, and it's our elimination game. One of these 2 teams will be going on down to the showdown, and one will march on forward to face Big. And I'm going to keep on the Complexity side of things here because we just saw that great video. And the way they started at the beginning of this year, they were a meme, right? It was a joke. No one thought this team would actually achieve anything. They have proven everybody wrong. They've had great wins, they've had good fights, good battles. Even with losing Obo, they still seem to be such a solid team. And although it's just a few days with JKS, I was very impressed with what I saw yesterday.
They're playing good. They're playing some solid Counter-Strike. They easily could have taken down Vitality. It was a close matchup. I think both teams being a bit careful saying this, but both teams probably deserved more than they got, right? Complexity could have won that game. They probably felt they should have. They're playing well. I think Complexity is kind of similar to the way Big approached the game. They work hard. They put in a lot of effort in preparation. They put in a lot of effort to, know what they're going up against. Anti-stratting, BlameF, hardworking in-game leader. Not only individually as a player, he's doing a good job, but he's probably also making sure that JKS on your screen right here is feeling as comfortable as absolutely possible. What I saw from Complexity yesterday was definitely a positive sign.
Do you know why Complexity is a sick team? I realized yesterday after our pre-show about them that we hadn't touched on Poison. That is how much talent is in the team. And I'm not even memeing, I'm not even dissing the guy.
I know.
He's a beast with the AWP. I have so much respect for him. But that roster is so star-filled that we spent an entire pre-show without mentioning the AWP. That is how much level there is individually. You take them one by one. Config, obviously the Danish beast. BlameF, highest fucking IGL there is at the moment. You have Poison, the man I just mentioned with the AWP, very strong. And now you have JKS onto the mix. The skill in that lineup is insane. And
I'm going to call him the silent assassin, right? Because when I've been listening to those comms, when it comes to it, right, when he's in the comms there, he chips in just when it's vitally necessary because Config is so loud all the time. Blame is so loud all the time. You've got him just making so much noise within the server. But then when it comes to him, he just gives the needful information, right? Does what he needs to do. But he is deadly. You never know what's going to hit you next of him. And it's wild, right? When you look at this roster, you'd put it as like the oddballs that all came together and fit into one great team now.
Yeah, it's sort of like the misfits, right?
Yeah.
Config couldn't really find a place within Astralis, couldn't find a place within North, couldn't really get it going within the Danish scene. Goes here. Rush got sort of like left over with the whole American scene, probably good enough to still play for Cloud9, given where they are today. But Rush, again, sort of like a misfits back in the days. There's a lot of talent within this lineup. And I always say it, it was like watching the old Astralis, or the new Astralis, dare I say it, with Sipnix on it. If the weak link on the team is supposed to be Sipnix, if the weak link on the team is supposed to be Rush in this case, then you got a pretty strong team. So I agree with Maniac, there's so much talent within the squad, and the balance you're touching upon as well. You have the high vocal players like BlameF and Config, putting in the energy we lacked from NIP, for an example, and then you got the guys like Poison, who's just going to be there and do whatever he needs to do in order to make it work.
Well, you touched on him, right? And he's a player that I thought might have just been fading out of the Danish scene. Well, Config is resurged coming into this Complexity lineup, so let's hear from him.
We know you're a squad that really puts in the hours, especially your in-game leader, Blame, just adapting and making sure you practiced and prepared coming into this. You were saying just before the interview, you're feeling very prepared yourself. So what exactly have you been focusing on coming into this next match?
Focusing on forgetting the last match that we played, like we should have won against Vitality, and we know it ourselves. And we just need to look forward and look that now we need to win 2 matches in a row, but it doesn't really matter for us. Like, we need to win no matter what. We're just focused on ourselves and learning how to play together. It's still a new team. Since we only got 1 new player, it still changes a lot within the team. And we just have to focus on winning.
And speaking of Faze as well, obviously they've had a little bit of a shake-up recently with Nico leaving, Olof now in the place there as a stand-in for the time being. How are you expecting that to be, a different style from the Faze you might be used to seeing?
I think they played pretty well against Big yesterday, and they should probably also have won that match. I think it's a new team, but Olof is still a really, really good player. Like, he's a legend in my eyes, and I like playing against him. And even though he haven't touched the game, he still owns in the game somehow. He wrote that on Twitter that he haven't played since he benched himself, or he went on the break. I'm not really scared of Faze. I'm not really scared of Vitality. So I think it's just going to be a great matchup, even though that it's a new team we're playing against and we don't really know what we're going to meet.
So how confident are you that you'll be taking the win over Faze today?
I think, honestly, it's a 50-50. We have a new player. They have a new player. It's a 50-50 one, but I wouldn't say that we are supposed to win, but I wouldn't say that they're supposed to win. I think it's really, really close. It's going to be a close match no matter what.
Config there, right? He understands what's going on with the team. They understand they still got the work to put in with it. But right now, I love the fact that he's still saying, we are not scared.
No, they have no reason to be, honestly. But you talk about work, and I think that's one of the elements we put forward with Complexity is the preparation, the work ethic. How do you prepare for Faze right now? How do you do that? That is my one silver lining if we talk about their opponents. How do you prepare for a team that is probably just going to take a momentum-based, play a very striky type of Counter-Strike, very simple. For BlameF, who likes to tailor strategies for his opponents, that might be a challenge.
Just a quick touch on that point, right? The best thing that happened for Complexity yesterday was that Faze got into all 3 maps. So they have 3 maps to look at now, because there's no way Faze have changed anything from yesterday till today. They don't have the death within the strat book, so everything they can use, they used yesterday against big clans. So for Complexity to see that map actually went to all 3 was a good thing for them in terms of preparation.
And now when it comes to this Faze lineup though, right, it's the superstar squad. There's so many notable names in there, and I'm just going to come back to Brokey again, because I just want to see him to be able to step out from the shadows. I love this guy. I think he's an incredible player, so talented with how he's been able to get the job done, but I just need to see them give him some room, especially now this has all gone on.
Although I really agree with you, and you know I'm a Brokey fan. I've said it a million times on broadcast. I think he's a key player. I'm not sure that he has what it takes already now in his career to shine in such a chaotic environment.
Okay.
That is my one issue. That's my one question mark. You know, you put him in a structure, you put him in an optimized game plan. I am sure he can make the best out of it. I have seen it with my own eyes. I've seen him clutch and be so impactful in very tight games.
Yeah.
But now, again, I'm going to use the word glorified FPL. There is very much on-the-fly Counter-Strike, a lot of clutches, a lot of chaotic situations. Can he do it? Can he have that kind of impact in this very specific, very stressful environment? He's been quiet so far. It's a new day today.
It's where he came from. It's where he made himself in FPL. So I would say easily, you know, that should be his bread and butter.
Well, let's hear from Cold Zero, the guy who has taken over the in-game leadership, but it's all a little bit of everyone chiming in from FaZe Clan. So let's see what he's got to say about Complexity and how it's going right now.
How have you kind of seen him evolving as a player now? There's a little bit more freedom within the team.
I think like he needs to have more freedom. I think putting him on the positions from Nico that he was actually doing on Earth will be really good for us. Kirby's a really good player, and it's like CS doesn't have like a superstar role, but people need to be more comfortable playing. I think when we had a Nico, like we had like so many players who play in the same position, right? So when he left, Kirby came to his positions was pretty good because it was positions he was used to do before. So I think now he's more comfortable playing and he's just playing his game.
You mentioned earlier about obviously Janko departing the team from that coach role as well. How has that kind of changed up the team? Is there more pressure on you now as the in-game leader, not having a coach there sort of by your side to be guiding some of the players through?
No, I think like right now it's kind of hard, of course, doesn't have a coach because, like, for example, yesterday I was working till almost 7 a.m. because I was watching a lot of demos from them. So preparing to the match is always hard. It's not easy. And Janko was doing this part for us and preparing us for the match. So it's kind of hard a little bit from my perspective and like for myself, like just to be working till 7 a.m., 6 a.m. because like the game yesterday finished almost 1 a.m. So it's kind of hard a little bit, but in the same time, right now we don't want to rush the situation. I think our projects for next year in 2021, like we're not going to rush anything. We want to see a good options for next year and not going to just buy someone just for fill the gap, because for like we always did that on FaZe and it was not good at all. Like we always have problems at the end. So right now we want to really choose good one player, in-game leader who like gonna put us in the line, a good line, and gonna help us to control the team. So, and that's the two things we need to think about. Like, just don't rush the situations. And on the past, we rushed a lot of the situations, so it was not great at all.
Very interesting there from Cold.
Yeah.
Learning from past mistakes of just trying to fill a gap. KOB now having space as well, not having to sit in positions that he may have not wanted to be in, and the fact that the coach thing is not going to be rushed here as well. I actually just love what I hear because it actually makes you think there's a future now. Because at one point I was thinking, does this FaZe Clan just crumble apart?
Sure. I like to hear it. I like to hear it. It seems like it's well thought. It seems like it's something he's put a lot of thought into. He also went out in another interview saying that he's here to stay. He want to try to rebuild FaZe Clan. So long term, very, very good. We just have to adjust our expectations because we have a game on our hand right now where they need to win in order to stay alive. And right now, what FaZe Clan is doing, that is looking long term. They're not really, making sure that they do everything they can right now to win this game that they face right now. That's also why I yesterday said that Olaf Meister, sure, he's a legend of the game. It's nice to see him back, but maybe as of right now, not the best option if you want to win the game in front of you. And that's my problem. Or not necessarily a problem, but that's what we have to take into account when we talk about FaZe Clan. They try to build long term, and that is nice. I admire that. But right now, right here, they have to win.
Yeah, they have to win. And short term, speaking of maps, we have them coming on our screen. So far, the veto is going the same way. The last time these two teams met, we don't have a lot of information information from either side. So for me, I'm a little bit guessing. I was going to say Mirage looked good for FaZe. Individually for Olofmeister, which is also very important, he looked to be in shape. He knew his roles, he knew his positions. Now, Dust 2 was the last map on that occasion when they played against each other. That would be a great handshake. I'm not exactly sure Complexity is going to allow that to go through. If you're Complexity, okay, they take the risk, they remove Train, which means FaZe could decide to go for a Dust 2 peak, in which case we'd end up with a veto with Mirage and Dust 2 in the mix. For FaZe Clan, I think that's a victory.
We saw it yesterday. We saw it yesterday against the two teams. It's the same maps, right? More or less. Or FaZe Clan gets to play the same maps. It's a good veto for them. They get some open maps, they get Mirage, they get Dust 2, so you can't complain, and basically they're giving themselves a chance.
Did they just play into Complexity's plan, though, when we talk about only 3 maps for them to look at in this iteration of FaZe of what we've got right here, and Blame looks at it and goes, oh, I can just prepare quite nicely now?
I think Jacob was absolutely on the money, right? There is not going to be B plans, C plans, D plans for FaZe. Like, they probably have one way to go in. And by the way, I'm going to give props to Colzer in an interview saying he's staying up, watching all the demos. If you ever wonder what a champion looked like, well, there you have it. That's Colzer is a champion. There's no doubt about it. He has a champion mindset, right? He probably prepared the game plan. Now, if it derails early on, that's where it could be complicated for FaZe. This is where every player in the lineup will have to chime in with ideas. Because I'm not thinking that Colzer is going to have like a backup plan again. So for Complexity, I think the first few rounds will be key. We've seen it against Big. That was a great difference maker. But I think there's a chance.
We saw aggressive Counter-Strike. We saw fast Counter-Strike coming out of FaZe Clan yesterday. That is the key to success. You know, try to rattle off Complexity, make them doubt that JKS is not really fully played into the squad. If that doesn't work, as Maniac was alluding to as well, if the plan A is not working, they're going to be in big, big trouble.
Well, let's find out if FaZe can get up in the face of the Juggernaut and push them around. We'll be bringing up the game very shortly. We're starting with Nuke Complexity's pick, but before that, we've got to go to a break. We'll see you in just a few.
ourselves another BO3 this evening, and it's going to be something special because we have Faze back in the server. A Faze that I think people kind of justifiably wrote off yesterday, but a Faze that turned our attention. They were playing with their gloves off. They were laughing, they were having a good time, and they were delivering. And that's what makes me a little nervous for Complexity. But at the same time, it's a hyped Complexity. It's a new Complexity. There's so many things to kind of unpack before this next match gets started.
Yeah, it's the same maps, which is really cool. It's Justin Savage in another matchup this time around. But it's a Faze I wouldn't have been excited about if not for yesterday's game. And I am so excited now today. And I can't wait to watch this one. I think it's going to be really fun. And I think, you know, we want to hold that a little hope. You know, I think if there's anything that could give us hope, it's that if coldzera's calling, you know, we know that actually he's been a very big voice on all the teams that he's played on. Famously in that, you know, huge comeback versus Team Liquid where it went to overtime on Mirage at the MLG major. He called through the whole overtime. That was his first, I think his first major. And he called the whole overtime and they ended up winning. And yeah, that was him as kind of a rookie. So he's always been a big voice on the teams that he's played on, and clearly is very competent and comfortable in that situation. Whether or not he wants to do that as a full-time IGL is a whole different question. So we'll see what his style looks like compared to what Nico's style looks like on the team. And but I feel like them all playing all the three same maps again is better for Faze than it is for Complexity, because while Complexity can prepare, almost certainly Faze will change a lot.
I would expect so. I would hope so.
I think we are going to get into the match. And yeah, so all right, let's go over one other thing here about this matchup that might be interesting. Well, the other small thing that was pretty interesting was we saw Olaf Meister play in the first half of that first game better than anyone else on the server on Mirage, and it'll be cool to see if he can do that again. Came through with no nerves whatsoever and put up some good performances. I think that was really surprising. And I think it's what the craziest part is, of course, is that he had only played for 48 hours coming into his first match yesterday. If some of you missed the storylines from yesterday, he not only did that, but he had a Deagle 2K. He had a Deagle 1K on another round. He had a 1v3 in his first half back after 10 months of not playing. And was pretty much the only player to have impact on that T side. But of course, we're going to start on Nuke this time around. So it might be interesting. We are just past... Are we actually into the second round? Oh, okay. Just had an issue with the feed on our end. Okay. Olaf this time around is playing upper as an anchor, trying to lock down the squeaky. We saw Rain kind of playing this position previously. Of course, it is just the anti-eco, but on just this anti-eco, Config will take him down. Kirby here to watch the cross. And Rain is also right behind him. Coming out of squeaky. Somebody that's spotted by Rush, and a player in Big Garage too. It looks like they're starting to get picked apart. Could be a clean anti-eco here for the FaZe clan. A couple more shots down range, and it leaves just Blame F in a 1-on-4 situation. Seeing if he can grab whatever he can. Now, one thing about Complexity on this T side is that the weird thing is Blame F, he's the guy who watches all the demos and really anti-strats a lot of teams. but he himself is quite anti-stratable, especially on this map. I think everybody can remember around on T side where BlameF will be crawling up the side of Mini, trying to get a lurk kill in, and on some of their execs and some of their fakes, he'll be doing something similar to that. And if you can find that kill, of course, you can have an easy round, especially on these rifle rounds. And so as a hard lurker that BlameF is, sometimes I think some people wonder how long he can keep getting away with it. So we're going to move into round 3. Not much here to buy for complexity. BlameF trying to scope things out. Aggressive smoke downs outside, and Justin will lead the aggressive kind of lurk. It looks like a contact explode out into the ramp. coldzera is going to be holding here. 25 bullets in the mag on this FAMAS. And this thing just spits out bullets. He'll run out of bullets very quickly if he doesn't have any support, but it looks like we've got somebody with him as well. He'll take first contact, and a fantastic spray down. Absolutely miraculous by coldzera. Rain will come in as a second line of defense, and he does well. It looked like this for a second, and of course Kirby also rotates in quite quickly. So here we'll revisit that FAMAS spray. Really well done by coldzera. 300 and a bit. With some extra damage on the fourth guy. And now it is going to be round number 4. Everybody is going to be buying into this round, and we'll see how FaZe Clan want to establish on the CT side. We did see Kirby get used in all the right ways here on CT side yesterday, taking a lot of aggressive openings, something that I personally love to see. Understanding the value of information, not being afraid to take duels. There were some good support nades behind him.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
Pretty good. I was enjoying the sultry tones of your play-by-play.
Awesome.
Oh. You know, it's a two-sided sword. I'm worried, because I think you could do my job, too. Listen, FaZe Clan off to the flying start of a CT side. Talk about that coldzera FAMAS spray down. Ooh. The wide walk. Right now we've got the good old slow creep and crawl through lobby over towards the ramp. They're going to go ahead and try and test it yet again, but coldzera in position, same weapon. They, however, better equipped. coldzera pops up, sees way too many heads for him to be confident in the re-peek, so he kind of leaves that on the shoulders of Brokey, but that utility forces him back. That's a bit of a sitter. Finds BlameF just walking outdoors. Brokey, such an awkward position. When have you ever seen anybody stuck on top of these barrels? He gets hard cleared out by Rush, and there's that fight going down on the opposite side of ramp room. 3v3, Complexity having taken control of Hell, use Rush on the rooftops to keep eyes outside, and he just fought versus Kierby, losing out as did Poison versus Rain. Bombs thrown down onto the dirt of the A site, and it's an easy final frag versus Config. He falls into his death as FaZe fall into a 4-0 start.
A really nice start to the CT side. We know they're good for a few rounds here on CT, but this is already very impressive. And here's where Complexity will have to dig deep for something creative on the T side. They're going to go for a Deagle buy-up, Tech 9, some upgraded guns, upgraded armor, and it looks like 5 smokes in total. So what's the strategy? We're going to have a back heaven, cross outside smoke, or setup, or are we going to have something of a fake? That's what I'll wonder. Looks like the smokes will land in a flight pattern. Okay, they created a couple of plane wings here with these smokes. This concave area in the middle where they can try to cause a distract. It's just a distraction, though. They're actually here focused all on the ramp, looking to throw hands with coldzera once again.
Yeah, but he's already kind of slapped him around a little bit. So there's the uppercut punch from Config. Rocks his head off. Brokey does actually get into the peak this time around, not pressured back by utility. AK has been picked up by Justin Savage. Just in time. We'll see if it's used well. No, sir. Rain. Beautiful mini transition there. And Config will catch one by surprise in the corner of the ramp. BlameF with a headshot of his own. These Deagles hang off. But can Complexity close this robbery of a round? Well, Rain barely alive here. Arguably lucky to have gotten that third kill on such little HP. They've got flashes between them, one of which thrown out. BlameF's gonna walk in on this. Brokey should make contact, but he just turned his attention away, and Blame, fumbling his utility as Brokey swings out for the perfect trade to give FaZe their 5th.
First up on the replay is Rain, and I really love to see that because what we saw was a huge opening. They got coldzera falling down the ramp. They 1-deeked him, and that's the perfect time. You just go, right? You're on the eco, you get that free kill. You're hoping the rotations aren't there, but Rain was right there. He got in the control room so quickly, you can't be surprised that he got that first kill untraded. So very nicely done by Rain. Don't even know what the setup was originally to allow him to get such a good spot so quickly. But FaZe Clan are not asking questions. They're just happy to have survived that eco round, and they move on to look for the 6-0. Brokey in a new position. Hold up inside of Secret, dodges an off shot after grabbing BlameF on the cross. And Poison is not in a position to trade, has to stand in the fire just for a chance, right? He's got to, yeah, he's got to go to the end of his life bar just to get a chance at a shot, and there's no one there. However, Rush finds a trade outside on somebody else. Kirby goes down.
Try to use Heaven against them again. We saw Complexity in a decent spot with that 3 versus 3. Having had a couple of players in Heaven and then Rush outside on the air conditioning. But they weren't actually able to get into the A site. We'll see now as this lobby flank from FaZe joins forces with what was the default A defenders. They know exactly what's going on. That flash actually blinds a couple people awkwardly. JKS dying from it. Config the only terrorist to get a kill here, but he gets himself another. Poison on the bomb site. Pushing this into the 1 versus 1. Cold, massive health advantage, but versus that sniper, Poison's just gonna have to flick it on him.
Oh, it's such a good play.
Yeah, sitting right behind the boxes.
Oh, he's not moving off of this. This is interesting. Cold, he knows. Oh man, even Cold's just way smarter. I love the way that Poison worked around the site that way. Typically, people go to the left a little bit, peek to right, play to 50-50. Poison tries to create a timing by going that far out, but Cold, he's also patient enough to realize he hasn't been peeked from the other side of the site. Love that, man. Listen, FaZe, they're making it look so easy, but not everyone can do that. All the rotations, the protocols, they're looking good. It's very impressive to see what we're seeing, you know. I mean, grabbing lobby control the way they do, it's not non-standard. Being successful about it, having a clean retake, making the correct rotations like we saw with Rain downstairs so quickly. These are the things that win you round on CT side of Nuke. And these are rounds they're getting sometimes despite losing a very unlucky trade. So very impressive stuff here by FaZe. 6-0 on the map already. I got to really rub the crust out of my eyes. I'm already surprised that FaZe are this far in. But seriously, after yesterday, such an inspirited performance, I'm really glad to see it.
Rush able to pop off the smoke. Brokey in the bomb site. He's got to be careful. Almost actually ends up hitting Rain. But Rain finds one before he's taken out of this one. JKS, efficient trade frags. Man advantage for FaZe. Bomb in the lobby, however. That's going to be a problem. Although, coldzera, who was on top of it, has gotten cleared out by JKS. The Galil getting the better of him. Good thing for that smoke on Mini. Really not giving Kirby much space to play, but he will creep onto the other side of this. And now we have to wonder, does he go through? BlameF keeping eyes on it. JKS, his hands are busy with the bomb plant, but as the smoke fades, the first duel's there for the taking. Kirby instead fixates towards the site, gets the back of JKS turned. And now BlameF, he's in that corner. Frag's gonna soften him up. No, not even, it lands in front. Couldn't quite get it in the breadbasket. Kirby, does he go clear this corner before crossing to site? He's still thinking maybe he's on vent. I mean, he has a good idea for it, but here comes BlameF walking out into success as Complexity find their first.
You gotta love how BlameF doesn't overthink the situation. He's just, there, I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna peek when they tap the bomb. And by that time, Kirby's already done so much stuff before tapping the bomb. Enough time's gone. It makes it a very kind of clean situation for him. Of course, Kirby could have still won in that spot, but again, nicely done and avoiding grenade damage and everything like that. So That's all we really want to talk about from that round. Apart from JKS getting these really important trades, the one on the Opera on the back site, crouching inside of hut, you know, kind of baiting his teammate, but understanding that if he sits there, he's guaranteed this kill. He cuts this line of sight off from the back of the site. He'll get the key kill on the Opera. They can win the round. And then going ahead and following up the mini kill as well. And, you know, since we're on Eco, you know, JKS talked about how he's got big shoes to fill with Obo. And I mean, they're not literally big shoes, right? But they are still figuratively pretty big. So Obo was putting up some of the best stats for Complexity on Complexity, and that's no secret. He definitely was a great fragger, and he developed a lot in the short time that he played for Complexity. Looking forward to whatever team he plays for next. That being said, JKS, you know, we know that Obo had trouble with grenades. JKS doesn't have trouble with grenades at all. He's probably got more maturity, more calmness. He's been in more situations out here in these Counter-Strike matches, and I think he frags just as hard too. So it's just a weird situation where it's like a really hard player to replace, but maybe the perfect guy to do it.
Yeah. A result of, I think, like a perfect moment. You know, if Obo leaves in a different time, then I don't think there's maybe a justified replacement as easily available, right? But you know, nobody wanted to see Obo go. We understood why he had to take his departure, and I don't think too many people were against him.
Yeah, unless you're like the Bears and you have like the worst take of the century, you're obviously okay with, you know, Obo trying to go home in the middle of the pandemic, right?
Get back to some essence of being a teenager. But, you know, if JKS to Complexity is what we get because of Obo's departure, then I think that's, as hard as it was as a Complexity fan to see Obo depart, you have to be excited for this next chapter from them.
Yeah.
So we talked through the pistols of FaZe Clan. They were not successful. Complexity net themselves a second round. And, well, the cash is still an awkward spot for FaZe. So looking like a likely third. However, what kind of a wrench can FaZe Clan throw into the works?
Yeah, it's still scary for Complexity. Great they won this like swing round, but even that rifle round they won, the 1v1, didn't look like they were going to win that. So, oh, nice little queen vent drop. I mean, takes no damage whatsoever, of course. No nades to respond to that smoke out of Squeaky. And JKS is here to, you know, cause a ruckus. He's like banging on the inside of the floor. He's the neighbor upstairs bowling. You know what I mean? He's trying to get your attention.
No, I live on the top floor. I am that guy.
Okay. He's Joey climbing on your roof bowling. He's doing whatever it takes to be a nuisance. So they pull you out of the skyboard, the rafters on the upper site. You know, make you rotate downstairs through ramp, through vent, whatever it takes. That's his goal.
This is a two-man stack, right? Rain's not an extra. Okay, good. Just making sure Rain didn't get
he's a tall guy.
Yeah. Like this Viking, bro. 9 feet standing behind blue box, but those USPs just trying to stack. You know, 2 USPs does equal 1 man. But you need 2 of them. We'll go Lil for Kierby.
For the next dually player, a good name would be Akimbo Slice.
Okay.
So like the next nuts dually player.
All right.
I mean, we're on Nuke, so maybe somebody pulls out the dually CT side on the pistol. Maybe next CT side.
I promise you that if we get to cast a dual Beretta pop-off, I will get that in there.
Akimbo Slice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, yeah. Forgot about that. That's tough.
I saw they put him in the newest UFC game. You can play as Kimbo Slice.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like today.
Yeah, today. I mean, not today, but when the game was released,
yeah,
they kept him in there. Yeah.
Huh.
Cool. All right. They kept the Galil. That you'd like to see. That one's going to get passed over to Rain.
So listen, I mean, Complexity, they won a round, but it was a bit sketchy. So we have yet to see if they even have a T side just yet. FaZe are the better team right now for sure. Curious to see if they try to do something like their fast upstairs take again, or if they go for something else. Because that fast upstairs take, I don't know. Oh yeah, they are going to try to go for it again.
Fire, man. Olaf, he's going to lay a smoke down backside, gets completely overwhelmed. JKS and Config just wrapping around the silos like it's nobody's business. Like it's their bomb site from the get-go. A plant easily thrown onto the back of the site in a 5v3, tons of utility left over, full map control from Complexity. Blame F behind KRB, even though it's planted on the A site. Ah, man. He's gonna go ahead and take his head clean off, and now we've got Complexity's T-side piecing it together.
Yeah, that's a power move. That's a synthol move by Blame F to call the upstairs take again after it coming so close. I don't know where Rain was. Normally he's the guy in front of Squeaky, so if they try and he burst, he'll be there. But it's possible that FaZe didn't anticipate it because they almost handled it last round. They maybe thought that Complexity were going to do something else. So yeah, nice brave call here from Complexity to show that they can win around very cleanly on the upstairs hit. And that really does put them up on the board, especially considering that FaZe are now in a situation where they cannot buy again. So the easiest path back to a comeback here for Complexity with this now 4 straight.
Nice. Very quick, very easy.
But yeah, it was really like Olaf there on his own with an Opper to try to stop him, to try to stop the wrap on him.
Really difficult position when they're playing at that level of a pace. And not just one, but 2 players fully committed, you know? Config and JKS. God, that's a duo I would love to see keep playing entry. Rush gonna soften up KRB ever so slightly.
Oh, do you want to aim map versus Rain?
Not really. I don't. Maybe Complexity do. He puts down a smoke so that he can try and peer over top of it. Actually catching the Opper. Poison down to 12. coldzera locking it down in the depths of the tunnels. And he has the confidence here as he has 2 other players around him. But don't forget, right, there's only 2 M4s in this round for FaZe. They've already had great impact, dropping Rush and lowering Poison as close as he can get.
Yeah, but they have Rain is still outside, guarding their fallback, and they know now that everybody's crossed. So that's the weird part about this round.
Ooh, good molly spread.
Man advantage, and Poison, who has been hurt, is trying to get it back by killing Rain, but Blame F goes down right by his side, on his watch.
Oh, but KRB can't connect the deagle shot, so Olaf's gonna get aggressive here. JKS is coming out from Squeaky by the looks of it, but Olaf, oh my god, denied. They don't expect Brokey to be this close, and Rain is still just omnipresent in this play. Completely corralled Complexity. They had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and you saw that eventual kind of clamp down by FaZe as they realized Complexity were looking to turn the other direction, that Complexity were going to try and fight their way out. But flanks upon flanks, 3 guys up, despite FaZe only coming into that round with the double M4. Awesome way for them to get a little momentum shift back and retain their 3-round lead.
I think they really thought, okay, we can take a lot of fights out here very confidently if we go outside on the cross, so they didn't go for the deep smokes. They know there's no op out, so they don't want to overplay it in a situation where they might want to throw those smokes later on. But once they crossed outside and they didn't deal with Rain, who was sitting there waiting, and then they ran into Cold, lost that opening kill, I think it was more awkward to go back outside when you got a bunch of pistols who don't really feel like they have much to lose, who are probably going to be willing to take risks, as opposed to kind of fight through coldzera. But it's a lot easier for us to see than it is for them. And I'd like to extend some credit to Rain for playing that so well and being in so many different positions outside when they did come back to him.
Yeah, caught them initially by air conditioner, finds them through credit card, moves back into garage after KRB's dead from that spot. So yes, very much outside with Rain's name stamped all over it. But as he crawls forward, it's actually Complexity right there. He gets caught in his jump, dropped to 54, and Poison will land that following shot as well. Brokey's on the back of the A site alongside Olaf. They're worried of some kind of hut play, but in reality, there's a world where Complexity just turned this downstairs.
Yeah, let's see. KRB's getting comfortable in the lower site, and Brokey's going to try to seek back some information. So this is going to be a big timing game, and Brokey, he might be offered up 1 kill. Expecting an op to be here would be a bit of a surprise, but look how manically he's clearing all these angles. He's got his back turned to Squeak. He's walking right into the rifle of JKS, who's camping out here, and this might make you think that it is going to be a lower hit. So we'll see, but oh my god, JKS, he's all fine by himself. This guy does not need a babysitter.
Not at all. KRB cleared out of the site. Olaf also.
Damn.
3 frags for JKS, just sticking it out on Squeaky. They came to him, and he sent them packing. 5-7, FaZe still lead.
Of course, if you're lurkers and Squeaky, then you're typically there to stop people from rotating down vents. You're usually not getting the opening kill in a situation like this, but in an awkward turn of events. Of course, Brokey's just trying to get some info back, walks backwards right into him. Those second 2 kills, very impressive though. Round 13 underway, and JKS trying to put some pressure on the vents once again. Outside Squeaky. But more so just trying to look to do some spam damage, not really jump out or go for any kind of vent dive. Now, I think Kirby at his best outside was doing a lot of aggressive moves, but he's been a bit more laid back this time around. Sitting inside the mini, spotting, taking his time with it. And they also have Rain downstairs, cutting off this angle to Decon.
Smoke to delay the ramp play. Just rush for the time being. Coldzera is playing down by B-site control, so they are wary of somebody slipping through secret. But a good stack going on in this A-site. You know, just passive plays from both of these teams in terms of controlling red and silo. We've got Config outside of the Squeaky Smoke, Molly to the top of hut, Olaf anticipating flashes, but they're not coming. Is this a commitment they have to ask themselves? They actually round out and find him turning his head. Kierby with a second, and a third player about to peek. That's Config with a bout of success, but Rain with eyes through mini, just right into the bomb carrier. And sure, the Molly's gonna deny this heaven peek, at least it should. Broke, oh no, deterred, falls downwards, Config's double, gets him back in, another fight, and it's minimal HP to make the difference. Complexity take it out, Blame F with the clutch, his 10th kill of the map, and now within 1 of tying at 7.
Man, Brokey tried to make a heads-up play. He didn't even need to necessarily push out, but he found an opening. Config's shooting people right here, and Brokey comes down, misses a shot right under him. It's not one you deathmatch for very often, so I want to give him some sympathy on that, but that one gets missed. He frantically dives down, misses another shot, and Complexity back in the round. I feel like Faze have gotten a little bit unlucky, and Olaf definitely doesn't look that comfortable upstairs. He's not been doing great on the upper holds.
Yeah, Nuke was his weakest point yesterday's series as well.
Yeah.
You know, he took right back over when we got onto the Dust 2, but was a bit of an issue on this one.
Yeah, long on Dust 2, he was killing it. Beyond Mirage, he was killing it. Nuke is just a bit more up in the air.
And today it's looking a bit more complex. Eagle shot from Cold, right to the head of Rush. Oh man, Brokey is kind of sacrificed in that position. Olaf beacon out from Decon, but Blame F with the double kill is what really opens up this B site. And even then, Complexity doing a good job of just buying time. No hard commitment here in the off chance that they're about to walk into what could be an absolute stack. Olaf and Rain, all that remain. Damage has been done, but doesn't look like much more will connect. Rain's position now known, so final fragger from Faze. Meant to be dying at a moment's notice. He will find an escape route, but he wants to go back into the action.
Well, listen, yesterday, Faze were able to get 8 rounds on TG side, and then they won 16-9. Okay, Rain goes for a heroic play there, but we're looking at an 8-round T-side half from FaZe Clan to win over Big yesterday. So
big news.
We have a lot to. We have big expectations for this next half, and they're already kind of meeting their quota here. 7, looking at 8 rounds. We'll see what happens. I genuinely feel like Complexity won a few swing rounds that have made this game tied up, but overall FaZe have played very, very well.
Yeah.
Config has managed to surmise a 19-kill half through all of this chaos, which is astonishing. I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, kill after kill. Some crucial ones as well, like especially on that A site, dealing with Brokey as he drops. But here comes Olaf pushing into hut, really throwing a spanner in the mix. Rain remains behind vent, not completely cleared. It's Brokey's sniper to get 2 of those 3 mid-round moments, leaving Poison crucially outnumbered and critically down to 21 HP. They are peppering him, salting him, and saucing him in the end. FaZe Clan will lead by a 1-round advantage. They close out this half with that final 8th. Join us after the break to see who takes Nuke.
How's everyone doing? I hope you're ready for another episode of Skin Survivor. Today, I'm joined by none other than Tabson. Tabson, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks, man.
We've got 16 skins in a knockout bracket. Tabson, you're going to pick your favorite of the bunch, and the winner after 4 rounds is going to go to one lucky Twitter user. Tabson, you ready to do this?
Sounds good. I'm ready. Zazimov. Black Lemonade. Neon Revolution. The Red Line. The Jaguar. Frontside Misty. Neon Rider. The Impress.
So now we're going to move on to round 2. This is where things will get a little bit more tricky. I might ask you a couple questions about your choices.
Sure.
Black Laminate versus the Asimov.
Stick with the Asimov. Black Lemonade is just old school.
The Red Line versus the Neon Revolution.
The Revolution just caught my eye and I really like the color.
Jaguar versus Frontside Misty.
The Frontside Misty, definitely. It like also has a nice color of it.
The Empress versus the Neon Rider.
The Empress, because I just need to have a little more something different in.
We started out with 16 skins, and now only 4 remain. We're going into the semifinals now, so we'll see which one will survive. Neon Revolution with the Asimov.
I will go with the Neon Revolution.
All right, round 2. The Empress versus the Frontside Misty.
Definitely it's the Frontside Misty.
We have now 2 finalists remaining. The Frontside Misty up against the Neon Revolution. Who would have thought we've gotten here? Tabson, you've got a hard decision to make. Between the 2, which one is your favorite? Who are you going to grace with this weapon?
It's a hard decision again, but I definitely need to say it's the Neon Revolution. Since the very beginning it caught my eye and I'm sticking with it and I'm probably going to use it at some point.
Neon Revolution, standing against all odds, has taken a win over the Frontside Misty. And now we've got one last thing to do before we go, and that's for Tabson to pick a winner. Just choose carefully a number between 1 and 4. We can find out who that person will be.
Number 2.
Okay, and that goes to @Did4. Congratulations to Did4. Thank you so much, Tabson, for coming on the show, and that's it from us today. See you guys later.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Config, 19 kills, 11 deaths. Blame F, 13 and 10. But other than those 2, bit of a slower start here to the day for Complexity. And it's for that reason that we've got Big in the lead by 1.
You'd think a scoreline like 4 and 12 for Olaf Meister be a liability, but we saw the same really lackluster performance from him on this map yesterday. But this was also maybe FaZe's strongest map despite that. So I'm really not worried actually for FaZe Clan that they can put together a strong T side. coldzera is really taking the reins here. I'm honestly loving what I'm seeing, and maybe talk a bit more about it on the anti-eco. But in that pre-game interview, we had a lot of insights. There's a lot of turmoil going on in the FaZe Clan camp, so getting some insights, or every little insight is worth its weight in gold. But long story short, basically, they're taking it slow. He's feeling pretty good, and he's doing a lot of research to help make up for the fact that they lost in IGL.
Again, right, that championship mentality. Somebody's going to have to do the work to keep FaZe afloat. And it seems like he has. Rain, Brokey, Kierby, each 1 frag coming into this A site, just using Mini to splice open the upper site and, well, take a second pistol by the looks of it. coldzera, just nice angle on Secret as well, completely denying Blame F any attempt back into the action. JKS has revealed himself. 1v5 ace clutch, a bit too much to ask for.
No, I don't want to jump the gun, right? But there's a part of my brain, Connor, that wants to believe that coldzera can't be a good IGL because, well, you wouldn't want him to be an IGL because he's such a good player and There's a lot of similarities and parallels to Nico.
Yeah.
You know, 2 of the most consistent riflers of all time, 2 of the best riflers of all time. But we know they both now have a background in IGLing, at least with, you know, coldzera being somewhat of a secondary caller, Nico taking on the primary role for a long time. And for Nico, I mean, you know, his performances, maybe they weren't Mouse level, but he also had much better players on his team this time around, and they were still superstar level performances. And I don't know how much coldzera is liking it right now, but honestly, some of the stuff that they changed, even from yesterday, I was a big fan of. Some of the CT stuff that they did differently, the fact that Kirby's playing a lot more of the star player roles and stuff, I feel like some stuff actually looks quite good for a honeymoon period. And hey, we were all critical of the honeymoon period, but better to have the honeymoon period and fall off than to have no honeymoon period and just start off badly, right?
Very true. Desert Eagles fumbling around in mini. Molotov over towards Secret. Poison on the scout. It's a hard show to follow up when we had Searson in the server earlier. But I know we have talked about Poison's scouting capabilities. Got to put him up there as contender for the top dog.
Go ahead, list them off. Top 5 scouters.
Poison, Searson, Chris J.
Probably just going to throw Simple in there just cause, right?
Yeah, you might have to. And then Ziwu, because...
Just cause, yeah. There it is, Poison.
Nice.
And it's this specific angle, right?
Yeah, he's always working hell. Look at him keep on going.
It's such a great way to control outside. You can peek the doorway on the right or on the left. You can pick the windows on the right. You can go up top. If you're in a new position to be in, sliding up and down the ladder. Like a fireman.
Good timing. JKS on this lobby lurk. He's going to find Owak kind of shuffling his feet, but the MAC-10 bests him. Bomb thrown down to the dirt. Galil catching a kill means it's just the Deegs left over, but did they anticipate Config? No. He finds the bomb carrier. 7 seconds left. He just needs to deny plant. Good target prioritization, but KRB just in the nick of time.
No,
not even.
Yeah, it turned 3. As soon as that, so the bomb, so technically, it doesn't take 4 seconds to put the bomb down.
3-point X.
But with the animation, it gets close, and what we see on the clock is not exactly accurate to the game state for how much time is left over. So as soon as you see the number change from 4 to 3, no matter at what point, like if you believe that's 3.9 or whatever, it's too late. It's too late.
Wrong.
Too late to apologize. And Config, he gets more than he's supposed to from the back of the site with the Deagle there, because right now he can't be stopped. He's just hitting everything. He's 21 and 13 now. And here, yeah, this is where he grabbed another kill. That was Olaf Meister coming late out of the hut. And Complexity come 1 step closer.
Okay, I've revised my list. Searson.
Yeah.
Poison.
And just to be clear, no particular order?
No
just top
particular
5.
order.
Okay.
Searson, Poison, Chris J, Woxic, Simple.
Okay.
Molotov. On the feet of the players on Squeaky, blame F. That's a double wallbang smoke frag. And hey, look at that. Config gonna add one to the tally as well. So I feel like Faze, having gotten ripped up, haven't even seen an enemy to shoot back at. It's for that reason that we have 500 health across the board on Complexity's side. And Poison, he's gonna snap into the head of the red box. Oof, not quite the head, but still lands the shot. They are both back there. Config can smell them. Kirby jumps up with that 1 AK. And now he sees nothing, so they're just going to squeeze this out. Try to minimize losses here from Complexity, get that economy rolling, and get your CT side glowing soon enough. Frag grenade, busting Brokey down to a measly 26 HP. Scout from a distance gets 1, and Blame will finish with his 3rd frag there versus the lackluster weaponry of Faze. So we're all tied up at 9 rounds each.
It's obviously really annoying because, you know, Config's Danish. And there's just no shortage of Danish all-stars.
Yeah.
But it feels like Config has even more to show us than he's shown us in his career. right, at one point set the kill record in a single match. We've seen him have just explosive halves that don't slow down at all. Like, he doesn't seem to lose focus when he starts fragging too hard. Like, you know when you're having a great match and someone calls you a cheater at matchmaking, and then suddenly you don't get a kill anymore?
Yeah.
Like, Config's not that guy. He'll go up 30, 40, and not even realize. He'll just keep going. And not many players have that capability. But now he's introduced a lot of discipline into his gameplay. Like, I did a demo review on him, and I've done like 60 demos now at this point in a row.
Yeah.
And he had one of the cleanest Mirage CT sides on Cat that I've ever seen. So much discipline. Hitting all the shots one bullet. When he didn't hit the first bullet, he was falling back. He made perfect rotations. He was just as smart with his keyboard as he was with his mouse.
And I'd say that's, you know, an element of his gameplay that he kind of came back with, right? Remember, Config fell off for the longest time. Then he kind of reinvented himself before he came back to this complexity lineup.
Yeah, totally.
And
a lot more structure on this lineup too.
Yeah,
You know,
I think
more
he's just
leadership as well.
found discipline in general, right?
Yeah.
Discipline's something that everybody could use a little bit more of. Config's better off for it, both in Counter-Strike and life. BlameF just racking up the frags. Poison with the headshot onto Olofmeister. His 7th kill. Actually quite a quiet game from Poison and JKS. And neither of them, of course, have as little kills as Rush.
Yeah.
To think that as Config sits at 22 and BlameF has 20, Rush only has 3.
Yeah, if you added together Poison and JKS's kills, and then multiplied Rush's kills by 2, and then doubled that, you'd still have less than both those players.
Yeah.
Think about that.
You didn't even carry the 4. Round it up. Guns back in the server from both sides. Complexity arrive on double digits before FaZe Clan can. Smoke grenades chucked out.
Oh my god,
BlameF
Blame
actually threw it. Yeah, I
oh
was gonna
my
say.
god, he took a fast step.
Someone's waiting for him. And then Kierby off of that kill, gonna waste 0 time running downstairs. This should scramble Complexity, but they actually haven't moved.
Listen, this is the #2 FIFA player in the world right now, okay? He knows how to get across a field.
Man can sprint. And kick balls. Coldzera trades. But can he get them all? It's Config so far. Rush in the rafters. Kierby in the vent.
There's one imposter.
Oh, JKS.
But it looks like he'll win. They've created tons of space here. There's just no rotation, so... Okay, drop down comes, but this is Kierby's kill to lose, really. Yeah, he's made noise.
More damage.
Hunt him down. I'm kidding. JKS, he can't get caught off guard, man. He's too wide awake. But it's been a fake, isn't it? Olaf working into upstairs. How does Poison hit that coming out of heaven?
I don't know, but Cold hits him back with one. Rush stranded on Hut. Finds 2 frags to his name this round, and absolutely crucial. Double AK save from Complexity, double round advantage. That's 11-9 scoreline for Complexity. Crucial round to win as well, leaving FaZe Clan strapped for cash. But that was that loud step coming out of BlameF.
I feel like we got so... Look at this, look at this.
Falls down from heaven, lands the shot. You know, luckily, scout accuracy reset after falling way better than that of the op.
Interesting.
You are a mobile damage output machine.
And when you scope in, it looks like you're running faster.
It's definitely a speed buff.
Cross smokes come out, and they're not going to be able to do it. Oh, kidding. Config will put tons of damage output through the smoke.
Massive.
Kierby, the first person to go down, and so much residual damage on the rest of the players as well, and BlameF is in a great spot. However, Brokey trades him out.
Config
But again, Config, he's just been such a key component of these holds.
Yeah, like you said, once he gets rolling, he doesn't stop.
He doesn't stop.
You know, it's an avalanche, but an infinitely long hill.
Yeah, they're just FaZe Clan on a tiny snowboard getting chased down by an avalanche that is Config.
This time, Config, he's consumed like 4 Swiss villages on the side of the mountain.
Didn't even notice. Killed Maniac on the way.
Why am I laughing? Rush is going to close. Olaf removed from this 21st round. 3 to the lead of Complexity. Money is stacking up. I'm talking fat cash on Complexity. And Config kind of gifted that second as Cold peeks back into it.
I have to say, I feel like this is been a very unlucky game from FaZe's perspective for some of the swing rounds they lost in the first half, and now kind of a lot of these timings in the second. However, I'd say one of those swing kills was like, you know, Olaf should be getting the kill on Poison, but at the same time, it's not weird that Poison hits a ridiculous shot like that when he knows he's supposed to die.
That's what he does.
So, you know, you got to give him credit for, you know, definitely aiming in the right spot, even though he wasn't meant to be falling.
BlameF, that's an easy pickup as Rain falls from the silo. He makes sound on top of Mini. This is a gun round as well, so we expect better things from FaZe. JKS better swing for the fences. There's 3 players in that smoke.
I can't believe he has 9 kills. He's been getting nothing but impact frags.
He's going to commit deep on the wall. They jump outwards, he gets 1. Good enough.
Definitely good enough.
It's going to send Config spiraling down to Decon. He opens up the door. Oh, dude, bad bounce on the smoke.
Little bit of clipping.
Oh, I just caught that little
Look at this, and Config can use it against them.
He's just going to go into it. They're going to follow up with another smoke, but I mean, he's already inside of it. He's going to go ahead and peek round it.
Oh, God.
What a play from Config. I wonder if this actually bears fruit. coldzera has the silo in his face. He can't see him, but now it's a 1v1 between Config and Cold, and the bomb gets thrown down. Config, whether he knows it or not, is a mastermind.
Oh, he knows it. That spatial awareness right up against the ramp. And the fact is right now, he's moving right, and he's taking the correct duels, and he's barely winning all his 50-50s because he's just that on point at the moment. Even out-dueling coldzera. Really sick stuff. This is tough. This is a shame. I feel like FaZe Clan would beat great teams right now, but at the same time, Config has 27 kills and BlameF has 23. And JKS has 10 kills, but I swear on everything. Every one of those was a rifle kill, and it was an important moment. But look at how that smoke messes them up. They cannot make progress across the site. They would never throw that smoke themselves.
Yeah, coldzera, understandable.
Very frustrating game.
Yeah, understandable disappointment on that play. 50 frags between BlameF and Config. If Complexity is a juggernaut, then these two
right
Danes are just their giant fists. You know, unbelievable. Poison. He's going to find one with the op outdoors, and this half is just starting to fizzle out now. Every time we get FaZe on guns, Complexity running away with it.
You know, you only got so much give in the tank, right? For a certain amount of hurt, it's just gonna bear down on you. You're gonna forget about how close it was at one point, and you're just gonna give in.
When it hurts so much, you have to pass out.
Yeah.
Config headshot onto Olaf to close it. Damn, he's shooting for 30. 2 more rounds to get there. We'll see if BlameF can catch up. 52 kills between the two of them.
Just 2 of them, yeah.
38 for the other 3 members of Complexity.
I thought Soul Patrol disbanded.
No, BlameF and Config just ate them. Consumed the energy. Gobbled them up.
Just call them the snowboard kids.
Why is that?
The avalanche analogy.
Okay.
Plus the, yeah.
I don't like it.
Snowboard bros. Okay, fine.
Besides, I think Danes prefer like the long ski jump.
Yeah, it's like the national sport. I'm probably making so many people mad right now in production.
Probably.
What do they sound like right now, Connor?
Long ski jump? What's he talking about? We like cycling and handball.
Oh my god.
I think I'm gonna get fired. Well, at least we go down laughing. Like Complexity, who aren't going down at all, damn it. You look at the round count. We're talking about 7 in a row here for the CT side. The only round FaZe have picked up is that pistol.
Oh my god.
BlameF peeks round the smoke, gets a double kill by Redbox. JKS trying to spam and get one to his name. And the smokes fade as Brokey does get downstairs alongside coldzera. But neither of them actually have the bomb, and nor does Olaf Meister. Someone's going to have to go get it back from Red. There's 35 seconds left.
Man, this is so... I mean, it was either Rain or Kirby, or I guess coldzera, but they missed their molly in secret. It tagged the roof, it bounced back, and then BlameF just peeked because, of course, that's a protocol they messed up. Just sprayed down 2.
All right, they got the bomb, but that leaves them with 15 seconds. They have to go. And Olaf's late lurk nets them nothing. So Poison, now he can fixate forward easily. 10 seconds, he's gonna drop coldzera. All too easy for Poison. He's catching back up, nearly even. 13 frags at the end of that one, a 3K from the op. Config still gunning for the 30 bomb, as is Blame.
Yeah.
But maybe only one round to remain, as Faze starting to walk into a brick wall named Complexity.
Yeah. No, Poison, he's ice cold, man. One time I was sitting beside him while he had white sweatpants on, the Complexity sweatpants. I was eating chicken wings. And then I was like eating them all, and then one of the chicken wings flipped up in the air, and a little bit of drip landed right beside his sweatpants. I was like, oh, sorry, man. And he just looked at me dead in the eyes and said, I knew that would happen. I thought I was sitting beside Morpheus or something.
Did he get up and leave?
No, but he was furious. I think. I can't read this guy.
You don't know, man.
Yeah.
You don't know. Yeah, for all you know, man, there's a hit out on your net.
Yeah,
on your head.
I'm on a list.
I knew that would happen.
I couldn't believe that he said that. Oh, it's so gangster.
That's why he's so good at Counter-Strike, man. Steps ahead. Smokes ahead. Thrown into the garage. The deep wall. Faze going to try and play around it. Config will nail coldzera's head to the wall. Rush catching a player inside of the smoke. This T-side has not delivered. They had the pistol, and that was really convincing, but everything since then belongs to Complexity, and that is an absolute stomp in the second half to net Complexity the opening map win. You saw Blame F popping off. You saw Config having a hell of a good time. It was nothing but laughs and jubilation on the side of Complexity. We shall see whether they close this series 2-0 after the break. Don't go too far.
I need you, baby. Just for done, it's fine. So it's starting now.
Wait. So we're gonna get out of this room? Go on the red thing. Go on the box here. Let's go together.
Let's go.
Right.
Nice!
Oh, what?
Okay, we need to put something on, I guess.
What did you pick up?
Nothing yet. I didn't pick up anything, but I think we need to put something on. Then it's easier. I'm looking for that at least.
Yeah, pressing everything.
Oh, I got a grenade there.
From where?
Grenade on the other way. On the other side. Right here. Okay, I have a grenade. Yeah, the other one.
Okay,
Let's try it.
ready?
Yeah, let's go. Okay, so we don't have nade anymore, guys.
Behind the door?
On the other way, and we get the weapon. Yeah, no bullet.
Wait.
Okay, I put the weapon on.
Yeah, put it there.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's working. Okay, I can go now. Okay.
Is there one more gun?
Yeah, I don't think you can go. You need to leave me first. Looking. Oh, there is a ball there. Yeah. I think I'm gonna get the ball and put it on the thing. To work. My work. Hopefully. Don't move, brother. Oh, mama. It's not easy. Oh.
Oh!
Okay. Now.
I want to do it at the same time. Okay, let's count to 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. Easy peasy.
Okay, so it's glasses. Oh, okay, so we need to go together, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, what the f. Yeah, okay. It's fine. Come. Again, I will come running.
Sure.
Yeah.
I need you, baby. Just for done, it's fine.
Okay, let's do it again.
Oh no, it's... Oh.
Let's follow the edge. On first jump, okay?
Yeah.
I got Rambo still, man.
Thanks. Oh, mama. Run! Jump! Oh no!
No!
Coming right behind you. Let's go.
No.
Oh!
Let's go after red, man.
No!
No!
The flash! Me so hard!
No!
Good shit, no clip.
No clip was the other side, but still.
FaZe started off strong, and they certainly got into the face of the Juggernaut, but it was just too much for them to handle. It looked like we could have had a battle on our hands, but once we got onto that CT side, Complexity were going strong, and they were good from start to finish. This is what we expected from them on their map pick, though, but FaZe certainly did run out of the plans, right? We spoke about it. They weren't able to kind of deliver in the same way. They started going, then when it looks bad, they didn't have that B, C, D plan.
No, they didn't. They got off to a very good start, and they gave themselves a good shot of making this game competitive. And I will say it was somewhat competitive. There was one player, though, that we gotta highlight. One player that I think does a tremendous job right now, and that is blamF. His T-side impact. On this stat line you see right here, you see his T-side from yesterday against Vitality. 17 frags, 9 death, and almost 100 ADR. Again today against FaZe Clan, 13 frags, 10 death, and 80 ADR. It's on the T-side of Nuke. If you would average those stats on any given map, whether that be CT side Train or, you know, CT side Nuke, you'd be a good player. The fact that he does it consistently on the T side with the impact he does also being the caller, blamF is absolutely insane when it comes to Nuke.
And to back up that point from Jacob as well, you have to realize FaZe were up 6-0 on the CT side of Nuke. They had everything they needed. They had all the resources. That is basically the dream position to be had on that CT side of Nuke. And yet, Complexity were able to pull that comeback from 6-0 to 16-9.
And Config was doing it once again. We're continuing to see these performances of him, and it's like the Config of old, and he's doing it better and better.
Yeah, and let me give you a little history on Config.
Oh, here we go.
I think there's a lot of new viewers out there who think to themselves, Config, yeah, he's all right, but he's not really good. I think many people within Danish pro Counter-Strike thought to themselves when Config came along, first and foremost, he was a cheater. There was a lot of people thinking he's simply too good at the game. The way he aims, the way he just destroys everyone with the rifle, he must be cheating. Obviously, not the case. Second of all, his peak, when he's at his best, I have no doubt saying that he's one of the most talented players the game have. He has an ability to completely go crazy on the server. He can easily drop 25, 30 frags on a consistent basis if he's feeling it. And sure, there's a lot of players with that potential, but Config's peak is one of the highest peaks the game has, you know. Of course, Simple, Saivu, those guys, he's not quite up there, but when he's playing his best, he's a superstar of the game. The problem for him is, again, the word we say all the time, consistency. He hasn't been able to find it, but what we're seeing right here for Complexity is getting better and better, and if he gets started, then Complexity is gonna be a juggernaut.
Now, we do talk about consistency a lot, though, right? And I think one thing with that is Counter-Strike is one of the most difficult games to find that consistency with. There's only a few players, let alone teams, that we can say about that can pull this off.
Yeah, and looks like he's finding it. I think, again, I've tweeted, I think the duo between blamF and Config is working. I think ever since he joined that roster and he has blamF as a captain, he's been going upwards and upwards and upwards and getting better and better. And that is a scary prospect for anyone going up against them.
Now, when it comes to FaZe, though, right, we knew they would struggle maybe on the planning side of it and what they'd be able to pull out from the bag. But even with all that prep work that Cold spoke about, it wasn't going to be enough for a Complexity that's in form like that.
Nah, it was looking a bit rough, wasn't it? They tried their best. They did a good job. I don't want to pinpoint a player here, but Olofmeister, it's clear to see he hasn't played the game for quite some time. And it's clear to see that Complexity, they wanted to capitalize on that. They went inside on Nuke in the beginning of the game a lot. When they were down 6-0, they kept going inside. They kept finding Olofmeister and kept putting on the pressure towards him. He had a rough game. He went 9 for 21. Not necessarily a good stat line, but given the fact that he was being pressured so much, I don't really blame him, but more, you know, I would go to say as far as FaZe Clan probably should have anticipated that is the loophole, right? That is the player, that is the weakness right now, so you got to work around it. And as a team, they didn't manage that.
Now, Maniac, you had a moment that made us all go, oh, didn't you? It was not that ideal for Cold Zero.
Especially the fans of FaZe Clan around the world. And Counter-Strike can be a cruel mistress. Counter-Strike sometimes about details. And I found a clip in that game. If you're a FaZe fan, you cannot feel good. It starts with that missed smoke. 1 millimeter difference on the smoke, creating a gap for Config to sneak in. And he gets the opportunity. He senses blood in the water, sneaks in the smoke. That's a 4 versus 3. Config, and then look at this. Cold Zero is on top of the bomb site. He should see him. We can see him in the X-ray. I can see it right there. But he just moves at the right timing. And then Config will get that kill. There was probably one scenario out of 14 million, like Dr. Strange would say. And it happened for Config. So we talk about FaZe, we talk about their weaknesses and difficulties. But in that game as well, sometimes just Lady Luck was not with them.
it's like a little millimeter, right? If he just pause at that point where he misses it, it's like, oh, just passing each other. Unfortunate, sometimes it happens like that.
But we love to see it.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, we love to see it.
It gives us some extra entertainment, right? It does put us in that position where we go, less than ideal. But we are going on to Mirage next, right? And this is where we should see Faze feel a bit more comfortable, right? A bit more natural to them, where they don't need to rely on having so many backup plans because this is a tried and tested map for all of them.
And that's very important to say as well. Nuke were the map pick of Complexity. They were supposed to win 16-9. They were supposed to win their own map pick. So for the Faze fanboys out there, don't be too discouraged just yet. We're coming to Mirage. We're coming to a map where we saw yesterday the team also tried to bully Olofmeister, but Olofmeister, he stood up for himself. He had a great game yesterday on Mirage. Scout headshots, Deagle headshots, and even a 1 versus 3 as well. So you can't really find a weak point when it comes to Faze Clan CT side, at least not judging by yesterday's game. So it is going to be much tougher for Complexity to find that weakness.
Absolutely. Olofmeister looked really, really more comfortable on Mirage, and that is going to be a difference maker. I think it was a difference maker the first time we saw Faze. I also believe that Mirage, the map that is less demanding inside of strategies, details, protocols, you can let the individuals shine a little bit more, and we know that Faze have the individuals. We've seen coldzera being activated. We know Brokey can pull some clutches off. So it's going to be a different game. It's going to be a different Faze as well, and it has to be if we want to think about a third map.
And when it comes to this, right, it can get a little bit more scrappier. They can rely on the individuals to step up here. But when we look at this, I still don't see us Faze having that massive advantage on individuals, even over Complexity when you look at it.
I think the individuals of Complexity, as of right now, in form, are better than Faze Clan players. There's no way around it. Yeah, you can talk about coldzera, once the best player in the world. Rain, again, a legend of the game. Olofmeister, one of the best players to ever touch the game as well. By history, sure thing, by the names, it looks good for Faze Clan, but that's always been the problem for Faze Clan, especially the last couple of years, that, yeah, sure, judging by the names, judging by what they have achieved at one point in their careers, it was looking good, and they have been good. But as of right now, if you're talking about in-form Counter-Strike players, I would say Complexity with JKS is one of the most stacked lineups out there, and not even Faze Clan can do anything about that.
And do we think here with Faze Clan, though, right, their goal in Mirage to take the win is to really keep Complexity guessing and just throw curveballs at them that Blame could never prepare for?
Yeah, I guess you're right. This has been the recipe of success for Faze Clan, to be very streaky, very simple. I think coldzera is a player, even though not being a complete IGL from the get-go, he can take an advantage and multiply it. He can take that momentum. You win a round for him, he's going to know what's going to be the next move. I think any player with a good game sense, just like coldzera has, knows how he can play with his opponent's mind. Granted, BlameF is a very good IGL, very tenured, a lot of experience as well, so it's not going to be so easy. But we have seen firsthand that when Faze have the advantage, they can push it. They've done it against Big, they could do it against their opponent here.
And Jacob, I'm here, right? The player I'm looking at when it comes to Faze Clan, we talk about what Cole can do and how he's going to lead it, but I want to see the most from KRB now. This is what I want to see him deliver.
And he was doing a good job yesterday, especially in the beginning of the game. He's a good player. He just hasn't, again, and somebody should count how many times we say consistency, but he just hasn't found it within Faze Clan. It's going to be a lot of times during the day. KRB is a player that can pull it off, and he was playing well on Mirage yesterday. And I do agree with you. We need to see some individual brilliance from the Faze guys, because as Maniac said, there's no plan A. Oh, sorry, there is a plan A. But there's no plan B.
A plan A.
There's no plan B, no plan C, no plan D. So your plan B is your individuals. And as I just said before, I think Complexity, when it comes to firepower, when it comes to individual players in form, as of right now, they are the better players. They are the better team. So a guy like KRB will have to step it up a notch if they have to deal with that. The only way I see Faze winning is if they come out hot blazing. Aggressive Counter-Strike and maybe Wolfpack Counter-Strike. Play this simple 4-1 Counter-Strike. You may can see it in the game as well, where 4 players stick together, and then you have one guy lurking in middle, one guy lurking in B apps, one guy lurking up A at some point. But you keep 4 players together and try to hit him with the Wolfpack mentality. If they are successful with that, that could be a problem for Complexity.
Question is, will the Wolfpack be strong enough for that to go down? I'm going to ask you guys very quickly one last question on this. Can you imagine it? Can you see Faze Clan getting a Mirage win here?
I have a big imagination, but I have a hard time. I really do. I have a hard time. You know me, I'm a romantic. I would love a 3-mapper. I'd love a very hard fallout battle, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Complexity, they look activated. The individuals are shining. They have the game plan. They have the experience. And JKS is doing fine. So to me, we are slowly walking towards a 2-0.
I think success criteria here for Faze Clan is to make a competitive game out of it. Double digits, that'll be cool.
That is such a high standard. Guys, we make it a double.
Let's see if it's going to go that way. Let's see if Faze can try and get some luck their way on Mirage. Complexity do have the advantage in it. That's what our analysts think. But let's see what happens in the game after this break.
Ridiculous individual levels coming out of Blame F and Config on Nuke. But we take a quick look at our Betway odds, and it seems Complexity are favored to take away the series. We transition the show into Mirage, the oldest standing map in the competitive map pool. How does that make you feel?
It's a really good map. I know it gets memed a lot, but it's a really good map. It's got it's really fluid. It's kind of like the new Dust 2. Like I really think Dust 2's gotta go way more than Mirage. Like Mirage more tactically deep, more fluid. It might get a bit dry because people played so much, but people played so much because it's so good. It's good at all levels. Great for a team like Faze. Very comfortable map for players like coldzera, who may or may not have a graffiti on it. Kirby has started to warm up to his star player role in Connector now, and I'm very curious as to what kind of Faze we're going to see today. If they're going to change stuff from what they did yesterday, they're going to try to involve some more of their passive CT setups like they normally do like they normally have, excuse me. And how much hell players like Poison are going to give them. A couple of good shots here to do big damage. However, he cannot also take down Olofmeister, who keeps a key piece of utility in this one Molotov.
Yeah, good thing he runs away. You know, he was top mid with that molly. Had he lost it, then this post plant is X amount more difficult. Complexity are going to throw a player around through T-spawn in config. Olaf throws out his Molotov. Heat's not yet been cranked. JKS smoke kit for the retake. First 2 kills come out for Complexity. Oh my goodness, blink and you'll miss it.
No kidding.
You missed it?
Yeah, I really did just blink and miss it. Wow, that was super quick. Yeah, everything couldn't have gone better. It does come down to just the shots being hit, but they come through for the crunch. The hungry hippos on Complexity all snap at the same time. I mean, it's just, yeah.
2 kills instantly, 2 kills instantly. Rush gets the double out connector, and we saw a couple of other individual kills trickle in. Pause called early.
This has to be something to do. I mean, it's obviously not a stress break. It's probably just some kind of economy thing to decide if they have a plan for this eco. I think this is a moment where maybe coldzera might be cool to get a listen in on something like this. If he's trying to devise some kind of eco strategy, if they want to spend money here. It looks like Olaf's actually bought up a full kit. So,
smack 10s.
Yeah, this would be a cool round to see what the idea was out the gate. They're probably just going to commit to something all the way through, so we'll be able to see it, know what the strat is, of course. But let's see how it works out. They've got the Deagles to buy up. It's like one of those moments that's cool because you know that something's dawned on him, right? They're just like, I have an idea, actually. You know, instead of just going and spreading the map in a default working picks. So let's see what the idea is, if it's any good. It's an expensive round here from Complexity. They've invested a lot, so it's scary for Faze to also buy into this. It's going to be hard guns to take down. But the B-lean looks like one of the better solutions. Especially if they smoke out Get Right, which I'm not sure they're doing.
Yeah, it's just Rush holding this B site from Catwalk, so I mean, at least Complexity are already in a position where they want to play the retake. Og should have a massive advantage at this range. Sees the bomb carrier jump outwards, doesn't want to expose himself too much to the player in the windowsill. Config catching a kill. Bomb's planted though. However, with the full investment phase, they're certainly shooting for more than just a plant.
Well, you know what? They're not in a bad spot. They have B-hulls to their name. They have Rush on 1 HP. 2 players coming up, Cat. I think JKS Poison play the key position here. Supporting grenades coming out of market.
Another headshot for Rush. Olaf trying his damnedest with the MAC-10, but it will all fall on Cold. This was his idea, and let's see if he can close. He's got himself the first 2, but they're on top of the bomb site. That's JKS with the plant and Poison. Poises for cover, giving Complexity the retake and their second round of the board.
A really good try, and I do like the setup from Complexity. There were some smokes there, could have allowed them to, once they got out so cleanly, to throw some nades down to block off the site so that they could get the plant down and move into different post-plant positions, but still, getting those kills, bomb plant, very solid. Now, they can be happy about that. Now they're going to maybe just upgrade slightly. I would take that as a huge win considering they had 2 M4s and AUG in this one. And we'll see what kind of damage they can put out this time around. Weaponizing config, scary prospect considering what we saw on Nuke.
Yeah, he was horrifyingly on point.
Take the leash off, let him run free. He's hitting everything right now.
It's him at the base of mid and Blame at the top of it. Both the Danes for Complexity able to pick up a kill. JKS catching cold, and Config takes over top from his in-game leader. That's a 2K for Config and a third round for Complexity. But here we are, FaZe back with their first real buy. Op included, as Brokey has his hands on the cannon instantly.
Man, Complexity have a damn near perfect roster in terms of different playstyles, strong IGL, super solid Opper. They have a major winner as their support player. Like, they have really so much going for this team.
Yeah, when you say it like that.
It's no overstatement, really.
Config does not strike me as an MP5 player. That weapon is far too dainty to be in his hands.
It's a small weapon. Let's see how he can use it. I mean, this angle works versus anybody, right?
You'd think.
Okay.
Holding Olaf with AKs. He's the leg. Listen to this thing.
Like a centipede.
He's going to try to hide in the corner, and he's doomed. Get this man an MP7, damn it. JKS gets aggressive in Palace. He does land his headshot, but Rain has the AK advantage. Still 2 players for FaZe inside the B apps, or rather a bit further back as Rush holds on here. Blame's nearby to support.
Okay, what's the play that Poison makes? He could just go under Balak. It's actually not a bad spot to be under Balak since they're not even taking mid control. He doesn't know it, but it's going to be the risk that he takes here. Of course, they cross from stair side. He's in a much more dangerous position. But FaZe will take their time. They've established a lot of control, and I guess they're just going to overstack the A ramp and leave one to lurk. Let's see if we can get in the mind of Olaf Meister. Is he just going to come underpass or look for a lurk? If we're thinking about ways to lose this round, you know, overplaying your hand in the spot might be something. Uh-oh.
Right.
Oh, they're trying to get info.
He's going to realize this is a fake, but he has to go ahead and pull the trigger. Now we're expecting FaZe to run into the A site. Poison has to reveal himself, but he gives himself a second and the dink. Cold down to a single point of health. And there it is, Rush through smoke into his head. Blame perfect rotate. 4th round for Complexity in a damn row. And it looked like they were going to find themselves onto that A site, but Poison goes above and beyond.
It was a good spot, right? Like he, you know. So this is, yeah, Rush is telling his team it's not an exec. Now the thing is he waits long enough, which is great. It doesn't really change anything because they don't rotate that quickly.
Wow.
It's really just about Poison getting his shots, nailing the 2 odd kills. And the fact that Olaf dies as well, it's more just a number thing. It's not his position or what he was doing for the team in that spot. It was just that point. If they had him and everybody just go back to A, they probably would have won.
Missed window smoke.
But they can't know that Rush had been pushed so far. Yeah, a bit awkward.
Yeah. Oh, or is it? Rain just goes ahead and blows Blame's head off. Poison now opping in the windowsill. In the window, above the windowsill. He's not in the windowsill. I struggle with that. Windows are difficult.
Yeah. Not as hard as Linux, though.
Boost up.
Don't laugh at that.
I didn't want to, but...
I like you to a fake laugh when you really were laughing. So you know you're an asshole.
Config's ready for something in mid, but players keeping their heads tucked for the time being. Kierby just outside the window. He fires off a warning shot to tell them that the threat looms near. Kierby can't quite find his opening, but the bomb's in position on ramp, so this is definitely going to be FaZe trying to overwhelm the A site. JKS underneath Palace. Poison with the op. On ticket is all they seem to need. And now with JKS getting confirmation on Kierby, it's all come unraveled for FaZe. 5-0, Complexity on fire.
Nice moves by JKS. He's got really great spray control. I mean, JKS looks so comfortable. Love watching this work out so well. Disc crossfire. Keeping your distance.
You were saying he's got really good, and I just... It didn't matter what word you said next.
Oh, okay.
You know? You
it's like everything.
He's just, he is kind of a full package.
That's true.
Can he op? Is that his weakness?
I'm sure he can op.
Probably can.
I'm sure he can. Probably never even has opt and could say he can.
Sure. 0 op kills in the last 6 years of his career. Oh my god, nice flash. Config supporting Blame F. Still a couple more players at the top of mid. Brokey able to respond.
He actually does op sometimes, now that I think about it. Yeah, he's the real get you a man.
You know, again, ooh, Poison. I thought he died because DJ turned off X-ray, but he was just so in and out with that window peek that this double sniper setup could be good. Config actually dropping his chance at besting coldzera. So here's Cold and Olaf 2v4 and almost having evened the body count. Now they have. Minute on the clock to finish this clutch. Ooh, but Poison takes the initiative, and neither of these Ts actually has bomb.
Oppers, baby.
You want to talk about oppers. Who can op? This guy? No. Nobody in the face of Poison can compete.
Yeah, he's like on that Searson level right now.
Yeah.
Like some games he does look like the best opper that you've ever seen, and then it's just about getting some more consistency. The problem that everybody has, you know.
Sometimes maybe good.
Sometimes maybe shit.
Sometimes maybe very good. That's Poison.
Oh, I see. That makes more sense. Yeah. He's not really ever bad. So even on Nuke,
here and there, but
even Nuke, we just saw him not think about his score.
Yeah.
Not press tab and then
Get
come back and do well. Yeah.
Yep. Olaf taking damage. Lots of damage output actually here for Complexity early on, but this 7th round could be that to Faze. They're gonna look to run into the A site. Poison in the hot spot, still delivering.
The pixel.
Just kill after kill. Everybody shut down. So shut down, in fact, that Cold is scared to come out from the palace. He just wants to sit on his throne. And now he will have to enter the battlefield, but only for a moment. JKS responding quickly, pushes Olaf Meister into the 1 versus 3. Doesn't have that bomb back yet. Minute on the clock, peeks into Blame F, but he's not actually holding this angle, so Olaf can play a little further forward. JKS on the stairs, and Blame F gets a little curious. It pays off to him. Look at these T's stacked up high on this A site, never even able to enter. Poison running it back. 1v1, 1v1, 1v1.
Dude, looking like he's never overflicked in his life. Excited, aren't we all?
Yes, I am actually. Excited to see, you know, again, and this is, now's a good round to talk about it. You know, excited because Complexity paying off, like Complexity playing well already this quickly with JKS. Again, remember in his interview, right? When this roster announcement kind of came out, he said, I've hit a point in my career where I want to win things.
It's unfortunate to have to hear that kind of frustration, like framed that way, but you can totally understand. We've all watched JKS's career closely, and it always felt like, unfortunately, he's just not enough of a carry himself to, you know, turn 100 Thieves into like a NAVI or something like that. But he was definitely a star, so he just needed some more support with that.
And so nice to see him in a mixture of players who can genuinely maybe give that to him. And that's the beauty of this. We're talking about Complexity. We go back to the start of 2020 when Complexity made their premiere at Blast Spring Series, you know, the version of this event 6 months ago, and they were kind of a laughing stock. They were added into the group of death, and Poison and Config with the ops here in the 8th round.
And they're all laced with magnets today.
Dude, just reminding you how good this is. You know, Complexity as a project, I think people expect it. You know, you could have some hopes for them, but I mean, they've exceeded all expectation.
Oh, of course. No, they've done an amazing job. And you can definitely see some orgs, listen, they care about Counter-Strike, they think about Counter-Strike. I'm not going to mention the ones that don't, but you can see the difference that the impact of caring makes, and also knowing what you're watching. These teams with some TLC and, yeah, some adherence for what they need, and the roster changes when you need them.
Yeah.
That's what will make the difference.
Like, I kind of want to put OG in Complexity's boat, right? Because OG and Complexity both revealed themselves at that Blast Spring Series, and OG needed more time. That's kind of what it felt like, right? We look at this. They've topped their group here. They topped it. OG through so quickly. You know, I saw like Seb.
I mean, I saw it from a mile away, but
yeah. That, I can't honestly. I can't take that away from you. You have predicted OG every time since the start of the year.
Yeah.
So okay, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with you. as Complexity deal with Faze without even breaking a sweat. I mean, ever since the first half of Nuke, Faze have not been in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it is just like watching a frag movie right now. Like, I'm kind of like, I think we're all kind of just like half watching, waiting until the perspective's on Poison to see if he gets the 3K, and then we kind of move forward. It's up until basically Faze wakes up.
Yeah.
You know, we tune back into like a highly analytical match about what changes can come of it, because right now it's a farm. Let's see more players getting blind. Let's see maybe some adjustments in terms of getting wiped out on a default here from FaZe Clan. Maybe try to maintain that 5v5 and Toll it exec. But at the moment, Poison, he's probably just thinking, why aren't they flashing me? There's been open lines for him.
BlameF gets into the Palace. Has no support here. So he's just going to do his own thing. Oh, but it's the bomb carrier on the other side. That could be, no matter what happens elsewhere, that could be one of the most crucial gunfights of this round. And it's about to happen. BlameF posted on the angle, deep behind the pillows, comfortably sitting back, relaxing, and dealing with coldzera. Now, yes, FaZe do have some success coming up from Connector as they kill the Cat player, but JKS, like a turret, swings around for Rain's head. 3 versus 2. Rush able to get one before he's body bagged by Brokey, so the counter opper coming alive, but not actually finding his counterpart in Poison. He's still tucked back by Ticket, and as Brokey encroaches, a reposition from BlameF. He gives up that bomb and goes deep to T-spawn. Brokey dies by timing.
It is one of those days.
9 rounds to 0.
Tough. Well, they give it their best shot, but yeah, they've got problems at every doorway. Security's tight on the CT side. Everyone's looking for a key card. And FaZe Clan cannot scam their way in. Poison 16-3. And 3. You finish the first half of Nuke with what, 4 kills?
Yep.
It's like it never happened. Just dust his shoulder off and move on.
Config with the repeat, missing an op shot. That could have been the 5v4. He's gonna stick around. Flash is not yet thrown over. Now, it's got to be a sour feeling for JKS finally leaving his Australian team, but
break control.
Dude, he is surrounded by fraggers now. And he himself delivers here in the 10th. 2 kills to open up in Connector. Poison, because his vision was taken away, has allowed a man to slip through, but Config slipping to the other side catches that. Him and Poison with an op kill apiece. We are looking at a 10-0 CT start.
One cool thing that Complexity do as well that we're seeing come into it is this second op from Config, where he is he's the guy. I mean, he opens up on CT side and ops on Cat.
Yep.
And I mean, it's really, it just makes bad turn to worse. And he hasn't really had to come into the fold at all. I mean, he's not even crossed 9 kills yet because of how many kills that Poison has been absorbing. Well, he crosses 9. He crosses the 10 with that one. But we haven't even seen Config have to become useful, really.
Yep.
We saw what he was about on Nuke, so yeah, just tough signs. I mean, just from a fragging department, it's just insane how good, like, how many players are lighting up at the same time.
Ouch. Knocked his teeth out with that frag. JKS back behind default box, sees players pushing all the way past him. How's he gonna deal with this? Nobody's position's actually compromised with a man inside of the windowsill.
They got everything covered.
Yeah. I mean, yes, FaZe have found an opening, but there's nowhere to go from here unless somebody does that. Tech9 besting both Rush and JKS.
But they have a Palace push.
And still a player back by Ticket.
Opposite default plan.
Oh my god, he's gonna swing wide. Now they know he's here. Look at this. Look at the way it scrambles FaZe from the play they wanted to make. Frag goes out.
Oh, what a nade!
Cleared. Just bounces it off the backboard. Rain's going to attempt to escape over towards ramp, but it's the window player in Kierby that's able to keep this one close. Is this, of all rounds, the way FaZe break onto the scoreboard? Missed smoke by Poison. He's going to have to try and play around it. Snappy little shot onto Olaf. Blames flashing his way out from Palace. Knows that Rain's back by ramp because of the grenade he threw, but he can't get that headshot fast enough, and it looks like FaZe have done it. Damn it, it took them 11 rounds, Launders. But we've got FaZe on the board.
Hey, it doesn't matter how they got there. They'll take it at this point. You know, there's so much emphasis on individual skill on Mirage that, like, you know, you can't really blame FaZe for the stuff that they're trying. Tactically speaking, I'm sure they're not, like, super confused about strategies on Mirage of any map. So I think ultimately they're going to say, look, man, we were just getting out-dueled a lot of the time. Poison, he's hitting a lot of shots. Maybe, excuse me, maybe we don't quite have the infrastructure on a T side to disable an Opper and the comfortability level to, like, make sure we avoid them. And that double op setup from Complexity is really kind of putting the pressure on in that regard. So maybe there's something there about that, but apart from that, I'm sure they're saying, damn, these guys are sick. At least in their heads, maybe not openly admitting it.
Yeah, not yet. Flame and Poison, though, right back to setting up shop.
Strong.
You know, they gave them a little bit of space last round. Complexity allowing FaZe to get up into connector, and then it kind of all unraveled from that point out.
Mm-hmm.
This time, they go right back to getting control, not conceding anything. Sure, they don't have a player yet in Palace, but who needs one with Poison connecting op frag after op frag? Dude, he is just absolutely taking over on Mirage. He is 20-3.
Yeah.
I open the scoreboard, and I feel a little dirty.
How do you feel? Yeah.
I feel.
At least you feel. That's why we watch this game. This is making you feel things. Oh, another one, man. He doesn't lose focus.
21-3.
What did we have last game? 50 kills between the two by the end of the map? Or yeah. Wow.
21-3.
10 minutes later.
So 2 days later. Poison on 100 kills. So Poison has 21 kills on his own. Okay. And FaZe entirely have 23. Poison gets 2 more kills. He is FaZe Clan.
Okay. Yeah. He can just jump in the Gundam that is FaZe Clan and take it over. Fly it into the ocean if he wants to.
All right, try going back to B.
Crash
Rush is like, man, I haven't seen somebody in the last 25 minutes. Config's gonna have his op positioned on Catwalk. Rush did a good job of falling back to bench so that he can bait FaZe in. Another peek versus Config, and he'll land the second shot versus Brokey. Yes, there's a player back on Van. Olaf gonna escape for the time being as Config starts to drop shots here. coldzera will connect it to the head of Blame, but Rush is still alive. And that's all she wrote. A no-scope through smoke wall bang from Config to coldzera. Joey, cue it up.
This needs to be, you know, Complexity needs to, like, take this demo, remember every feeling that they had during this match.
Yeah.
Try to replicate every circumstance. Whether they, oh my God. Whatever, you know what I mean? If they stub their toe on their way into the practice room to play, do it again. Okay, break your toenail, slam your door into the, slam your finger into the car door, whatever it took to have this day go exactly the same, so you can present the exact same circumstances, so you can do this again. Because this is like a top level Complexity. This is what was the vision of the Juggernaut right now, with the level of individual skill popping off all at the same time.
Yeah, but as we talk about it, as we sing their praise, FaZe just throwing themselves at mid this time around. Probably getting a little frustrated. They just want to knock back Complexity a peg, and JKS continues the spray down. This pushes Rush into a clutch. Now, for a dedicated B-site player who hasn't done anything wrong, but just hasn't had a chance to shine like his teammates, this is Rush's round. The A retake is what B players wait for. And now he'll have his chance. What's he up against? Well, Olaf on the bomb, like mother hen. 15 HP, smoking a flash, and Rush has a flash of his own on 46 health. coldzera's back by Tetris.
Oh, he thinks about it too.
Yep. Oh, he's gonna go into the crossbar. Oh, no way!
Oh,
dude!
Chills, dude. That flick. Why didn't you get the last kill, Rush? That was the easy one. What was that shot? He baits.
Look, he's not even gonna be looking at him.
He gets Olaf to fall back a second. Oh man.
You see him second guess it himself, right?
He whipped that back.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You can't do anything
He's
but
only
laugh,
happy because
man.
they don't need this round, but
yeah, exactly.
Holy, did he have it?
Awesome little moment, dude. We've had just cool little kills back to back rounds.
It.
This has been a fun half. Not for FaZe, let's be honest. But exciting Counter-Strike nonetheless. There goes the headshot. Config down for the count. Come on, FaZe. A third T round. Do it, and you'll give yourself at least a desperate chance on your CT side. Poison's gonna go for the close flash. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, he almost got away with that.
Right? Could have been a robbery. JKS will drop bomb as Rush tucks through Murder Hole, and it's both of the M4s versus Brokey. Frag to finish him off. Oh, 1 health left over.
You're capping.
That is a robbery.
He's still gonna die.
Hit him with the molly.
Surely, okay.
Drops the op shot onto him. JKS versus Brokey to close the first 15 of FaZe's map, and it is there for them. A third, a chance, maybe. Join us after the halftime break to see who closes.
Nope.
It's an up.
It's for you, I guess.
What is your question? All the way up. Look at the big up there.
Okay, how much is 7 FAMAS plus and 2 diffuse kit? Is 42. So
Plus-
42, 3, 4, 3, 50.
Seriously. It's not working?
Maybe go. Oh yeah, we can go by the vents.
Okay, I go up. Alright, easy. I have nades. What can I do the nades with? Should I kill the chick? Should I kill the golden chicken or what?
But not me, bro.
Okay, I will go shoot the...
You have 6 bullets. Oh, it's good.
Okay, we're good?
Yeah, I think we did something. Oh,
Yeah,
okay, it's open. Come.
Okay, it wasn't too hard. It's
Yeah,
annoying.
we just need to kill the chicken. 1,
What?
2, 3. Nope.
It's an up.
It's for you, I guess.
Check the colors, right?
Below the light are green and above it's red.
Does something happen if you press the button?
One is one is there. One is green. Only one is green for now. This one.
Press it?
Yeah. There's one? No. Okay. Red, no.
Something's happening.
Oh, what the? So much technology.
Ah!
Yeah, no what?
Is there another green one? Maybe it like changes.
Ah, yes, on the right.
Go get it, go press it. Don't miss, man. Good thing. Good thing they picked the best uppers. Alright.
So, you're doing the upper, it's really hard. I like it.
I swear to God, I'm hitting, man.
Okay, take the. Can I get
Yes.
that? 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Complexity Juggernaut Stomp.
No kidding. There it is. In full HD, the Juggernaut himself.
Yeah,
Boy.
some of these reactions, man. I'm not sure if they're reacting to Config's no-scope blind kill, whether they're reacting to Rush's
flick back.
crazy headshot, or whether they're reacting to the fact that they are up 12-3 after the CT side of Mirage versus a FaZe clan that kind of looked better than this yesterday. Or is it just the fact that Complexity looks so
I
good?
personally feel like you can obviously,
Tell
look
me.
at it both ways, right? If you're a FaZe fan, you might be like really emotional about like, oh, FaZe, how come you're not winning this game? Like,
Yeah.
whatever. If you're a Complexity fan, you're like, yeah, who could beat Complexity? I personally feel it's more this Complexity is really untouchable right now. I'm sure, a team in better form and all this other stuff could probably give them a better fight. But right now, we're just seeing like such strong individual play from Complexity that is unbelievable. I mean, this is the map to show that it's not really everyone getting shot in the side of the head. It's everybody looking people dead in the eyes and getting out-dueled, getting out-opt, getting out-traded, everything.
Let's see if the CT side can save the day for FaZe. We've already got Complexity out from A ramp. 3 members of FaZe clan here on the defense. Rush destroying Kierby, and JKS instantly besting Brokey leaves this to the double man advantage. P250 pop off nets them nothing. coldzera actually here, double headshot. But Rush winning the duel versus CT spawn now puts this retake in such a difficult spot. Technically, Blame could just wait for the crossfire, but he decides to go for the duel. And in doing so, leaves it all on coldzera. 1v3, he's dead. And a pistol round, you know, it's the classic cliche. If they lose the pistol, this map is done. But at a 12-3, it is very true.
Yeah.
Gonna be tough.
Impossible to argue with, for sure.
Forcing to the end, perhaps?
Yeah, you would think they're gonna spend money here. They might, you know, if they don't have any hope of winning this round, then they might just say, okay, we'll get a crummy buy next time, but...
There it is.
Yeah, okay. They'll go for it with the Deagles.
Let's go, put up a fight.
Listen, this is actually how they won their round. They started on CT side. They won their round with Olaf and B. Got a couple of 1 Deags. So, okay, there's the first one. And they actually won 2 ecos, both with Deagles.
Yes.
And it was just all Deagle headshots, so...
Hey, I'm all aboard, man.
Not put it past them.
You know, again, FaZe at least looking like they're playing with the gloves off. You got to find comfort in just enjoying yourself.
Oh, small update on Olaf. Yesterday, he was jump clearing this, jumping the other way. Now he's jump clearing it from left to right instead of right to left. Okay, back to you in the desk, Connor.
Well, that means that he has improved.
I actually liked yesterday's method.
Nerve-wracking moment here for FaZe. Yes, they've got the man advantage. But where is Complexity?
Yeah.
Making a bit of sound in mid.
There's such a cluster of CTs in front of connector.
Yeah, they want to...
A way it can all go wrong and all go right, all at the same time.
Yeah. Desert Eagle. You can play it like a shotgun.
Well...
Why is this print stream extra purple?
Man, they're loitering. Yeah, it's super purple. 30 seconds.
This is going to be a tough crunch. This is either going to work very well or not at all. Kierby going to miss his shot. They clear the closer corners, and suddenly we've got Complexity trying to get to the A site. However, Brokey is able to best both. Now we've got the 2v2 ensuing. AK's up for Complexity. They still have the edge, but it's the creep and crawl from Cold that bests Poison. JKS ready to clutch. It is him versus coldzera and Olaf Meister. He gets the instant headshot on the first player. Olaf has the angle and the AK, which means FaZe Clan will work their Deagles into a 4th round win. They take that momentum back from Complexity after the T side picks up pistol. We could be staring at the start of something special.
This is Olaf's second clutch since coming back.
Blinded.
Oh, Config said in chat, nice shot, Rain, you lucky bastard. Yeah. And then he said, I hope they release the cam because I was full tilt.
And there you have it.
Wish received.
That was literal physical tilt in his
He wasn't kidding at all. That's funny.
Man, it wasn't even blind for it's not like instantly blind and shoot. Rain could feel it out there in the void.
Well, that's 3 Deagle Eco rounds in the last 2 days here on Mirage for FaZe Clan.
Deagle Ecos.
Deagle Ecos. It's kind of nice.
Config's like, I hope Rain peaks this. If Config has one, if I know Config,
it's just a revenge for him. That's all he cares about.
Yeah, yeah. He's not thinking about winning the round. He's thinking about finding Rain.
That's not what matters.
He may find Kierby instead, and that could be the weaker link for FaZe. But with the AUG and support from his teammates, it's an easy fallback. Config will get past the frag grenade, so a single point of damage is all that did. Brokey spamming the smoke. Config loses footing on the bench. Second attempt gets him 1 step closer. Frag grenade to soften someone close, but it's Kierby on the more passive angle. Blame F's going to peek it from the opposite side. Poison incredibly low next to him. But here it is. A little bit of success for Complexity and Connector.
Bit more pressure here on Rain as he takes an aggressive peek. And he could get schooled by this player swinging out Palace, depends on the timing. Instead, he'll recede, allow the bomb plant to go down. Oh my god, the spray! Poison did not have enough health to survive from there, and his foot was sticking out.
Yeah, so it's all on BlameF. 1v4. Half his health is gone, and Brokey won't let him move a muscle. So a 5th round for Faze. They lose 2 players in the process. That slow connector to A play almost got them a post plant, but all taken away. Patient play by Faze. Still an 8-round deficit.
5-player problem here for FaZe Clan, where anyone pops off and they lose a round and suddenly economy's broken. And the snowball begins, and it'll be a short snowball to the end. 3 rounds here, separating Complexity from a series win.
What is this strat?
What do we got going on?
You just stick all the T's in the hidey holes.
The please push me strat. FaZe pretty passive. See if anybody goes hunting. Okay, they're gonna burst.
Run boost. Double run boost? Just one. Just one. KRB on the A1S. Brokey almost dead. But it's the USPS swap out. Famas starts to play in from Catwalk here. There's a second player to peek it, and this is just going fantastically for FaZe.
Enough to buy, they don't get poison on the app. Bit of jubilation here from Olaf. It's the small victories. It's the clean victories.
Just happy to be playing Counter-Strike.
Take them, yeah. Take him where you can find him. So I missed some of the interview, but I'm not sure if you did hear it. But when it was coldzera talking, I think he kind of talked about eventually maybe finding a replacement, but just taking a year slow and making sure they just don't jump the gun on that in that front. Like I'm not kind of have in the past, but you know, had the switch, make a quick switch here and there.
Yeah, and I think that plays to the
great
advantage.
As long as Olaf wants to play, that's awesome.
Yeah, as long as Olaf's happy, having fun, and again, at least you're working with a known entity. You know, you're not taking another BMAS type risk.
Yeah,
where somebody's going to have to babysit.
For sure. And they were talking about 2021, which is great. You know, the scope is greater. It felt like, you know, who knows what happens to FaZe.
Counter-Strike's not going anywhere.
Just so many good pieces here is the problem, right? How could you ever just... It's tough. It felt like things were going south, but I don't know.
Give them time. You know, we've seen KRB do good work. Maybe Nico's removal will be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, the problem is finding a high frag in IGL. That'll be the first kind of goal.
Yeah, OG stole him.
We're finding out if... Yeah.
Rush, good answer.
Okay.
Here's the flash. Rain goes for the peak, but can't escape quick enough. Poison's going to be left on cat control. It's about getting KRB out from underneath Palace and also not dying to Brokey in the meantime. They move Olaf rapidly back by Ticket. KRB sees the player fall beneath. Now they know about him, but how do they get him out of here? Rush, he's going to fully extend outwards, and he does it in time before Olaf arrives and can deny the plant because BlameF has a single point of health. That frag would have been just as successful at stopping the bomb plant as the round previous, but 1 HP, damn it. Sometimes this game is a heartbreaker. Still a chance to retake. Oh, or not. BlameF not only surviving the bomb plant with 1 point of HP, but then instantly clapping back coldzera. Olaf's gonna just hope he can get away from this. He's being held in his own spawn as Complexity continue on with success to find themselves 14.
That's tough. They waited on the trade. I mean, as they're saying, that nade lands and then, you know, man down. BlameF doesn't get this next kill. They got to think about a new way to plant the bomb where they know the CTs have rotated over. J-Lake doing the ninja dance.
What flavored toothpick you think he's got?
Money flavored.
Sure. Molly on the feet of Olaf. Oh, he's starting to burn alive. coldzera, though, Good double kill off of the side of Arch. And more players to throw themselves at him. Awkward position, in fact, for Complexity. They're going to fall down, nearly lined up. Brokey, difficult position. And there's the wide peek out from Rain. They're not able to stop the bomb plant this time around. JKS tucked back by Arch. Blame F in the apartment. Smoke fades, Rain's on the other side. But it's the cap peek that's starting to kill Blame F. JKS can't quite give cover, and Blame dies out to Kierby. Guess he didn't realize just quite where he was coming from, or where he was taking damage from, rather. That's going to be a 7th for Faze. Still half of the round count of Complexity, but a CT side that should get rolling.
Should, definitely. We'll see. Well, that was good. Not surprised to see the test go over to the B site, you know, at least once. We'll see what happens more in the future. And again, Coldzera's got the graffiti on this side of the map, so as awkward as things has been, he's definitely a point of comfort for him, though he's more the cap player now than anything else, so playing the pillar to perfection. 2 times the rounds here for Complexity. They'll buy in again with just Deagles. I'm sure Faze are definitely on edge for the ecos as well. Just, you know, want to be sure. Some pre-fire Deagle spam into Brokey, just to shoo him away. And a chance there for Blame F, yeah.
Oh, it's like, maybe I shouldn't do that again.
That's the thing. He's actually, his jump spot before was better, I think.
From left to right?
Yeah.
I thought that one exposes
from right to left.
Right to left.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he went back to what he was doing yesterday.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right, okay.
Listen, as long as he doesn't die doing it.
The Olaf Meister updates. Like anything he does, he gets a kill, we go tab. He gets a clutch, we go load up the replay.
Just took a deep breath.
Yeah. Changing his crosshair placement. Oh, he's shaking a bit. We need Olaf updates. How's he feeling?
It's just we haven't had him in the server, man. How do you can
I'll take anything.
I just want an interview with him.
Yeah. The first question. How are you? How was your whole day, Olaf Meister?
What'd you have for breakfast? 40 seconds left. Where do they go? B, obviously. Everybody's here for Complexity, Bomb included.
No one's seen Olaf in a long time. They want to give him a visit.
Well, he's ready for them. If they come a knocking, he'll be rocking them back with his FAMAS. Or maybe Kierby gets all the kills before he even has a chance. Total shutdown on the exit. Labored spray. Cold saves the day, or at least saves Kierby, as he had 5 HP left over. That's an 8th round for FaZe Clan, a CT side that, again, is starting to rumble. But every time we get guns into the mix, it's closer than ever.
I think people are giving FaZe Clan too much practice on the B site. They're inevitably going to get better with the amount of talent that they have here. And everyone keeps testing the B site. Default 2 mid, 2 towards A. Don't know if they're doing anything fast with these lurks. Poison takes huge spot damage. Don't know if that was from an HE or not. Scope down mid. Not going to see any players to fight with. What looks like a lurk smoke. Just a poofy connector smoke to threaten that underpass. And nobody's pushing him quite yet. We can see with the double kind of 2-pronged lurk setup on the A site, they're probably going to try to go for a connector as soon as the time is right. Just assisting config and getting out of underpass safely is the first step.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Brokey gonna fall back through the fire. You know, a moment of considering sticking around and trying to deal with the player stuck behind the chair. But he had to give it up, didn't want to take the risk. Hard to take risks when you're trailing by 6 and Complexity knocking on a series win.
I think FaZe read this properly.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, brought a player out of B.
That footstep bottom mid, that would have given config a chance. Kierby gonna strip it away from him, and now they can really focus forward on this inevitable execution. Complexity gonna come into it. They have no smokes, double molly, quadruple flashbang, and guns. We'll see if they can get it done. 20 seconds remain here. Brokey's posted on ticket. Poison's gonna try and best him, and he will. Now it's Rain's chance, back by Fire. He also dies out. The peek from coldzera, taking heads off the shoulders. Blame F, dead to rights. A trio of frags coming out of Cold gives FaZe Clan a 9th.
A monster lockdown. And that is why we're switching to the M4A1S, Connor. Beautiful stuff.
Somebody asked, what about the USP P2K?
USP, I think. Too many situations where you shoot at somebody when they're not looking at you, and their teammate doesn't hear you.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
Yeah.
I think it's actually just really strong.
Glad we cleared that up.
There's extra bullet, of course, V2K. Slightly better jumping and accuracy.
No.
It's a weird stat.
It's all about the silencer.
Yeah, the silencer's a big one. I use a plain black USPS with an LGB 2014 holo on there.
Oh man, very nice.
Yeah.
I've got a StatTrak minimal wear USPS stainless steel with a Shox cologne sticker and Titan holo.
Oh! Classy. My goodness.
Flexing on him. Skirt.
He just dabbed in real life. I thought I'd cast that for you.
Well, I wish you hadn't. Now everybody knows I'm a loser.
I think they knew before. Okay. Deagle's up for Complexity. What an opening pick from Poison. Poor Brokey. He's getting out-off by everybody. We saw him get taken down so many times by, was it Ziwu? I feel like it was too quick for him. Maybe in a little Searson action. I don't know. Brokey's a great opper, but some of these pure duels are just some fantastic shots being hit. That perfect clear from Poison into CT spawn.
Try it again. Come on now. Maybe Poison gets out. He just has the Glock to work with. He is the first man fed to the meat grinder. Rain peppering the T's as they exit out ramp. Doing a good job of dodging damage until this point. Config blows his head off through the triple box. Brokey's gonna wide swing. Easy pickup versus Blame. He's got to build his sidearm, and it pays off. He gets a second kill and an assist as coldzera chimes in with a little bit of impact, and we have FaZe Clan sitting on the double digits. Now, if only they had a better first half, then suddenly this is an even game, tied. However, that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, CT's definitely looking good. And honestly, CT's even already kind of achieving more than it did yesterday by a round. So that's cool to see. That's cool to see for what it's worth. Still dangerous waters, but
quick smoke.
Brokey was mad from that last round. Flies right into underpass, like the proactivity. It's also a strong spot to op in from this angle. It's of course this danger that he has to worry about. And oh, it's a small timing window, and he's not going to be able to protect himself. Rush finds that timing. No smoke down. He's trying to go incognito mode and hope that someone gives up the opening kill so he could turn his attention back to underpass.
Yeah. He did have a smoke at the bottom of connector if he wanted to try and exit, but with the gap towards top mid and that heavy presence shown by Complexity, I completely see why he sticks around.
Well, they're still set up pretty well here to deal with any cap presence if it is going to be a B-split coming. coldzera, you know, one of the best ladder room players in the game. He's going to move on out, and Poison, oh, he's there to look, but a quick trade means it's 4-on-3.
And Config can pick that bomb up. Olaf, his back's exposed to B-apps, but he cuts off Config first and foremost. Then Rush gets tagged to 22. Olaf, oh no! He's caught as he tries to jump back into the cover. Kierby kills Rush, and we have a 2v2 with a flank in from Blame. Kierby slain as Complexity take their 15th round.
A key move. It was so hard to read that there was going to be a lurk in that situation, and Blame F moved fast with conviction through the window into the back of market just in time. A few more seconds and noise gets stopped being made in the B hall. Someone turns around.
Sure.
So good on Blame for speeding it up there and pulling that one out for Complexity. That's a tough one. Brokey took a risk. Could have paid off. And, well, smoke lands and spawn. Let's see. Who do we blame? It is Rush. I'll have to re-smoke window on JKS's dime.
It's JKS in second position on the scoreboard for Complexity, only behind Poison, who kicks off this round with a pretty quick headshot. Config pinches from the bottom of mid, but as he bounces up onto the bench, coldzera finds the better of him.
Whoa, Olaf is opping.
Well, that excites me.
That's awesome.
hit this shot or fall off. Flash gets his feet moving backwards, but then he's coming in for more. JKS with another piece of utility. But he kind of plays with his nades a bit too long. Blame, check right. Check right. Oh no. He heard the footsteps.
Oh my god.
Blame now realizes that he's in the middle of all these T's.
Does he know it's going towards A? They started walking, so it's just about if they... Yeah, so Rush is going to come and clear this now.
Okay, they kill Cold, they'll have like, what, 20 seconds?
He's actually... Yeah.
But if Cold goes ramp too fast, he's going to leave Complexity scratching their heads in their own damn spawn. Blame decides to go on without his second player.
I guess he knows. Oh, whoa. He's running. Okay, he's flashing. Blame's
going to
walking.
keep them dedicated to A.
This is weird because he knows Cold just walked through the ramp, so Blame's going to go B. They're starting to rotate over now.
Yeah. They've sold the fake back. Olaf, he's the only player to challenge this B site, and he just went around the corner. That gives Blame his plant. Now we've got the post plant on. For map 2, for the 2-0 sweep. Complexity looking to hold on to the post plant. Blame takes a tidbit of damage, but he gets the headshot into Rain. Now we're back into the even 2v2. There are flash bangs aplenty for FaZe Clan. Damage into Rush. They know that Blame is out here somewhere, but he's on the side of the smoke. And he's going to reposition to within the site, literally standing on his bomb. Another kill coming in for Blame F, but he gets blindsided. coldzera with the clutch, he gets the 3K, and FaZe continue on. This was 5 map and match points, and now they only need 4 more.
Yeah, they really got to earn every inch there. That's crazy. I don't even understand what was going on comms-wise there with Complexity, where Rush is pushing through the halls. He doesn't know where coldzera is. Blame has really limited information on the push. And then Rush coming back to throw the flash over A-ramp. Those footsteps were definitely heard from coldzera. And if coldzera did come that way, Blame didn't see him in B halls, then what was the assumption? It's a bit weird they're throwing nades there. So, yeah, they gave him the alert, but then also Olaf, he wasn't watching the B halls. So Complexity, they'll buy a little bit. They actually have a P90 on Rush. Scrim and FURIA a bit too much, I guess.
Yeah, what's going on here? I just hate the MP5. I just don't like it. We'll see if he can make it rain, but Rush, dead first. Yeah. That didn't work out too well. SMG's letting him down. FaZe happy for it. Op shot connects, and Baroki with the sidearm USPS headshot. He gets himself 3 kills, and FaZe now have a 12th round on the board. Again, if this wasn't a 12-3 first half, FaZe already win Mirage. They're doing an incredible job of keeping themselves in a game they have no business taking this distance, but it's not over yet. You can run a marathon if you sprint before the finish line, or rather...
Finish that. I want to hear where this goes.
If you
start swimming in a marathon,
if you trip before the finish line, who cares how far you ran?
That was a giggler. Okay. Well, it's come close in a few of these situations. You know, it's looking like more of an even bout now, and Complexity earning their attempts, coming down to lurks, but still looking very good, I'd say. But this round, a bit different than the last rifle. They've got no nades left over on 3 players. The op might be a nice buy for them. Obviously, Poison has cooled off since the first half. But all we need is 1 round from him. However, FaZe, heavy stack towards B. They're anticipating this hit.
Yep, they're ahead of it.
And where's Brokey? He's in the B site watching the flank.
Let's see what happens. Flashes go over top. Olaf completely eats one. He's down to 18 bullets. And here comes Brokey in the site. Good at combat opping, but Poison and Rush getting the better of FaZe. They're going to have to retake 2 versus 3. Now, the silver lining for FaZe is there's 0 utility for Complexity to hold on with. The problem for FaZe is they still haven't cleared everything out, and they are losing precious moments by taking their time. Now, Rain arrives first. He's hanging on to a smoke flash. Same utility for coldzera. They could throw it out the window. They could try and fluster sight. There is crucial moves that will be made off of the side of the smoke. Blame's gonna have to whip the crosshair. Rain doesn't clear his corners, and this could be the end. It is 16-12 for Complexity on Mirage. It is FaZe Clan sent spiraling to the Blast Fall showdown. and Complexity continue on.
Well, a very nice attempt. I thought they definitely pulled it back for some dignity rounds on the CT side and definitely showed what they could do on an individual level for the most part. It was fun watching Nuke, but this was really just about how fun it was watching the individuals on Complexity.
Yeah, unfortunately, kind of two flat halves for FaZe, right? The second half of Nuke, the first half of Mirage. Things to praise within it, and some individual moments, I would say, just across both teams, across both maps, that actually still made this series quite entertaining.
Super fun.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun. Did you have fun?
I had lots of fun.
Hope you guys had fun.
Did.
That's it for today. Analysts up next to unpack our series. Wait to see what they have to say. I'm sure it'll be interesting.
They get it done. It started to look scary towards the end there as FaZe Clan gave it their best effort, but that first half, it crushed them. No chance at all with that. And we got to start straight away, right? We highlighted him in the pregame looking at Poison, the silent assassin. Well, he delivered in a big way. He was loud and proud on this one, Pim.
Matcher brought up a good point, right? The only player we didn't talk about yesterday in the pregame was Poison, right? The best player on the server, especially here in the first half on Mirage. He went ballistic on the CT side. He owned basically everyone. You see your stats right here. 22 kills, ADR, 155 on CT side Mirage against, yeah, we said it, FaZe Clan. They have some good individuals, right? Those are hard-hitting people. We saw it in the second half of Mirage. They could definitely, when they got started, shoot against the guys from Complexity. Poison, fantastic play. Complexity, by far the best team right here, but I do want to say, Matthew, that FaZe Clan, they brought up a fight.
They did put up a fight. Now, I just want to mention regarding Poison, right? You go up against a team that is going to be limited in terms of protocol, in terms of details. The minutiae of the Counter-Strike is not going to be there. And this is where a sniper of his caliber is going to have a field day. Look at how many kills he get without any flash, without any peek. Right here, again, 2 singled out duels. That was just insane, by the way. There's no explanation for that one. But I think that this was perfect conditions for Poison to shine, and he did take the opportunity. 22-5 in one half. S'il vous plaît.
I do want to say, though, you know, as cool as that was, he only got 4 kills in the following 12 rounds. He was a big part of the reason for why they couldn't close the game. Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, we take the sweet with the good. You know, Poison, he did a good job. But on T side, he was close to non-existent. Had 1 cool AWP kills, but that was about it.
Sometimes, though, right, it can be hard. You can have like just one of those halves where everything works out for you, goes your way, and in the end, it didn't matter because they still got the win. But you got to give it up, right, to Cold. He was trying all he could to try and make that half work towards the end, especially. But again, for FaZe, right, we talk about the protocols. It was there on the CT side where they were able to actually mount a comeback, right? That was where they had the chance of it, where they could be the turrets.
They had a chance indeed, and I believe a player like Colder, with his strength, his profile, he can make the best out of situations which are not too clear, which are a little bit shadowy, I want to say, as to how they should act, how they should behave. Colder, a man with a lot of experience, did put up a great fight. We have it 26 kills, and that was almost a momentum. You know what? Londers call it dignity rounds at the very end. I'm pretty sure that FaZe changed the narrative of that game with that comeback, because now we have to respect their chances in the showdown. You know, they're not going to be just a team everyone rolls over. They can put up a fight. They can be scary.
It's going to be interesting as well what team they will field for the showdown and how it will pan out, right? They've got a bit of time before that comes in, and you still got to give respect to the names that are on FaZe Clan. We don't know who will be there. Maybe they'll pick up a coach, but like Cole said, he's looking at the long term. And I think that's important when you're seeing this lineup now.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what we said coming into the game as well. They didn't look at this tournament. They didn't look at this game, to be the game they're supposed to make a statement in, right? They wanted to do well. They wanted to put up a fight, and I think you're right when you're saying they made it competitive. Yeah. They showed the world, they showed us that they can still play at a somewhat decent level. If they hit a good day, they can potentially beat a lot of the teams in showdown. But as you said, it's a long-term project. Olaf Meister is not going to be the difference maker for this lineup. He's doing a good job. He's filling in the slots, as we talked about as well, listening to the communication. He doesn't need to be catered to. He doesn't need to be babysit or anything like that. He's just going to do a fine job, so to speak. That is the problem, though, with FaZe Clan. They're just going to do fine. They're not going to qualify for the finals. I find that very hard to believe. But if it's a long-term project, at least this was a little bit of a positive sign.
Well, at least they said, right, they're looking for a leader. That's the main thing. They don't want to have this situation where one of those guys is looking for an in-game leader. He said that to FURIA, and they'll eventually try and get a coach. So we've seen what we have from FaZe, but I've been impressed with what we've seen from Complexity here, because that right there just shows that on any given time, one of those players can step up to be the star and be the player they need.
Yeah, and I don't think that was a question before that broadcast. We knew the talent was in the lineup for sure. What is impressive, I find, is the amount of details they already have checked down with JKS, right? Remember, that's a very, very young roster. He just joined a couple of days, couple of weeks ago, and they are still very much in place. I didn't see many mistakes. I didn't see many messy rounds. But you love to see the passion, and obviously on Jason, that is just like all this webcam. By the way, his webcam looks almost better than our webcam. It's insane. I don't know. He has like Hollywood type stuff with him. It's so nice to see.
He's kitted up, right? He wants to be there for all the action and make sure he's looking beautiful while doing it. But the players, right, from Complexity, one thing when we're listening to their comms, it's emotion, it's controlled. But I found very interesting, right, was Keita was having a lot of mid-game impact in there. Like he was talking a lot of the time throughout that. From a coaching side of things, it's something they can benefit from in this online scenario.
It seems like they have a great synergy, him and Blame F. They come in well prepared. They have a good structure within the lineup. And as many said, something I do take notice of is the fact that already now it seems like JKS hasn't been fully slotted in, but he's definitely getting there slowly but surely. You could say, you know, that both him and Russ is stuck in a hotel right now in quarantine, I believe, so they can do nothing else than play Counter-Strike and prepare for the game. Probably a good thing, all things considered, right? So they're putting in a lot of hours right now. They're putting in a lot of work, and it's definitely paying off. Let's not forget, yesterday against Vitality, it could easily have been Complexity winning that game.
Oh, yeah.
Config said as well, we should have won that game. We were disappointed not beating one of the best teams in the world in the debut with a new player. That's ambition, and that's belief in own abilities.
That's the drive we like to hear, and there's a man that's got a hell of a lot of drive. He's one of the hardest workers in CS. We've got Blame F with us for an interview. And Blame, I want to start with, just at the end there on Mirage, were you guys starting to get nervous at all? Because FaZe was starting to mount a bit of a mini comeback for sure.
Yeah, I think a little bit for sure. Like we had a pretty big lead, so we knew we had a lot of rounds to give up, of course. So that was pretty nice. But all the key rounds we kind of fucked up in a bit. Like we honestly failed the window smoke, I think like 3 or 4 times or something. So that was pretty crazy. So yeah, I think we got a little nervous in the end. Like we could feel that they were making a comeback, but we had such a big lead that it would be really hard for us to throw the entire match away for sure.
Blame, I'm curious to how much you guys are practicing right now, because we both we know that Rush and JKS, unfortunately, given the circumstances, are kind of locked down in their hotel rooms, right? How much are you guys putting in terms of work?
Right now we practice 10 to 19 every day, and then people do like individual stuff and like watching demos and stuff after that or something. Sometimes we give people some homework and stuff, but that's individual from player to player.
Are you giving out homework? Enlighten us. What is what kind of CS homework are the players getting?
No, I think we just honestly, it's been a little bit hard now because we've been practicing so much, of course, but I think it's something we've been doing like the most time of this team. Like we have different players with different weaknesses, so we're trying to help them or at least push them a little bit to make sure that they're working on them outside of practice. So it's more like if someone has a little bit bad communication, we might tell them to play more FPL, or if someone is like a hardcore fragger, so we need him to be really good, then we might tell him to play some deathmatch every single day or something like that. So it's more like that, or review his own games and all that stuff. So it's more individual from player to player.
Cool. On a serious note, we know that bringing in JKS is a long-term thing, right? You want to make sure that your lineup is competitive for the future as well. Just to set the expectations, when can we expect to see the full power? When can we expect to see the full throttle from you guys? When are you guys going to be at your best with JKS? Is it going to be a month? Is it going to be a couple of weeks? How much time do we need before we can say that Complexity now is running on all cylinders?
I think just because I think this team is best when we get time to actually go in and review our own games, because I think a lot of players in this team needs to get that kind of a check, where you go in and see what we're doing wrong and all that, and what we're doing wrong individually as well.
Sure.
I think as soon as we've been playing some officials, we can definitely show that what we're capable of. So if I had to give a time limit, I would say within the next month or something, in the end of the next 30 days or something like that. And it all depends. We definitely need some official games in order to be able to show how good we can be.
Talking about JKS now, we've said and we've heard in interviews that the roles between him and Obo were quite close, quite similar. Can you compare the two players? What are the main differences between the two individuals, or where they are similar? How do you feel about that?
I think it's hard, of course, because JKS is they were playing the same role, but of course JKS is a way more proven player. He's way more comfortable against playing the top opponents and everything like that. So I think JKS is just a pretty similar player, just a better player in that sense. But yeah, I think it's just a little bit hard for JKS in the beginning of this team, just because we're teaching him so much new stuff, and he's getting also adapting a little bit to the way we communicate, which can be a little bit more wild than his past teams, I think. So I think that's why it could be a little bit hard for him in the beginning here, but he will get into it.
And just for the viewers at home, how much effort, how much time does the team need to put into JKS learning? Because I know he's a very experienced player, and I'm sure he can learn a lot on himself. But how much of a team effort is that to slot him in his new role?
I mean, of course, the team has a big role in that sense. But I think Justin is very nice. Like every time after practice, we practice like the 9-10 hours every single day, and then he's always like staying on TeamSpeak with me and Jamie, the coach, like until midnight every single night and talking about Counter-Strike, watching some Counter-Strike or discussing some roles and all that. So I mean, we're trying to help him in that sense, but I think he's very easy, like a person that's easy to adapt to our playstyle, I would say. I think he's very good at like offering stuff and already like knowing kind of how we like to play and try to help us play in that way. So I think we're trying to help him, but he's such a good player that like he don't need us to tell him exactly how to play and all that, and that's also what we want from him.
Yeah, and on the flip side, again, very experienced player in JKS. Is he giving you guys new ideas, new perspective, new way to approach certain situations? Is he also coming in with ideas?
Yeah, I think he is. I think he is definitely mostly in his own positions, I would say. We have had him also giving us some tips, like overall how to play and like maybe some changes in some strats and all that. But mainly I would say like he's really good at saying what he wants to have in his spots. So he will tell us like what he wants us to do and able to him to be a little bit more comfortable. And I think that's very important for a player who's playing anchor positions. So I think, yeah, that's mostly it.
You touched on it when you were talking to Maniac just then, Blame, as well, about the communication you guys have can be pretty crazy at times. I've been listening in as well, and I wanted to get into a bit more of how it works with you and Keita, because I hear him also chiming in the middle of some rounds. Just how do you work that? How do you find the right time to make sure he doesn't overstep the mark?
I think he's really good at that. I don't feel like I've ever had a problem with him like over-calling me or anything like that. I feel like when he's saying stuff, it's always like suggestions, which is really nice for me. So I always have a plan myself, but it's always nice to have a guy telling me like, you can always do this. And then it's really nice to me to be like, that is honestly a better plan right now. Let's do that instead. So it's never like he's going to say like, hey, like you have to do this. It's more like he's going to be like, hey, you can do this instead. And then I can kind of think about and be like, okay, that's actually better this situation. Then I can take it, or I can just leave it and stick with my own plan. So I think it's very helpful for sure in a lot of situations. I think there's some maps he helps me way more than others for sure. So that's very nice to have.
Now, you got Big Clan tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure you'd love that rematch against Vitality. And with that in mind, right, if you did have to rematch against Vitality, given how close it was, how easily do you think it will be for you guys this time around? Now you've had a few more proper games with JKS.
I think the hardest part is that we don't have that much time to review all the games because we're playing like day after day. So I think like it would be hard to like fix all the mistakes and all the BO3s before all the matches. But I think for sure every BO3 we should be getting better. But again, just because we're such a new team that sometimes a mistake will happen in the middle of a game. It's just something that we haven't encountered in a practice yet or anything like that because we only had 1 week of practice.
Yeah.
So sometimes like some stuff might just go wrong that we have to fix in the middle of a round, which might just slow us down or make us a little bit easier to read or something like that. But of course, like we're looking to win the rest of the matches in this group for sure.
No doubt. Blame, thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll speak to you later on.
Thank you.
Great insight coming out there from Blame, right? So much detail as well. We're certainly getting that now when it comes to Counter-Strike, right? We're getting players that are better when it's actually answering our questions and giving us more that we can have to work with, not getting the generic, terrible answers of old.
I just love the fact that he's giving out homework, you know. You're done with, what is it, like a 9-10 hour practice session, then Blame comes and, listen up, boys, for tomorrow you're also going to do this, that, and that. You know, it's cool, you know. We often, you know, paint the picture of Blame as this monster, you know, who's a hard-working dude.
Yeah.
And I think that's true. I think he's a monster. I think he's a hard-working dude, and he's doing a good job.
So let me just explain, right, as well, for people that may not know. When it comes to what he was trying to do before CS, when he was looking at bodybuilding, like that is one of the most strenuous and stressful things you have to do in terms of the time you train, the food you have to eat, the preparation, everything that goes into it. And to me, it just looks like he has the same mentality that he had back on that, which comes to CS. And that's more than any other CS player could ever know, because there's nothing I've seen harder than watching how bodybuilders try and manage a life like that.
Sort of like a Hulk, right? He just comes in to smash.
Yeah.
I get it, right. Okay, Hulk, I can see that. Listen, these qualities, right? Work ethics, determination, dedication, investment, we talk about it all the time. It goes way beyond just the keyboard and the mouse, way beyond the headshot of the lurks. These are meta qualities that you need if you want to be a professional and have a long career. I think BlameF have them. It's been established. And now that's one of the main reasons why this complexity lineup is rising so fast.
If I may jump in here, James, I think I want to come out with this statement. to my mind, with the players they have, with the talent they have available, and the work ethic they have, the backing from Complexity as well, I would be surprised if Complexity is not a top 3 team within the end of the year. I think they have the potential. I think they have the players. And right now, given the circumstances as well, it's not like you see FaZe Clan, coming into life before 2020 ends. Astralis, they're dealing with their own problems. I think there's a space for Complexity in the very top of the CS scene. And yes, I would be surprised if they're not a top 3 team by the end of 2020.
Pressure on JKS. Pressure on JKS. That's really fast to get like a 6-map pool running on. Okay. Okay, there you heard it hit first.
If anyone could do it, it would be Blame F, right?
I can't argue with that, right, when it comes to Blame F. But we've got to go look at the FaZe Clan side of things. Freya was actually able to catch up with Olaf to see what was going on with these guys.
Commiserations on that loss, Olaf. But it's been fantastic to see you particularly returning to the game. What has it been like coming back into Counter-Strike?
It's been a lot of fun to come back, but today was a little bit rough. It was a little bit more lost today, but just more fun than normally, and just enjoying the games and having fun.
I think it's safe to say that everybody's been really impressed with your showing, particularly as you were saying, you've taken a big chunk of time off of the game since you stepped down from that FaZe roster. So kind of coming back into it, were there any surprises for like how the meta's changed or anything you had to sort of start to get used to again?
I don't think the meta changed that much since last time I played. I think every team is so good nowadays, so it's just hard game. Every game is a hard game, and it's more about me getting used to playing in a team again than just being ready for everything. I mean, sometimes I lose focus a little bit and stuff like that, but it's just hard to focus on so many things at the same time again, like this fast. So it's more about playing more with the team and getting used to everything again, I think.
Yeah, and speaking of the team, how has it been sort of coming back into it with some of your old former teammates and players like Rain and coldzera? How have they kind of developed as players since you departed them earlier this year?
I think it's hard for me to say what they have developed without me, because I haven't really been there, but they're basically playing the same way. I think they're trying to make it more comfortable for me as well, just to play old stuff and stuff like that. And also Cold is being the in-game leader now, so that's something new for me. But it's just a lot of fun, and it's so fun playing with you guys again. They're fun guys outside of the server as well, so just having a lot of fun together.
It's been so much fun watching you play once again. And as you touched upon there, coldzera taking on that role of the in-game leader, we heard it from him earlier that this isn't the long-term vision for the team. But just in terms of yourself as a player, how much input were you able to give coldzera during your time here at Blast?
I haven't been able to put in that much input. I'm trying to help when I think I see something, but I think it's better for the guys that are in the game and in the meta and all this stuff that I should call and I should just follow. I think it's harder to read for me now than it was before, because I need to get used to the game more again. But I was trying to help with some small stuff, but not that much.
So obviously this isn't going to be the last that we see of FaZe here at Blast. There will be the showdown later on in November. So just from the team's kind of whole standpoint, is there anything you're going to be particularly focusing on going forward? Any key learnings coming from this event?
I don't know. Right now, we just lost 10 minutes ago, so it's hard to think about that right now. But give me a day or two, I think we will have a lot of more answers. But right now, I need to just get my head in something else and think about something else for a little bit. And I will try to figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair enough. And you were saying, you've had a lot of fun coming back into the game. So are we going to be seeing more of you going forward?
Yeah, I think I'm playing Beijing as well, at least. And then we will see. But I think I'm playing Beijing, so yeah, Beijing, I am.
Well, it's been an absolute treat.
Interesting there as well, right? Because Cole gave us an interview they're going to be looking for an in-game leader. So I guess as they take their time with that, Olof continues to fill in and stand in his position and get better along the way. But as he said, it's not so easy to take such a break from Counter-Strike and learn it all back again, all the multitasking that goes with it.
Oh, people underestimate that so much. You know, if Maniac would have to jump in on the server, sure, he would have the basics down, right? But being, no offense, right? But coming into a server on this level, you know, there's just a difference here. Even for me, you know, I wouldn't be able to jump in his shoes and do well either. It's impossible. If you stay away from the game for a couple of months, if you don't touch it at all, which he said, coming in and playing some of the best players in the world, playing a top motivated JKS, playing Blame F, who's playing Counter-Strike 12 hours a day, how are you supposed to compete against that? I think he's doing a good enough job, but also, let's be realistic, it's not his playing field right now. He's not supposed to be better than anyone on the server.
Well, let's see, right? Let's see how our predictions went for today, boys.
Oh, yeah.
Finally.
Everyone is smiling.
Oh, well, wait a second. The fan vote. The fan vote, yeah. He went out on a wild one. He picked out Big. Kitsu, I think you got yourself some free merchandise for that, though, right? I think Big said they were going to DM him, so he's done well in that regard.
It wasn't a big risk, though. I mean, it could have been a big victory. It was not impossible in that matchup. Oh, don't give me that, Ice. Don't give me that, Luke James. I don't think the predictions did justice to the possibilities in that game, but in any case, sometimes we are right, and that was the case today.
Yes, and Anders finally didn't curse something. He didn't pull the reverse Maniac, which would have actually been an error for him.
I still have to show him what it is, but different time, different place.
Yeah, definitely not on camera for sure, I think.
That depends anyway.
No, not that kind of camera Maniac. Definitely not putting him there. Pimp, we've had another good day. We've had another good set of games, but tomorrow's a big one, right? Because another elimination one comes forward. Ooh. This Big versus Complexity. To me, right now, when I look at the just if I'm looking at this event and how both teams have played, Complexity a step above Big, but Big can always pull it back. That's the speciality of these guys.
Yeah, you shouldn't underestimate Big, right? They are maybe in a bit of a slump right now. Tabson said as well. It's been a while, maybe even 2 years since he felt that uncomfortable in his own gameplay. So a lot of stuff is going on within Big right now, but they're still a top solid team. And let's be honest, as much as we like the project of Complexity, as much as we like the individual players, and as good as they were today, they are still a new team. So if they get pressured by Big tomorrow, they could crumble.
Yeah, I think Big is still going to be in a tough spot. Because we've been impressed by the individuals of Complexity. We had that feeling of just a train plowing through their opponents. That comeback from Faze did leave a mark. It was, you know, dignity rounds, as Lawrence called it. But still, Complexity, they look deadly. They will be my favorites.
I'm going to say, right, you're going to have a much easier end day for the group than I did. I had to go for the double win for my NAVI. You just got one game to be stressful over Maniac. So you're living the V for Vitality dream. But do you have a hope whoever they face, do you think they'll still win? Because I want that rematch. I want that Cole Vitality rematch, mate.
I'll just say the Vitality we've seen today wins against both teams, hands down.
Ooh, okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's Jacob with the opposite.
Complexity.
Well, all I know for sure, boys, is that tomorrow is going to be straight fire. You guys at home won't want to miss it. We're done for another day, but we're back with the final day of Group 2. You won't want to miss it here at Blast Premier.